stuff down there.
Cities in the bottom of the ocean. So if that's easier, how come we don't have cities at the bottom of the ocean?
Because that's different. That's on Earth.
Right. It's hard. It's easier to have cities at the bottom of the ocean than on the moon.
Well, there are maybe cities down there. People talk about all kinds of stuff of like different layers and stuff down there, different bubbles and membranes that you can
Okay, so
go
maybe
to.
there's different bubbles and membranes on the moon, and maybe there are secret cities up there.
No, I'm just saying from the basics, like if humanity had gotten there in the 60s for real, and they did so, I mean, there weren't any deaths. Like, yeah, maybe it did cost a fair amount of money to make that rocket and whatever the tin can that they put there and stuff, and whatever you want to say. But I mean, they went there. They claimed to go there quarter of a million miles back. They landed. Everything was good. If that was the case, the technology would have gotten better in 1973, 74, 75, 76, and they would have continued going back. They would have continued taking stuff there. They took those rovers up there. They drove them around and left them there. It's like, that's it, guys. Like, we just gave up on driving stuff on the moon. Why? Like, it's like the most important. It would be one of the most important things for even the future of humanity, because the moon is the main, in the globe model. The moon is like the first celestial body that in the closest thing that's surrounding the Earth. So it would be like a major pit stop to the rest of the solar system in their model, the rest of the universe. So it would be so important. So they would have kept going back, and then eventually they would have started taking materials there to build, and at least would have gotten some basic things like some telescopes, some science buildings, some like basic stuff. And then, yeah, there's a question of how much it'd be built out from there, but we would already see like a landing strip on it, and they would already have it terraformed if they actually had gone there in the 60s. There'd be no reason not to. It would be completely essential, especially for any military thing. Like, you'd have to like lock it down and have only certain countries can go there probably, or something, or you have it owned by everyone or whatever, because it would be like such a military advantage if there was some kind of World War thing. If one country had the moon, I mean, yeah, you could launch stuff. So yeah, there would be all of those factors. The point is that if they really had gone there, there'd be no reason why it would have continued being expanded upon. It would be one of the most important things.
I have heard if you zoom in hard, like really with like, I forget the name of the camera, you can actually see the Nazi flag that Werner von Braun had put up there.
Oh man, that's out of control.
Well, how did they get it up there, right? It's like, where did they go for 17 days?
Oh man, they went and put the Big Dipper up there.
Yo, I heard that no matter how much you zoom in, you cannot see it.
That's right.
Wah, wah. It's not CIA. Yeah, definitely not them.
If you had a big enough telescope, you would be able to, right?
No, because the atmosphere is too much in the way. Like, makes it too wobbly. Did you see the picture I posted at 43 past the hour?
Yeah.
That's a picture from just a couple hundred miles above the lunar surface, and it's barely visible even then. So trying to do it from 230,000 miles away through the atmosphere, you're not going to see anything even that close.
Well, I thought the moon had like 1/6 of the atmosphere of Earth.
I'm saying if you looking through Earth's atmosphere, then 230,000 miles to the moon.
But if it was on the ISS,
The Apollo sites are barely visible even from like lunar orbit, just like
right. Lunar
really
orbit's only a couple hundred miles above the surface.
Yeah, but if the moon has hardly any atmosphere, then why is it so hard to see?
From lunar orbit, it's just because everything's so small.
Matthew, would you be concerned if you found out that like NASA is really just NASA, and that really like you're kind of like supporting the actually like that ideology at the core? Would you be concerned to find that out if Nazi really was NASA and so on, and just that that level of kind of energy behind that, whatever that all is? I'm just saying, like, in terms of all that, yeah, and coming out of World War II, like who won and then who's NASA?
So long. Yes, I would be concerned if NASA turned out to be a satanic agency started by Nazis and continued to be run by Nazis and lying about everything. But they're right about the shape of the Earth and the way that the moon works and all that kind of stuff. I might question some of their missions if I found that out, but
But
that
how can
wouldn't
you
shake
say?
my.
Hold on. Oh, forgive me, brother. How can you say that knowing that the only concrete proof, like, would you agree or not agree that like the moon landing, for face value, settled the cosmological question?
No, there was no
You don't
question
think?
even before that.
What do you
It
mean?
didn't. It didn't change anything about what people thought about the cosmology of the Earth.
Well, no one had
Well,
seen the Earth yet, though. Really. Well, there was some stuff before them, actually, technically, but it was the first time. I mean, even before they went to the moon, they still had some pictures of the globe. They claim, but the moon landing one was when it was the first human that basically claimed to take a photo of
Yeah,
the Earth.
first eyewitness
and
testimony.
also they said that they proved Galileo, Copernicus, and Kepler correct by dropping the hammer and the feather. Like that was their like, oh shit, we were fucking right. Those guys were geniuses, and we were right to trust them. Like
Dude,
they
that's
that was
I
so.
their.
think they were
It's such.
demonstrating that.
It's such a dead giveaway that they're doing occultists. It's so occult. There's such an occult root to this.
Well, like they did say that though. Like the astronauts on the moon when they dropped the hammer and the feather said, "Boom, we proved Kepler and Copernicus correct." Like that was that was the coup de grace, bro. This was like the
Well, that was
cosmological settling of the question, though.
no. That was just sort of a little demonstration for the kids. It's more of an educational thing. I mean, they've had vacuum
But
chambers on Earth where they
so hold
dropped
on.
the hammer.
So what did they mean when they said, "Well, we proved it"?
They're saying, I think that they should have said, "Oh, here's good evidence for it."
You think that they should have said, but that's not what they said. They said that they proved Kepler and Copernicus and all. Like this was the, like, and it's funny how you could just poo-poo the brevity of that. Like because like that's the whole fucking thing. Is like these guys proposed that there was 1/4 the gravity on moon because of this and because of that, and our only fucking evidence of that is that dropping of the hammer and the feather. So just poo poo that, like, well, that's just for the kids. Like, no, bro. This settled like astronomical, like cosmological fucking debates that have been happening forever.
No,
And
it
I know
didn't.
you guys always try to say that it wasn't really a debate because everyone knew. Fucking no. The
No, that
evidence,
didn't
there's mad
settle
evidence.
anything. The reason they dropped the hammer and the feather
You don't think it
together is
settled anything? Are you fucking serious, dude?
zero.
Like, do you not
Yeah,
even
no,
appreciate the depth of the fucking moon landing and what it provided for humanity, dude?
the dropping of the hammer and feather specifically, I'm talking about, didn't prove anything to anybody. It was just a cool demonstration, which you can
What are you
also do
fucking
in a
talking
vacuum
about?
chamber on Earth.
It's the only evidence you fucking have that the moon has 1/4 the gravity of the Earth, dude.
That has nothing to do with the gravity. It has to do with
It has
the
nothing
fact.
to do with no, the point is that it has everything to do with proving the fucking proposition.
No, it's the whole purpose of
No,
that.
what the fuck are you on?
I'm telling you what the purpose of that demonstration was. The purpose of that demonstration was to show that things fall at the same speed in a vacuum.
Yeah, attempting to claim the vacuum of outer space. It's linked to that directly, and that's what the
Right.
Copernicus and all these
Right.
these
And that happens no matter what the
occultist
gravity is.
psychos are up to.
You got nowhere to prove that, though. There's nowhere else to prove that because you niggas need to go to fucking everywhere else to go do it. Imagine you're on a train and all the rest of it. Like,
No, you can do it in
fucking,
a
dude,
vacuum
this
chamber
is
on
your.
Earth.
Oh, man. All right, break it down for him, Gio. I got to do something.
He couldn't figure out what do you break it down for.
Well, it's seriously because how do you not put it together?
Sorry.
Well, I'm kind of back and forth from my mic, but well, hold on, Jen.
If I may just interject.
All right, if it's on topic, though, go ahead. If it's on topic, because we're right
Yes,
on.
it's definitely on. It's going to be on topic. We've got to remember that Copernicus didn't actually state that the solar system was he was making. It was a work in progress. So he didn't actually prove anything himself, and he wasn't ready to release it. And as for the moon landings, well, I mean, it was clearly a hoax. And we have a man by the name of Paul on the Plane. If you go to the Apollo Detectives, you go to the playlist, look down for Fake is Space, and he proves that all the photographs purportedly coming from the.
All right, hold on, man. I can't. No. I don't want to go back.
Can I not finish?
I don't want to go back to 2015 with these arguments.
Can I not finish?
Yeah,
Please? Let
it's
me
off
finish
topic.
what I'm saying. Right, it's on topic. Listen. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, all the images coming from that using the latest digital software and analysis software proving that all photographs coming from space are fake. How do you explain that? I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right, back to what we were talking about, which
Yeah,
is
we were
the
talking
idea.
about the
The
hammer
moon
and the
landing.
feather thing.
Yeah, I got you. The moon landing, dude, is what it was literally. Like, I really like if you're an American, like I'm gonna speak to you as like an American, and you believe that the moon landing happened, bro. Is that, dude? Don't you understand that that was part of what? This is what America brought to the world. This is why America is such a great nation. We proved that the geniuses of mankind before that we've trusted were correct in our estimations for the first time in humanity's ever existence to be able to go to somewhere that's not Earth and do a fucking experiment. Like, if you're just gonna poo-poo and say that that was just for the kids, I think you have completely lost all sight of the value of the moon landing for
Right.
humanity, dude.
I was talking about the
That's like
specific
the best
dropping of
steel
the
man I've
feather.
ever heard right there. That wow. That's the
Really?
best
Right?
steel man, dude.
Because we were
Yeah.
talking about dropping the hammer and the feather, and I was saying that was for the kids. Obviously, the whole Apollo
It's
mission
not for the
were about
fucking
No, I'm
proving the
kids,
moon
saying
man.
landing and the rest of it.
Issa's giving the argument for the mainstream of why the moon landing is so, valuable to humanity, right? As linked to that part of it in terms of the physics and what he's saying. Yeah, it's like they're confirming. So he's giving the steel man of the position of why they
Like, dude,
claim.
you should be putting your hand on your chest when I talk about dropping the feather and the hammer, dude. Like, you should be reciting the Pledge of Allegiance when I fucking talk about this shit because it was that important for humanity. That's why it was important for humanity.
Going to the moon was
Or
important
so
for
or so
humanity.
they
No,
Dropping the
dude,
claim.
you
feather
don't
Or
was
get
so
it,
they
bro.
claim. Or so
You
they
don't
claim
think
it's important.
you're so indoctrinated with the Nazi propaganda. You don't even understand that what the value in what the propaganda was about. That's what's so wild to me is that you guys are so affected. And forgive me to be so whatever grandiose or whatever the fuck. But like the idea is like, dude, you're affected by the propaganda more than the actual proposition of what the propaganda is about. Like that's fucking crazy to me. That's why we're flat earthers, is because you guys miss the fucking whole big picture because the propaganda is just like, oh, we're going to the moon because fucking we're smarter than the other guys. And it's like you're missing the whole weight of what they did, which is that they like you can't just say, well, yeah, we already knew that. No, this is the first evidence that you have to prove gravity. This is your only empirical evidence to prove all your fucking theories about gravity, dude. This is the only direct evidence you have. Everything else is
No,
theoretical because you need to get off Earth to go do it. Come
I don't
on,
understand why
man.
you're putting so much emphasis on this dropping of the
You
hammer
don't
Can
and
I
the
get in there,
understand.
feather.
please? Can I get in there, please? You're
No,
going
Because you
on.
shit.
could
When
do
I'm
that in a
talking
vacuum
about fucking
chamber,
Can
space
I
honestly.
get
rockets,
in,
give me
please? You're
just
going on a
fucking
bit. You're
Photoshop.
going on a bit, man.
What do you mean going on a
You're
bit? We
going
were
on a
here
bit,
before
man.
you
You're going
fucking
on a
got
bit,
here.
man. There's people who want to talk. I don't want to waste my time listening and just listening. I've got something to say as well. It doesn't matter. People come in. We want to talk. I want to talk. So shut up. Yeah. Thank you. Now,
We're having a
basically,
conversation, man, dude.
unfortunately, what's happened with the moon landing things is that it's given a license for other countries. The unfortunate thing
You're
about the moon
breaking up,
landings is
Ken.
that it's opened up a license. Okay, well, let me just finish. Yeah. It's opened up a license for people to open up their space budgets and steal money from the taxpayer. That's the unfortunate thing. America is costing American taxpayer $80 million a day currently from a $29 billion, $200 million a year budget. Okay, the latest space agency that started is Australia last week or the week before last have got their space program on the go now, and in Peru is knocking on the door. Okay, so the whole world is going to start stealing money from their taxpayers. Okay, I'll stop there for now. Bear that in mind.
Which is less than Americans spend on soft drinks, by the way. $55 billion a year on soft drinks. Sounds like a lot of money, but
Well, that's also terrible that people are getting soft
well,
drinks.
Yeah, you want to know?
agree with that.
Yeah, fucked up stat, dude. So California and Canada have like the same fucking population, and like so they both implemented like assisted suicide, and California has done like something like 400 and something deaths. Guess how many Canada's done?
Probably a lot more. I don't know.
50,000, dude.
That's it. I'm moving out of California.
50,000. Well, I mean, California probably safer than Canada.
I know. I'm gonna move to
Fucking
Arizona.
50,000 people they've fucking assisted suicided.
What is that seasonal affective disorder really kick in up there or what, dude?
I
That's
don't
intense.
fucking hey, I don't know. That's like worse than Seattle. Fuck.
California
That's
is
just crazy.
on fire now. I would say Canada is safer because California is on fire. Mel Gibson his house has been razed to the ground. Mel Gibson, California, Los Angeles on fire right now. There you go.
It's like talking to like an autistic fucking conspiracy theorist. Sorry. Yeah, but okay, so Matthew, do you not understand the severity of why the moon landing was so important to America?
Yeah, I would say
Because
the
like
moon landing is important because we wanted to demonstrate to the Russians in the middle of the Cold War that our technology is superior and be the first to go up there. And we did.
okay, so do you see how yeah, let's break down propaganda for a minute. Cause like the idea is that like you just stated a political opinion. Okay, so your opinion about the moon landing is political.
Yeah, based on
And
Cold War politics. Go
based
ahead.
on Cold War politics, that's right, because it's propaganda, dude. So like because you have a political bent on this, they have slipped in past your subconscious, okay, the cosmological implications of going to the moon. And you have readily accepted all of this proposition shit that was just addressed for kids, as you say, and culminated that there's a political fucking thing that you should be invested in more than the scientific actual implications of what just happened in their political maneuver to make sure that you would think that fucking the United States is more equipped than the fucking Russians. Like,
Okay.
do you see how, hold on, just back up before you respond, even consider it. That do you understand that like you're allowing them to slip in past your subconscious all the cosmological implications, and cosmology has a direct influence on your philosophy, and they've slipped in all this cosmological shit underneath your fucking nose, and you've accepted a political platform from fucking the Cold War era propaganda fucking politics of the Nazis who were brought over to the United States. Do you see why we're concerned?
Yes. So you're saying the cosmological implications that they snuck in is that the moon is in outer space or something like that?
No, no,
Or
no.
what
Well, it's more
specifically?
than that. It's more than that.
Which
It's
implications?
like, for instance, the idea that the Earth is moving. All of the implications, man. Because this is like would you agree that cosmology and philosophy are linked?
Yeah, they're important. Sure.
Okay, so like in our perspective, we look at it as though the Earth is stationary and still, and we're in God's little fucking creation for us, right?
Right.
That's how we look. That's how we look at it. You have a chaotic perspective of where you're like an anomaly on a rock floating through space. Do you know what I mean? Like and there
Right.
is like if you will like now. Granted, I'm not gonna say that there is no God in that world or anything like that. Who am I to say that, right? But what I mean is that the philosophical implications have shown that today's society is more atheistic and nihilistic and materialistic than ever.
Right.
Okay, and so what we're proposing this is a result of cosmological philosophy forced upon and slipped in through propaganda under the nose of people based off of World War II fucking propaganda that came from Nazis. So
Okay,
like
so let me get
we've
this right. You're saying that the propaganda from the Nazis and NASA later is that this cosmology of the globe religion and outer space and the moon exists, and that's what was really about what the moon landings was about. Not so much like beating the Russians, but sort of slipping in the assumption that space is real and that the moon is something that can be landed on. Right?
well I personally like I am invested in this concept all the way back to what I think was the beginning of the Earth's rotation, which was what I call like that's what to me what is the French Revolution. Because their whole mission was to destroy everything about imperialism,
But
including the
yeah,
stationary,
I hear
including
what
the
you're saying.
stationary.
But let
You know
me
what I mean?
just
So like,
respond to that real quick
yep.
before we go on to the earlier stuff. I hear what you're saying, but I think that I don't think it's plausible because the moon landings didn't show anybody that type of stuff, because before the moon landings, the vast majority of society already believed in space and already believed
No, that's not true though.
Yeah, it is.
I don't
Who
know, man,
didn't?
because
Who
dude,
didn't
look at
believe that?
Nietzsche. Look at Nietzsche. Nietzsche said when they, like, for instance, just for, like, for instance, in regards to cosmology, Nietzsche wrote that they killed God in a direct response to science claiming that the sun was moving through the galaxy and the solar system was bunk.
Yeah, it's
You know
when
what I
they
mean? Like,
separated. Well, they claim they separated science and religion, but really, that's it. Not even really what happened. They actually
well,
just tried pushing out a lot of the traditional and the truth and a lot of the spiritual truths, and then kind of replaced it with an even worse kind of culty religion thing that they then claim is the
well,
science,
here,
which is the superior one, as it were. In their
here
general.
to the defense of the revolutionists, though. Like, at the time, like, that, I mean, I think any one of us alive at the time would have been French revolutionists to some degree, because we would have been sick of monarchy. We would have been sick of this oppressive, uh, group of people that want to say that they're doing God's work and destroying everything. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason
Maybe. I might have been a
right. Like,
loyalist.
I'm just saying, like, there was a reason for that kind of a reaction. Do you know what I mean, to feudalism and the abuse of power, maybe at that time. But like, what I mean is that, like, it's because of these politics, because the idea of to destroy everything imperialistic. Now I don't know how grandiose these schemes and how big the chessboard or how long the game's been playing, but my point is that they, in an attempt to destroy everything imperialistic, or they're like, and by that I mean like Christly and kingly, and all of those kinds of ramifications, like God and flat Earth and, like, stationary Earth and God is. Like, I think that those positions were a lot stronger throughout history than we really understand these days. And I'm just saying that this proposition of destroying everything imperialistic also meant that they had to come up with a cosmology that destroyed the imperialistic version that God gave some king rights on Earth. You know what I mean? Or something like that. So, like, there was a time and a place for it. But we've gone so far materialistically that, we're at the point where that, like, we think we went to the moon, and I think that there's more politics involved in that, and I would hope you would recognize like I said, the brevity of the moon landing, because it really solidified all of this, state cosmology. You know what I mean? It made it. It really. It's what validated it, and what I think destroyed the conversation. That's why flat Earth is so hot today. Our DNA is craving this conversation. Because for eons, our people wondered and fucking marveled at the stars, and no one had the answers for sure. It's only until the 1960s that they went to the moon and they were like, "Oh yeah, we figured it all out. This is for the kids." Like, no.
Yeah, because they're basically like, well, yeah, well, not to shift it to this, but they're basically like saying they just like disprove the Bible, but
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, but not even that, because they quote the Bible at the beginning of it, like like, that's why you can't take God from the
Well, they
equation.
mix it in. I know. They're
I can't.
debunking Genesis while mixing it in. Yeah, while mixing it, I'm saying they're
Yeah, I wouldn't
debunking
call them
Genesis
debunking it.
while mixing in, saying like supporting certain parts of the biblical stuff.
And literally reading from the Genesis on, like, the Apollo 8 mission, maybe?
Right. Oh yeah. But that's the thing, is that, think about it like this: is how sneaky the propaganda. Because, like, what are they doing? They're disproving the Bible. What are they doing? They're quoting the Bible. It's like this propaganda at its highest level, man. It's fucking gaslighting at its highest level.
And then they kind of did the same thing with 9/11, blaming it on religious extremists, so that we kind of get a ill taste in our mouth regarding religion.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah.
well, like the Bible says that, I mean, men don't go to the celestials, and vice versa.
It does.
So this claim that that men are in the sky, in the heavens, is completely antithetical to pretty much like every ancient spiritual tradition.
It doesn't violate the Bible to go to the moon. It violates the Quran.
You maybe go up in a city up there or something like that. Like that, I'm down with that. I'm down with that, but not. You can't go land on a rock in the terms of the moon.
Yeah, in Islam, it's definitely sort of antithetical to the idea because they see the moon as sort of a holy place.
So they don't believe in the moon landing?
The traditional Muslims probably are forced not to.
Really? So if they don't think it's true, then they would basically say those people were liars, who claim to go to the moon.
Yeah.
No, actually, Muslims believe that they went to the moon. You can hear the imams. It supposedly helped to prove that the Earth was a globe. You see, so they're pushing that the moon landings are real. Only one or two scholars that know the truth that are against the idea of the moon landings. So
Yeah,
the
that's why I
average
was asking
Islamic
Matthew
man
what he
thinks
was.
the moon. Yeah.
I was kind of asking it in a rhetorical way. Yeah, Matthew, like I was like, really? Like, what do you? Yeah, what do you? Is that because?
I think
I mean,
only
obviously
the
there's
super
a globe.
conservative ones, the super conservative Muslims, I guess.
Okay. Wait. Okay. So what? But they still believe the globe.
Probably. I don't know. Actually, I don't know much about Islam.
Yeah, a lot of Muslims believe the Earth is a globe, and the science side of it.
Yeah.
They really do. But
And
the
that they
Quran,
went to the
interestingly,
moon, and that they landed on the celestial heavens, in
they
the sky.
don't get into it. They don't care.
Yes, that's right. Yes, absolutely. Yes, yes. A good majority. I would say maybe 90% of the Muslims believe that.
But it's interesting because there is there's passages in the Quran that kind of refute a bunch of it, and like Matthew said, like there's some like real strict like Salafi Muslims that don't believe it. Talk about it.
Yes, that's correct. Because in the Quran, it does state that the earth is flat, and they laid the carpet out flat with the mountains to hold the carpet down in its position, and it's not moving. These verses are there, being misinterpreted. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, that's why I'm at loggerheads for 10 years with my brother on this one, because he's a devout Muslim, but he doesn't believe in the moon landings. He knows that was a hoax, but he still thinks the Earth is a globe. Okay, there you are.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason the sky is above us, and it's not like a place where the humans roam. Like humans don't roam in those celestials. But in this whole system, they're claiming, oh yeah, we do. We're up there, and Scott Kelly's bouncing around.
So, I mean, you could make the same argument 500 years ago that the sky is reserved for the birds, and that's another definition of the heavens is the sky. So that's not a place for humans. But lo and behold, we invented flight, and now there are thousands of humans at any one time, 5 miles above the earth, flying somewhere. So,
no, that's fair, but that's not really the heavens, though. 5 miles, to be
Yeah,
fair.
yeah. And how about
the
this?
birds go in the heavens.
Hold on.
If
the engine cuts off, everyone falls and dies. Though that's the difference.
That's one key difference. Yeah.
Unless
what goes up must
space
still
shuttle
come
for
down.
17 days.
Yeah, they just catch the rocket in an airship, and then they chill up there for 17 days, and then they just jump off when they're ready to come back down.
That's it, with the helium balloons and that. Yeah, high altitude balloons. Yeah.
I think it's just wild that they haven't been back, man. And that's like it's like it's like anytime like when these guys start coming with like where's the flat Earth model? Where's the whatever? Well, where's the fucking moon landing going? Like when are you going back to the moon? Because every year or whatever, right? They're like, oh, we're going back in this year, and then we're going back in that year, and it never fucking happens.
What do you suppose the purpose of going back would be?
So, well, how about this? We'll get you a model of the fucking how the stars work on a flat Earth when you guys get us fucking another trip to the moon actually happening.
No, I'm saying, why do you
Yeah.
think
Yeah, we'll trade it off. We'll trade off.
What would be the motive for going back to the moon?
What would be the motive? What would be the
Yeah.
motive?
Because
Well,
you
to
yourself
prove-
are
to
saying
prove-
it's
okay,
What
we
would
go.
be
To
the
prove that
motive? Are
they
you
went.
like?
I have a joke motive, but it's also kind of could be true. How about just go retrieve the two $30 billion rovers that they just drove around for a few hours and left there?
Well, no. How about
Sure.
this though? How about this though? Why the fuck do people climb Mount Everest? Like, it's already been done.
Yep, but not for that one person.
They want the
somebody climbs
experience.
because they themselves.
Yeah, they
wanna
want.
go.
So, like, why the fuck wouldn't we be going to the moon if we had it down so fucking pat?
We already
Why
did all the
wouldn't you know what I
science.
mean? Like, if
There's
we
no more
just
science to be done.
right, if there's more science to be done, if there's more fucking, I mean, shit, we could drop another feather in a hammer. Fucking like, I'm just saying, like if like, what do you mean? Like, there's no reason to go back, or poo pooing the idea that people would want
Absolutely
to go back.
outrageous, man.
Oh,
No,
dude, there's
I didn't
tons
say
of
people didn't
reasons.
want to go
There's
back. I'm
endless
saying why.
reasons.
Big man.
Endless reasons why we'd want to go back. First of all, if they had actually gone to the moon, the first thing you would do is keep travel going from the moon and back to the Earth. Keep that flowing, flowing, and flowing. Then they would certainly have brought up some basic building materials to at least have some kind of way, because there's so many things that you would be testing on the moon in terms of like the different gravity, as it were, and then being out in space in that model and all that. So they would definitely have already had some science bases, at least some basic government stuff that would be set up there. Like I said, I mean, whether it would turn into like hotels and restaurants on the moon for people to travel there, that's a whole nother level. I'm just talking about those basics. And of course, there's a million reasons for that. Like you want to be able to like have a woman reproduce, and see, do humans reproduce, on the moon. You'd want to grow food, figure out this food situation, figure out all kinds of how can we live there, how to live there. I mean, that would be the most amazing discovery. And to think that they would just like leave it for decades upon decades. There's a million reasons why at least having some basic outposts. Oh, having a telescope there, that alone, having a telescope. And then if you even want to get into like the weird stuff about like, oh, what if there's aliens? Like, well, if you're on the moon and you have telescopes and cameras and you have all that stuff you need, now you can see if there's some alien craft coming from far off, or maybe there's an asteroid. When you get outside the Earth's atmosphere, you could get maybe a more clear shot to see if there's asteroids coming, and you'd have all kinds of equipment up there, at least the basic equipment. I mean, like I said, turning it into like hotels and cities and a whole like, Disneyland up there, that's another story. But yeah, if it was real and if they really went, they would already have all kinds of basic outposts there, military style, and it would already have to be delegated as to how it's being used. Because like I said, it would also have a huge military advantage. If the countries were separate and actually against each other, it would have a huge, I don't think they are at this point, but nonetheless, like in their model or in their thing. So it would also have to be locked down on that level. And something more than just they went and no one's been back. There would have to be like actually a whole series of things and setting up equipment there. And there's a million reasons to want to do that for the future
Yeah,
of
so I
humanity,
hear
for
what you're saying,
science.
but it's just hard to like attribute reasons and motives to people. So, for example, you could say the same type of thing, like, "Oh, why don't we have supersonic travel anymore? I mean, we used to, but how come you can't buy a plane ticket from London to New York, and travel supersonically?" And the answer is
Because those planes go
politics,
too
money.
high of altitude, it was giving away that we're not on a globe. So
No,
they
it's
stopped
because it
them.
was too expensive and there wasn't a economic reason to do that.
Right, but those planes still exist.
They don't fly them anymore. The military has some faster than sound planes, but you can't buy a ticket anymore.
The Concorde or whatever, didn't that used to be like
That's my point. It used to exist, but how come we don't fly the Concorde anymore?
Yeah, many people think we don't because it was set such a high altitude that you could see that the Earth is a plane, like more so than you could, and it was giving it away. So they stopped it. That's many people's theory, I'm saying, as to why they stopped it, because it was like kind of too revealing for like, planar Earth and all that, not being a globe, to go up to that altitude at those speeds. Maybe they didn't want to give that, because dude, if you could use like infrared from that altitude, like wow, that would be, you could do some serious globe shredding with that.
yeah, I just think there'd be much more like ease of access if they had gone also. I don't see like it's like I don't understand how people can just walk past like, Elon Musk saying, it's real because it looks so fake. Like, I don't know how we can walk past the political motives of the era of the moon landing or walk past how fake it all looks.
Yeah, but you're walking
You know,
past
because
the fact that we don't have supersonic travel anymore.
Well, no, fair. I mean, fair enough. I
Or
was curious
cities underwater.
if you could rent them. Well, I mean, I don't know. Cities underwater, but I mean, like, I just think of it like, because you know what was really like in the pro-Americana sense of it. What I look at it as what I don't want to happen, and this is the only reason I could see we're going against flat Earth as far as like thinking it's totally just retarded. It's like because the you know, like the idea is to me that like a bunch of Nazis faked the moon landing in order to bring it up 60 years later to try to help destroy the country because they're going to show that the government lied to the people. You know, that's something that I don't like about the, you know, any of these ideas. But in reality, when you look at it, dude, like, man, I think they must have faked this shit. Like, this shit is just, it's ridiculous, dude. You can't accept some of that footage that they've given us over the years and think that it's real. Like, do you think that all of the footage that they've given us is real?
100%.
100%. 100%. Oh, 100%.
It's not hard for me to believe because I think space is real and that
Yeah,
it's
no.
possible.
100% though. 100%.
100%.
See, but like, doesn't that then remove you from the fucking conversation as being an intellect?
No.
How not?
Because I believe them doesn't
Yeah, but
mean
we know you don't have
false.
proof for it, so
Right,
to
right,
say
right. But it's
100, it's like
you don't reserve like 1%. You don't reserve like 0.5%. You don't reserve any percentage that they might have fucking lied to you and that it was about politics.
That's weird. I got kicked out. I was saying not that not that there's that I have 100% certainty. I think that 100% of the footage is true. So maybe I said it wrong. I'm like 95%.
Okay, fair enough. Yep, I got you.
Yes, I do
Yep, I
reserve
got
5% that it's fake. Sure.
wait, you think 5% of NASA's stuff is fake?
No, he's
I think
reserving.
I'm
I-
I'm 95% sure that it's correct. That 100% of it is correct. I'm using too many percentages here.
yeah, no, I get you though.
I'm confused. 100%
No,
that
I
the
get.
footage is real, but
No, he says
95% believe that they went there and 5% reserved for skepticism.
no. Yeah, what he said was 95%. He believes in 95% that 100% of their footage is legit.
Right.
That's all.
Wow.
Yeah. What do you call it? But like, yo, dude, can somebody pull up some gifs that just show how ridiculous? Shit is?
95% that 100%.
Dude,
So
can
we
somebody
shouldn't be
pull
surprised
up
that
one?
things look
Ridiculous.
different at 1/6 gravity.
Bro.
So you're saying,
Hold on.
we know what it should look like, and
Hold on, no.
these
Like, I'm
things
talking
aren't
like
right.
no, listen. I'm talking like spacewalk footage, even like because we got to pull up some fucking of the spacewalk footage from like. Come on, bro. Dude, this shit is fucking. All right, I'm gonna have to go look for something. I don't know if anyone put
It's
anything in
like
there.
Matthews.
it's like
Matthews.
D-. It's about D- level Hollywood. That's what it is.
Matthews, could you add a couple of percentage signs to your name as well?
I'll put my my level at about 90. I put it higher than 95%, but there still is a room for there's a possibility.
There's like A-level actors, like like the Tom Cruises and those dudes. Those are like kind of the A-level, and then there's like B-level and C. And when you get to NASA, you're at like D. You're at the D level and
Well,
below
assuming
for their acting. Their
assuming that
acting
you're
is so bad. It's so bad.
assuming
but they
that you're
still get
happy
a
simply
star.
calling everyone that's ever done that.
Yeah, I give him 1 star. I'll give him 1 star.
I mean,
Part
they
of
still
part
get a
of the,
star
lie.
in Hollywood.
Well, I thought
But
you meant like
given that-
1 out of. Well, I thought you meant like 1 out of 5 stars. Like, yeah, I would give him 1 star.
So
I mean, they're at least
I like
putting
to
on
do is
somewhat of a show.
I like to imagine fast forwarding. So I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago, I thought at some point someone is going to go to Antarctica. At some point, someone is going to go in a high, balloon or something like that. And it ended up happening. The Atlanta. Yes. Sorry, it's late. The Antarctica thing ended up happening, and what do you know? Sun didn't
Yeah,
set.
so like 40
Right?
years from now, they're going to have the final experiment where they're going to send Witsit around the moon and see what happens.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I'm thinking another 5 years, Flat Earth will go up to the space station. They'll have a private space station or something.
No, that's what I would
Or they'll go
expect.
back
Like
to the
by this
moon.
time, for sure, I would expect that there already would be like wealthy people that set up exactly that, like a trip around the moon. Yeah, that would
But
be a thing.
the exact same thing will happen. Someone will go up there, and we'll get another Jaren. Another Jaren will happen. It just takes time. It's just not a high priority for. But it'll happen. Like Antarctica happened. Everyone said, "Oh no, can't go there. You'll get shot or whatever." People said that. I think the same thing with the moon.
Oh, but elbow too. Sorry, just to link back. Someone was typing in the chat. Yeah, you're saying that. Yeah, I was saying obviously a different thing out of 5 stars, but yeah, you're saying that they also that these astronauts have actual Hollywood star in Hollywood. Yeah, and then this person just said they have a Hollywood circle, so they have a whole.
It isn't a star.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, so they're like literally Hollywood actors in more ways than one.
Not everybody with a star on Hollywood is an actor.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, to me, in my experience, like the facade of the NASA kind of hoax show, in my viewpoint, that they're doing, it was a bit okay when I first started researching it. Was like in like 2004, 2005. I really started. I was researching the moon landing pretty deep back then, and it did take me like at least a month or two of just spending like an extra hour or two I had every day for like a month or two. There's a good amount of like at the end of the day, I went through tons of stuff. However many hours that was total, I don't know, but I remember it was about 2 months. And so it did take me that long to really go through all, because back then there was very little content. I mean, well, I could find stuff, I was finding plenty of information of people saying it's real, plenty of information of people saying it's fake. So, I mean, there was stuff there, but I mean, still way different than now. Like, there wasn't all the content in any way. So I still had to dig and go through it all. And back then, I didn't have a whole community. I mean, I had like obviously friends, people I could talk to, but nobody really was going through it or had already gone through it. So I pretty much was on my own in that way too. So, but nonetheless, like when I spent all that time to do it, like it was a bit of a nut to crack for me. Like it wasn't just extremely easy. It did take some time at that time in my life to really see that the moon landing was not legitimate. Because at the beginning I was kind of like, yeah, it was just basically 50-50, or I wasn't really decided, so it didn't matter. So I didn't really have if anything, I had a bias that it was real because, I was brought up that way, and like that was, yeah. So I mean, if anything, I had somewhat of a bias towards that it was real, but I was open-minded as well, and then I looked into all the components of it. So I guess that I did have to like crack that kind of shell, but then like for sure, especially later when I realized more about the Earth and everything, and then more looking into NASA even more. I mean, to me at this point, like it is, for me personally, it is just very, very easy for me to see through the facade of that they're really not doing what they're claiming they're doing, and it's just like
Let me ask you.
patently obvious to me.
Let me ask you a question. What are the people? What are the people that are telling Jaren that he is a liar and that he didn't go to Antarctica? What are they doing, if not exactly what you've done as saying that you have investigated the moon landings? They have done the same thing to Jaren, saying he wasn't there, and they're using all the same things. They're using angles. They're using the sun. They're using, oh, this doesn't look right, or this was distorted, or use a hand signal. They're doing everything. It's just like, it sounds exactly like the moon landing. Moon landing, saying the moon landing is fake. It's the way they've dealt with Jaren. Same thing. And that's why Jaren is only out. Half of the reason Jaren's out is because the sun didn't set, but the other half is he was the way he was dealt with after he came back by his friends, and that's what the moon landing is. It's, for me, the Antarctica, the final experiment, has really. I couldn't believe how similar the things people were saying to the moon landings. But this time they're saying it about people, specifically about Jaren, someone they knew. So if they're able to do that about someone they knew, why not about someone they don't know and are never going to meet?
Well, we're not. You got to think though, too, man. We're saying that maybe that there is shit going on up there, but it's not under the auspices of the way you guys explain it. Like, as you know, we have our theories about like space travel and what they might actually be doing. We
Right.
just think that like, I mean, because mankind is really intelligent, etc. But like,
Okay.
the globe.
Well,
I'm just trying to say, like, but you're right though. I felt that same kind of. I've had that consideration, if you will, like the idea,
do
like.
this. Let me just ask you this.
Well, you're kind of clipping him, man. He was right in the middle. I don't know. I kind
I
of wanted to hear the
apologize.
rest of what he was saying.
No, he's fine. I'll take his question. Which question?
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. So fair, man. I'm going to say this again. I know it's the middle of the night and everything, but Gio, you're so fair, and I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Oh, crud. I lose my chain of thought so easy. Okay,
Well, no,
so
the idea.
Steelman,
Yep.
Steelman for me, how we got out of past the Van Allen belts. Can you steal that, Steelman? That what's our story? How we did it?
I don't, well, I mean, from whose perspective? Because I mean,
From our
like
perspective, as a Steelman.
that we had our electronics and everything secure so that it could pass through everything, and essentially it didn't affect us as we passed through it on the way to the moon. It didn't cause electrical problems. You know what I mean? Like what?
I would say Buzz was buzzing when he went through it. That's the story.
But why? What's the pertinence?
The pertinence is it just as I've looked at flat Earth, I've sort of tried to understand. As we were talking with New Perspective, I was trying to understand. I did eventually. It took a while before I tried to figure out. He said so many words, I couldn't. Each sentence was like overflowed over the next sentence, and by the time he'd said about 45 sentences, I could no longer remember what the first one was. But I got it eventually. And so that's what I mean is that I eventually understood what his objection was to with the flights and landing and stuff. Then I said, okay, I think this is what he's saying. And I'd like to do that with the moon landing sort of stuff, is to really understand what the objections are and how, and also in respect that I don't think this is going to sound unfair, Gio, and I'm sorry, but because News Perspective is not here to defend himself, and I'm going to apologize. But it didn't sound to me that he was able to really steelman what our claim is in regards to landing planes in different latitudes. And I just wondering if that is also the case with the moon landings.
Well, would you? It's kind of the same question we were asking, like with Matthew. Would you agree that there was quite a lot of politics surrounding the moon landings, like, and the idea that they did slip in? Like, again, I'll ask kind of the same line of questions. Like, do you think cosmology affects philosophy?
It's a very, very good question, and I think the answer is no. I don't think it really does. I don't think. I don't think it does because, well, from the way I'm looking at it, it sounds as if the idea is that if the Earth is not a globe and it is in fact flat, then there's something big going on. But the idea that the Earth is flat, not a globe, isn't in and of itself an important detail. It's that there is a big cover up going on. Is that fair?
Well, I think it's more than a cover up in the sense of like it's actually at this point it's a denial of a philosophy that our ancestors were privy to.
I see.
And so in order to, it's like a birthright that has been denied us because
What
ultimately, what's up?
what understanding do you think you're lacking then? What has been covered over that you're not allowed to see?
Well, it's not the lack of understanding. It's just, it's the, you know what it is? It's the effects
I think,
of,
yeah, I do.
well,
I
yeah,
do.
the effects, check it out. The
Yeah.
effects of there for what is for me like cosmological implications, right? Like for instance, right now, it's like, or just like, look at the societal effects of the cosmological transitions over history, right? It's like even over history or whatever, even. But the idea is that mankind is like sought to better itself and make itself more intelligent and more whatever up until a certain point almost. And it seems like and maybe it's always been like this, but it seems like there's like the materialism of today
Yes.
and the nihilism of today, why everyone's
Oh
on
yeah.
drugs, why everyone's on drugs, why everyone's fucking just completely miserable,
Mm.
thinks that, world's out to get them and fucking all the rest of the negativity that comes with it. That fucking depression, that hopelessness is a side effect, in my opinion, and a lot of others, is a side effect of the hopelessness of the cosmology. Because you're essentially, like, to sound cliche, but like you're like mold on a rock floating through
Mm.
space aimlessly with no moral check because it's irrelevant to your organism's fucking advancement. And this puts one who's not, who has the intellect, or what is mind, right? What are we thinking? What is love, right? Is it just chemicals in your brain? Like this kind of shit. And so to limit us to say that no, love is just chemicals in your brain and
That
that's all
is,
that it is. Do you know what I mean? Like, because that's what it comes
Mm.
down to. Is love just chemicals in your brain, man?
Well, I think it's more of like a pyramidal fractal.
Well, real quick though, but just to bring it in, because it's not. It's not that the earth is still and you're the center of creation and God created it for you. No, no, no. What you don't understand is you're just moving at such a rate that you can't exceed. You know what I mean? It's just all into fucking bullshit that doesn't have any real world effect on my life. You
It's
know what I mean? Like if I think the earth,
occultist pseudophysics.
well, that too,
oh,
but like just the audacity of limiting my knowledge of another perspective. And that's what the moon landing did. It
well,
concretized, it carterized our imagination in this realm of thought we've had for eons, man.
that is honestly, to me, that is, I'm sort of, I don't understand that. I'm baffled by that because for me, I feel like it's the opposite. It is
But
it,
look at the effects of society, dude.
are they linked? You're linking
Are they
them, but are they
not?
linked? No, I
Well,
don't
I
think
would
so.
dare say they
It's
are.
in the way that
I see. This
they
is
are.
okay. Well, so like just like when we were talking Matthew, like the idea that the
Yeah.
the moon landing snuck in with it, right? Not just with the propaganda that we were better than Russia, but also that we figured out the fucking universe. And that's just like
Well,
completely glossed over. So
you
what it
got two.
did when it did that is
Yeah.
what it did though is it solved the question that our ancestors have been debating for eons.
I I don't know that our ancestors knew very much. I think we give them more credit. I think there
Well,
are
not
some
all of
things
them.
technologically that we don't know about that they knew, obviously. But I think we give them more credit. You know that they did not understand that germs cause disease until 1900. They didn't know germs existed. They
You
weren't
know they could
about.
live in
We think
you
they're
know they
about
could live in the
seriousness,
woods.
but they're not.
Like, how many people today that could live in the woods, bro?
Yeah, and they did know about them. They just didn't refer to them with these common terms. Like, for example, even the ancient shamans, like they know like certain plants and how you can.
Yeah,
There are certain things in the environment how to treat them. So yeah, I mean, they knew there were exchanges of dynamics that were going on there.
yeah. But the life expectancy for 1900 was 50. If you look at the age of how people lived, it's women would have
Yeah, guess what?
the
Too.
birth
You know
rate
what
was
else? Too?
very
There was
high
no fat
because the death
people,
rate was so.
brother. There was no
Yes, true.
fat people. Look at these people dying of fucking cardiac diseases because they fucking don't know how to feed themselves, dude. Like, what are you trying to compare our generation with them? Because like you
Well,
can go tit for tat. You could go tit for
well,
tat. It's just like there's
in some ways,
alcoholics back then. There was drug addicts today. You know what I mean?
that's true. But our life expectancy is much higher than it used to be. But despite that, I mean, if you live today and you decide you're going to be extremely healthy, then that's the best way of doing it, is to take the technology that we have, but also you also have access. For example, I'll
Well,
give you an example. If you lived in Georgia, as I do, in the 1800s, you didn't have strawberries. You can have strawberries all year round. Well, we have strawberries all year round now, so I can eat strawberries. I can eat any fruit I want. But in the past, that was not true. I couldn't have strawberries in December. There's stuff like that. But I get what you mean. I do get what you mean. I'm just wondering what that is, how that is linked to cosmology.
well, my thing is that like with intellects, right? Because I would think we could all agree like intellects have existed in all ages, and they are rare, right? So it's like to a certain extent, right? Like, but and this is why I'm
Yeah.
fascinated with the times, and also this, right? So like we're supposed to pick and choose what is the best and keep and cultivate that so that it, inevitably expresses its bestness or whatever, right? Like
Mhm.
whatever it is. And so all we're proposing is that we want to cut off the dead branch of humanity because we're willing to accept technology and all the rest of it that comes with all this glorious advancement of human technology, but we also want to keep what's good. So the branch of like we figured out the fucking world by the moon landing, right? Which is a cosmological, like they solved an ancient, like they've literally. It's like saying that I know for 100% that the chicken came before the egg. It's literally that retarded of a fucking proposition in my estimates and other people's too. Like so, like for us to get rid
What
of
is
this the idea that we landed on the moon, like because like it's so fake to us. It's so like I look at the footage and I
is
want to throw up. It's so fake. Like,
is there a
and
technological reason why we can't land on the moon?
I mean, well, apparently because they haven't gone back, right?
Well,
And they can't get through the
no,
Van
because
Allen belt, and they fucking hold on, and they fucking lost the technology, right?
all right, but that's just no. So when I was
What do you
asking
mean?
you to
All right.
peel
What do you mean?
down,
No, no, no. What do you mean? All right. Like, okay, so they lost the technology, right? So we can't go
yeah,
back. We haven't gone back, right?
all
So
right,
that's just
it,
so my point is that it's so my point is that the fact that they went almost is not that it's useless, but my point is that it's not useless in light of if you want to change a bunch of people's perspective cosmologically and throw it under their nose. I'm saying you're being manipulated subconsciously because they fucking altered your general setting around you and you think it doesn't matter. But in reality, I think that it does. Like it's a subliminal thing that matters to you is your cosmology. And they just slipped in the answer to like this debate that's been happening for eons into a political maneuver to look like they were more technologically advanced than Russia.
well,
I don't know how you don't see that.
I understand, but I object to it, and I'll tell you why. The reason I object to it is because it's it's like a never ending thing that it just grows and grows and grows. Then so to get to the moon, you need a high degree of technology. But then once you get to the moon, then the Russians would have to know that we could get to the moon. So we impress the Russians. Okay, all right. But what about years later, after the Russia is no longer USSR? Okay, it's now well CCCP. Sorry, it's now the Russian Federation. So it's no longer under communist rule, and they have all that information, and they have at times been our enemy and at times be our friend. So what you have to do then is you've got to sort of expand it to include NASA and all of that. But now you've also got to include Russia and say that Russia's colluding with us. And that would also include other countries that have space programs. They've also got to be colluding with us. So it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. until you just say no, everyone's in it, everyone's in on it, and the whole world. And then you get in a situation there where you're then saying the entire world is involved in this big
Well,
festival.
hold on. Do you know what compartmentalization is?
Yes.
Right. Do you know what
Yes,
do you know what non-disclosures are? You know what I mean, bro? Like, I mean, dude, I just don't know. My point is that, like,
no,
I'm not. My thing is this: is that I'm not going to invest my cosmological outlook into what a bunch of clandestine countries. You know what I mean? Potentially, like, potentially, like, being able to create a general setting for humanity in order to create like a new world government or something like that. Like, I could see that happening. I could see
I've
a
got to be honest.
clandestine group of people trying to do that, dude. I could definitely see that happen. I mean, it happens in business, bro. Look at businesses.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I had
Yeah. If I can just interject for 60
oh,
seconds,
it's Jin.
and it will clear up. It
Someone
will clear up any
unmuted you. What
confusion.
is happening?
Yeah. Can
How
I?
are you
Yeah. I
doing,
don't know who
Jin?
muted me. Right. Thank you very much. All I was going to say is that if you can understand the makeup of space, then you will understand how NASA never had the equipment to contend with the environment. They were not their vehicles weren't fit for purpose. It's impossible for us to
Yeah,
be in space, yet alone land on the moon. When you understand
it's
that fact, hang on a second, please. When you understand that fact, then you can understand how the rest of the like Russia and all the other China and the other countries with space agencies are working together because they know it's impossible. We can't do it. When you understand
so
that, I'll stop there.
right.
Go ahead.
So Russia then is colluding with America. So it's including Russia. Who else is colluding with America to make sure none of this
Yeah,
gets out?
I'll give you the list. I'll give you the list. You've got India, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Australia just joined last week, Russia, Canada, Britain, France. I did say China, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. So all those with a space agency,
You missed one.
they're all colluding together. Absolutely, without a
You
doubt.
missed you missed Italy.
New
Italy,
Zealand.
I didn't know Italy had a
I mean,
space program. I don't
they're
know
part
if
of
Italy.
Italy.
New Zealand, I
They
know,
built
but not Italy.
Italy built the cupola
The
in the
cupola, yeah,
space
but
station.
okay, but do they actually have a space
Just being funny.
agency? Hang on, are they putting
I've just
rockets
been
in
funny with you,
space?
Tim.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I didn't catch that.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry.
So basically, yes, they're all colluding together as all the
Okay.
aforementioned countries. Yeah.
And what's the end goal of this? What's the end game? Is there an end
Well,
game?
the end game is the indoctrination continues. Okay, they amass a wealth and thus control humanity still. That's what's going on at the moment. And the people like the flat earthers are the spanner in the machine that's breaking down the machine, you know? I mean, for example, I mentioned Paul on the plane. He took the pictures that are supposedly taken from space by NASA and the Lunar Reconnaissance Library, subjected those photographs to the digital software analysis, yeah? And every picture, all 8,000 of them, are fake, proving that they can't go to take the pictures because they're fake pictures.
Did
Photoshop
he do that to the
composites
raw
and copy
pictures
and
or
paste.
JPEGs?
He took pictures, the JPEGs, everything. If you go to his site, you will see the work. It takes a long time to download the raw images and the JPEGs. Subjected them clearly. They're all fake. No shenanigans, no cheating. You can do it yourself.
Yeah. Well, I don't believe that because I didn't. He's never published results in any way that are.
Yeah, yes, he has. Yes, he has. If you go to the Apollo Detectives, okay,
Right,
Apollo
let me do that.
Detectives. Yeah, I'm telling you now. If you go to the ApolloDetectives.com, you go to their site, you go to the playlist, and it's the third one down called Space is Fake. And there's 26 videos, I think, there,
Is that
if I remember
it's
rightly. 26 videos.
video?
Yes,
Okay,
because he's walking. What it is he walks you through how to do it, and he shows you, and you see him actually analyzing the photographs, and they're fake, and you can do that for yourself.
Link to me which specific picture. You know, remember I'm a photographer.
Basically, it's from the very beginning. It's the Lunar Reconnaissance Earthrise one. So you go to the playlist. It's video number 1, and it starts there. So just go
Oh,
there.
that's a composite, that one I think you're talking about.
Yes,
Yeah, I
that's
was going to
correct.
say,
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's acknowledged as a composite. So it's
So,
I
No.
just-
Not. I know what you mean. No, if you actually go to the site, you will learn. You will
What
see
site?
him
What site?
download. That's not a composite because he's downloading it from the library. It's not a composite. No.
No, they say it's a composite. They acknowledge it's a composite.
No, not the one that he analyzes.
I just
Okay.
link. Can you link the specific thing? We can talk about it just briefly, or I mean, I can look at some other thing.
No, it's going to be rather time consuming. That's why I'm giving you the actual site to go there for yourself and have a look. I did it. I actually did it and learned, so you can do the same. I've
Is
done
it
it. You
YouTube?
can do it.
You talk about a YouTube channel.
I'm talking about the Apollo Detectives, their channel, Apollo Detectives.
Yeah, so it is a
You go
YouTube
to their
channel. I'm on
channel.
it right now.
Right, and then go to the playlist section. Go to the playlist, and then go
Playlist?
down to Click on the playlist. You got the Apollo discussions and that. The next one, and the next one down is Space is Fake, Faking Space. Paul on the Plane,
Faking
and there's about
Space.
26 videos I think in there. Click on the first video, start watching, and he takes you through what he does to detect whether or not, to authenticate whether a picture is actually genuinely from space taken or not.
All right.
Quite
Well,
simple,
first of all,
really.
Jen, I think we've talked about this before. I could be considered an SME, as me. All right. I'm a subject matter expert on this topic. I've been a photographer for 36 years.
Doesn't matter.
So
I'm not really
it would take
concerned
me
about
about
that.
10 seconds to know whether he is. He knows what he's talking about.
To be quite honest, your attempt to assassinate the character really is not welcomed here. Look at the work that's been put on the
assassinate no
table.
one's character.
Excuse me, material. The material is what we're talking about. The actual material.
Jim, could I ask a quick question?
I did
Yes,
not. I
please,
did
go
not
ahead.
assassinate anyone's character. I told you that I'm basically an expert in this
You're
topic.
trying to. You're trying to.
I posted a link in the chat. Is that the same image that he did?
Yeah.
Basically, I can't see the chat at the moment because I'm on the iPad, so the screen's shut down, and I'm only using my mic. I've been in this 10 years. I've been studying this for 24 years. So I've seen a lot. You know the images yourself. Go and look at his material, watch the material, and then come back. There's 26 videos you've got to watch. And watch the process he does.
Videos.
You're not listening to me. I gave you the name. It's called Earthrise. You need to watch the videos in order to learn.
Yeah, that's Earthrise. So I just posted the Earthrise, and if you look at the link, it's acknowledged as a composite. It's actually acknowledged as a composite.
That's
the first issue.
Is it taken from the actual video number 1 in the playlist? Is that where you got it from?
No, it's just got the same name that you're describing. L Rock,
So the word is
Earthrise, which is what I just posted.
Yeah, hang on a minute. The word is no. The word is no. This one is coming from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter that was supposedly put into space.
That's what I posted.
In 2009 at the cost
That's
of
what I posted.
$500 million. Okay, go and look at all 26 videos and then come back. Go and have a look.
I just posted the L Rock Earthrise Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter.
Yeah, proven.
Yeah, Earthrise photo. I just posted it, and it's, if you read the link when it was published, it said it was a composite.
Yeah. Right, it's been proven to be fake. There are other pictures as well yes, they've all been proven to be fake.
No, they have not.
One of them.
If you stop talking long enough, let me speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're saying many words to avoid letting me speak. Let me speak.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So 2 minutes and 8 seconds in that video, 2 minutes, 10 seconds, let's say that. On the first video, season 1, episode 1, LRO photographic analysis, part 1. It's a JPEG. Remember I said 2 things. First of all, I said, I'm a subject matter expert. And I said, I would be able to find out very, very quickly if he knows what he's talking about or he doesn't know what he's talking about. And I also mentioned raw pictures and JPEGs. He's downloading JPEGs.
He's also downloading the raw images, because if you listen to him, he tells you he downloads the compressed JPEGs, and then he downloads the full raw one, and it takes longer to download.
No,
he states that as he's doing. Yes, he does. Yes, he
2 minutes,
does.
43 seconds. He's drawing. He's pulled up the gamma bright on the JPEG. He's not looking at the raw images, and even if he was looking at the raw images, they're still scans,
right?
Because it's from film. And then as you can look at it, you can see the very clear square, or it's actually a rectangle, over the moon, right? Which means someone has drawn a marquee over the moon, which means two things: either it's composite, or someone simply drew a marquee over that area and brightened it up.
Yeah.
Those
Remember, we're looking.
Neither
remember, we're looking.
Neither of them are fake, unless they're stated to be.
Okay, we're looking at the Earthrise image from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, looking at Earth. So you're looking at the image of Earth from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. That's the image we're talking about, proven to be fake. Yeah. What's his name? Hang on. Let me finish. Let me finish. You've got what's his name? Rob Skibber and Jeron also did this in 2016. That's when I first heard about the copy and paste Earthrise with the box around it. But then you go to the Lunar. Hang on. Then you go a few years later. This is now 2009. Okay, when they supposedly launched the set this orbiter into orbit around the moon. Okay, and they're taking he's analyzing these images. They're all fake. That's the point we're saying. They've all been proven to be fake. That's what he said.
May I speak again?
He gave us the number of 8,000. 8,000 of them, he says. But carry on.
Could I just speak briefly? So that if you look at the image, you look at the description about when it was first published, it said it was a composite from two images aboard the spacecraft. So one was scanning the surface and one took a photograph of Earth, and they made a composite from it. So what he did was confirm exactly what NASA said, which was that it was a composite from two images. So there's not an issue here.
No, there is an issue. There is an issue because it's meant to have been coming from space. The fact is that when he uses the software is highlighting that it wasn't from space, because let me explain. When you use the software, they're looking for what's called noise across the image. Yeah, and when they subject it to it, there is no noise because, like you just said, it's copy and paste. So it hasn't come from space. Because if it had come from space, there would be noise there genuinely. And the question there would be if it is a composite, why is NASA giving us composite images, right, at the cost of $500 million to the taxpayer? Where are the real images? And when you look in the libraries, it says it's the real image. Okay.
No, it says it's a composite.
Hang on. If you go to NASA.gov and take their pictures from their library, NASA's library, again, they're all fake. NASA.gov library. Moon landing.
Yeah, I sent you the link, and it actually to that photograph, and NASA says it's a composite.
Yes, they may say it's a composite, but like we are saying, it is fake imagery, ladies and gentlemen. That's the point we're highlighting. And please remember the picture. Why are we getting composites instead of the real image from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter if it is there? Why are we getting composite shots? Where's the
They also give us photographs as well. They just decided in this case to do a composite.
Basically, ladies and gentlemen, Paul on the plane downloads the photographs. When you follow the 26 videos, you see him downloading the real images from the library, subjecting them to the software, and the pictures have been proven fake. That's the first thing, okay? Secondly, there's another anomaly, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the Lunar Reconnaissance...
Jim,
hang on, I'm nearly there. Don't interrupt me, please. Please do not interrupt me.
These run-on sentences are not conducive to a real conversation.
No, because I've got a lot to say. That's the thing. So just wait a second. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is able to orbit the moon 12 times a day to see the Earthrise, okay? Now, if that's the case, the recent landings of India, China, Russia and Israel and that would have been captured as the rockets and the rockets approached the moon. We have no imagery of that at all, of these spacecrafts coming, because every 2 hours the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, if it is there, can see the Earth. So it would have been able to capture these spacecrafts approaching the moon. Yeah, I'm finished now. You just keep.
Yeah, okay. So they have photographed the landing sites, and obviously, yeah, I mean, sure that it's orbiting the moon, but it's not necessarily in the same orbit as those spacecraft approaching. So it's unrealistic to think that it can capture those spacecraft as they're approaching. But it has captured landing sites. It's captured the Indian landing site, I think the Japanese one. So I mean, it has photographed those landing sites, and those have been published.
And again, those are fake imagery. And like I said, ladies and gentlemen, if you can capture the landing site, then it stands logical that you can also capture the actual spacecrafts approaching the Earth. Remember, it's an Earthlight. It sees the Earth. So it would see these spacecrafts approaching the moon over the 3-day journey that it takes to get to the moon. Okay, so there would be ample pictures of the not one picture do we see of spacecrafts approaching the moon. That's a massive anomaly and a cataclysm of a mistake. Okay, we know they didn't go to space, right?
I think if you worked out the angular size for the spacecraft as it was in cislunar kind of in between the Earth and the Moon, I mean, it's going to be tiny. There's no way anything would be able to pick that up.
Unfortunately, it's going to get larger and larger and larger and larger as it's getting closer and closer. Remember, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter supposedly is there orbiting the moon, seeing the Earth 12 times a day. So it's impossible not to be able to catch it. I will not accept what you say, because the spacecrafts are approaching the moon. So the size of the vehicles are going to get larger and larger. Don't be silly here. Come on. You see? You're just obfuscating the facts that we bring to you, the factual anomalies that we're bringing to you. That NASA.
How often have you photographed another aircraft when you're cruising, like flying, across the Atlantic or something like that? How often have you photographed another aircraft?
It's actually a non sequitur, but I've done it quite a few times on my holidays, and the pictures come up. I can see what I took a picture of. I've got pictures of the sun above the cloud. It's a non sequitur.
Right, and so those are aircraft.
Hang on a second, please, ladies and gentlemen. What we're saying is, when something approaches you with your camera, okay, at stage by stage, what is approaching you will get larger and larger as you photograph it. And the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter sees the Earth 12 times a day. So every 2 hours, it is able to snap the pictures of the Earth. So it's impossible that it would not have captured the spacecrafts coming to the moon. Impossible. Sorry, man.
So you think any aircraft going around the Earth would be able to photograph any other aircraft around the Earth?
The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter gets the Earth rise. Whatever's coming from
Understood.
the moon, from the Earth, everything coming from the Earth to the moon would be captured. Sorry. That's
okay.
it.
So here's the thing, and I'd like to indulge in some run-on sentences. All right. So I watched the first video. There is no instance where he downloads a raw picture. I watched the second video and scanned through to where he's opening files. You can obviously see where he's opening files. If you go to the second one, part 2, time index 2 minutes 45 seconds, he's opening JPEGs. If you go to this part 3, he's opening PNG files. So at no point is he opening raw files. So he's not doing analysis of photographs. He's doing analysis of JPEG, compressed.
No, ladies.
That's not,
unfortunately,
that's not photographic analysis. And as someone who knows a bit about photographic analysis, I kind of, I'm not.
Ladies and gentlemen, I did say there's 26 videos. Ladies and gentlemen, 26 videos. Watch the whole set. Watch the whole set. There are 26 videos to get through.
Jin, I'm mid-sentence. Thank you. So as someone, I don't want to be bragging, but this is the one thing I know about. And so it doesn't take very long for me to find out if someone is doing something that's proper, or if their analysis is flawed. It's not terrible if your analysis is flawed, because you can learn and you can do better analysis. But this video is from 5 years ago, and if this is what you've got, then you've got you. No one has analyzed those pictures since then, 5 years, and everyone has just been looking at JPEGs. So what have you been doing? This isn't analysis of photographs.
Okay,
Maybe,
right.
maybe your analysis of analysis is wrong.
Yeah, are you done? Yeah, right. Basically,
Look at the
ladies
side
and
chat and
gentlemen,
see what my experience is, and you tell me if you think I might be wrong.
Okay. Let me just, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter about the 5-year thing, and whoever's only interested parties are going to analyze these photographs, and whoever they are, how am I going to know? That's it. And and whatever they've learned, they will put on the internet. Fortunately, sorry for us, we had Paul on the plane, who actually was an interested party, a flat earther himself, who checked, doing his due diligence, proving that those photographs, because he does download photographs, proving they were wrong. And not only that, my anomaly that I highlight in that it failed to capture these rockets coming towards the moon from India, Russia, China, Israel, India most recently, and Japan as well. None of these rockets or probes were ever recorded actually coming in and approaching the moon. That is a shot to die for, ladies and gentlemen. To see things leaving Earth and approach the moon. That was a big mistake by NASA. Those pictures are not there. But the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is not up there due to the environment. The environment wouldn't allow the spacecraft to be there, because you've got the cold welding phenomena and the outgassing phenomena, ladies and gentlemen, whereby the vacuum of space will most certainly kill anything that man-made can be put into space if we could. And we know this because they replicated to a lesser scale 10 to the minus 7 tour vacuum chamber, and it destroyed the material of the film, plastics, mylar, wood, all kinds of things, ladies and gentlemen. So the environment of space is very harsh indeed. Spacecrafts can't survive. A lunar reconnaissance orbiter couldn't survive all those years from 2009 to the present day orbiting. No. So, you've got to understand the environment. And NASA's equipment is not fit for purpose. They didn't have the required shielding. They couldn't contend with the radiation belts. They have to contend with the cosmic ray particles, photons coming from the sun, radiation, and the vacuum of space itself. These environments are so harsh and violent that nothing can survive, nothing man-made. And again, you get this. All this information is available on the Apollo Detective site, especially with the vacuums. Go to the playlist, look at the vacuums, beautiful stuff. So no, man, you're wishing it to be true, but when you analyze it properly, it's impossible. They never went to the moon. No man, and there are no satellites. Nothing man-made is in space. Nothing. No Hubble telescope, no International Space Station, no James Webb, no Kepler, no Voyager 1, Voyager 2, and all the other satellites that are supposedly out there. Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, nothing's out there. I'll stop there for now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Let's see. So, Rubik Cow, he asks the question, can't you just set the JPEG compression to 0? Yes, you can set the compression to 0, but that is still compressed. It's not actually 0. It's still a compression. Actually, what you do is you set it to 100%. That gives you the best quality, but it is still compressed. And the second thing is that you have to do that on conversion. So you have the raw file, you convert it to JPEG, but you can't do it after the fact. Anything labeled .jpg or JPEG, that is a compressed file, regardless. And by the way, JPEG stands for Joint Photographers Expert Group. I'm such a nerd, I even know what it actually means, which no one ever does.
Yeah, that's okay. But ladies and gentlemen, when you download a raw image and then you compress it into a JPEG, you're still compressing the image. You're not changing anything in the way of its authenticity with the pixels and that, because if it's a fake image, in its raw form, it will be a fake image in its JPEG form. So when they analysed the JPEG, it turned out to be fake, whether it's raw or not, and that's what they did. All of them are fake.
Completely false.
We can't go to space because of the outgassing phenomena that is well documented in the vacuum of space, and the cold welding. Cold welding, ladies and gentlemen, is where two pieces of metal, when they're articulating together, they begin to seize up and stop moving, fused together due to the vacuum of space. That's what cold welding means. Okay, and
So,
that's
Jim, what you just said about the
problematic
conversion or compression is totally false.
Yeah, it's not false at all. It's not false.
It is
You're
false.
the one that's bringing. You're the one that's pushing false information. If you
I just posted a
download,
screenshot.
if
I posted a
you
screenshot
download
of the
a raw
images
image,
he's downloading the JPEGs.
yeah, if you
They're
download
useless.
the raw image, okay, and then compress it into a JPEG, okay, it's still the same image. Only it's been compressed. So if it was
That
fake
is
in the
totally
beginning,
false.
it's not false. It's not
It
false
is
at all.
false. That is false.
No,
That
it's
is the
not.
false statement.
It's
That
not
is the
I
false
can
at all,
confirm it
ladies.
is false.
It
You
is not
ask
false at all,
any
ladies and
photographer,
gentlemen.
anywhere,
Yeah.
anyone who knows anything
It's-
about photography,
Yeah, it is not
anywhere.
false, ladies and gentlemen. This is what
JPEG
It's
is
false.
lossy compression.
It is not
Which means
false,
it
ladies and
loses image
gentlemen.
quality.
It is not false, ladies and gentlemen, because if you have
Right.
a raw image that you download and then you compress it into a JPEG file, you are still not changing the fact that it's a raw image. Just
He
because
doesn't know anything
you
about
compress it, it
imaging.
doesn't change it. It doesn't change it at all. What it does is it just compresses the image so you can download it quicker. That's all that is. The fact is,
That's
if
not
it's a
what
fake
it is.
if it is a fake image, the software will prove that to you, whether it's a
No, it will
JPEG
not.
or the raw image. Yes, true.
That is
Fact.
false too.
It's not false at all. Not false at all. Not at all.
Everything you just
Not
said
at
You
all.
are
is
you are
false.
not correct here. I mean, the subject matter expert in this case is correct. JPEG is a lossy
I'm not
compression
wrong at
format,
all.
so it loses, it discards image quality in order to compress. There are
Yes,
lossless compression
yes, I
methods,
agree
but
with that.
JPEG is not one of them.
I do
I think you were
agree with
talking
that.
over me, so you didn't actually hear what I said. But yeah,
I heard what you
hopefully
said.
you might.
No, I heard what you said. I actually heard what you
Heard
said,
you.
and I agree with what you said, is what I'm saying. I do agree that quality is lost when you compress, but it doesn't
Then it's
take
not
away
the
from the
same.
fact that you're compressing a fake image, is what I'm saying. If the image
Then
is,
it's not
if
the
the
same.
image, it is the same. Sorry, if the original image was fake, the original raw image is fake, and you compress that raw image, although it's going to lose some quality because you are compressing it, which is why you can actually download it quicker, it's still a fake image. It's a compressed image of the fake image.
That's
Okay?
no,
Yes, it
no.
is. Yes. Yes, it is.
No, it is not.
People, you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying to you that if
I
I
do
took a
understand what
picture
you're saying.
that
You're
is
saying it's
fake,
under the
hang
category
on,
of
if
false.
I'll say it again so you get it, yeah? If I take a picture
You
that
can
is
say it
fake,
another 50
okay,
times.
I'm
It's
going to
still
say it
false.
again. If I take a picture that is fake, okay, and then I compress it into a JPEG, it's still a fake image, even though it's been compressed, okay? Fucking hell. Stop lying. That's what I mean. You're
Okay,
trying
now
to
you're
deceive
calling me a
people.
liar.
Well, you're deceiving people with the way
You
you're
are
trying to
deceiving people,
explain it.
Jen. You
If
are
I
deceiving people.
I'll say it again. I take a picture that is fake. You then
You're a
compress
liar.
it into a JPEG. I'm not a liar. You take it
You
into
are
a
a liar.
JPEG. You compress it into a JPEG that is still a fake image. It's a compressed fake image. That's what it is. Because the original raw image was fake in the first place. So when you compress it into a JPEG, it's still a fake image that's been compressed. And that is the point I'm highlighting. Okay? That the raw image was fake. Okay? Stop lying to the people, man. Stop that.
It's a fairly simple point. I don't know
Yeah, go ahead.
why some people have trouble.
Yeah, I'm an expert in the matter myself. That's why I break it down very basically. You have a fake image in the raw sense. You then compress it into a JPEG. Doesn't make it. It's raw. It's fake. That's what's happening.
Okay. Can I ask who just muted me? I'm not mad. I don't want to conflict or anything, but who just muted me? Was that Gio?
I was going to mute you
Okay.
because you deserved
Okay.
it. But it wasn't.
All right. You think I just, all right.
Someone beat me to it, but it was deserved because you're accusing him of being a liar for something that's very
Okay.
a simple concept. You could have a lossless raw image that's a fake one, you know? It's like it could be like you could take a picture of something that's manufactured.
No, what yeah, that's okay.
No. Let me clarify. I think what's in contention here is that the artifacts which are used to evidence that the image is faked or has been doctored might be a cause of the compression, right? So if we look for artifacts in an image and we see, okay, there are some artifacts happening, this might be because of the compression, which won't be in the lossless image, right? Am I getting this right? I'm listening all the time.
No. You're slightly off, because the software that we're talking about, which there are three. One is called JPEG Scoop. Then there's Forensically, and a third one which escapes me at the moment. Okay, there are three, and then you've got your Photoshop that you have on your computer. They're all free anyway. And what these softwares do, they look for what's termed as noise. They subject the image to noise, and what should happen is that there should be a grey sheen over the image, okay, and that authenticates it as a real image. If you don't get the grey sheen and the image is unaffected, then that's not real. And then there's another one that highlights the back of the image and brightens it up. Again, we're looking for noise there, and it's noisy. Okay, this is what the software does. That's the beauty of this software. Okay, so if you take a picture that is fake, right, and you compress it, it's still going to show it fake.
The JPEG loss happens equally over the whole surface of the photograph.
Yes, so correct.
So you have to rule out. You have to rule out what can happen through loss, but you have to then see what they are showing. So it's not,
ladies.
It's not that. If you have to put it on the internet as an image, you can't put a raw file on it. And by the way, the raw file must have been created from negatives or any other thing. It doesn't make it real.
The point was that the artifacting is evidence for it being faked, and the artifacting is a result of the compression. The JPEG compression doesn't
ladies and gentlemen.
Level 12.
It's not.
The maximum level compression on JPEG is 12. The minimum is 0. And no matter what you do, you will get artifacting, which makes those free software. Don't forget, free software. Really, you're just going to use free software on the internet. That's not professional software. I've used professional software that has nothing to do with real forensic anything. This is,
ladies,
and I know that because,
ladies and gentlemen, you're being bamboozled right now. You're being bamboozled now, ladies and gentlemen. You're just being bamboozled. So, basically, ladies and gentlemen, the software is very effective. Very effective, the software, okay? Because you see Paul on the plane. About it. I do know a lot about it, ladies and gentlemen. You see Paul on the plane show you pictures that he took from his his Nikon P900, okay? His own raw pictures subject to the software, and you see the noise, okay? So you know that the software actually works. He shows you composite pictures and raw pictures, okay, that he took, and then we go to the NASA imagery, okay, from the Lunar Reconnaissance Library, and those pictures have been faked, and we know that for sure, regardless of whether if it's a raw image that is fake and you compress it, okay, you are going to lose some pixel quality because you've squashed it, you see, but it doesn't take away from the fact that it's a compressed fake image. Okay, and that's what we're looking for. So the software is still able to authenticate whether it's fake or genuine. That software works. Even if it is JPEG, that's the design of the software, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? And remember, reconnaissance hasn't captured any of the spacecrafts of approaching the moon. Okay? I'll stop there for now.
Okay, thank you. Everything you just said was false.
How? What was false?
Almost every single word that he said was false.
Be specific.
Okay. The software that he is claiming is forensic analysis of JPEG photograph. There is no such thing. That's free software you get on the internet. They're JPEGs. They're compressed, effectively making them worthless for forensics. What he's
Hold on, you're
looking
saying
at
there's
in
no
the
such
first
thing,
video.
but they're freely available on the internet. Pick one. Either they exist,
Okay.
and they're on the internet, or there's no such thing and they don't exist.
Okay,
Yeah.
What he's doing.
One of them's called forensically.
What he's doing is referring
one of them's
to
called
software.
forensically. Forensically.
What?
Forensically. That's one of them. Forensically.
You only
The
have
other one
to
is
say it once,
called.
Jin.
The other one is
Hold on,
called
you only have to-
photoscape.
Jin.
The other one is called photoscape.
You asked me the question.
Photoscape, forensically, and JPEG scoop, or JPEG scoop. JPEG scoop,
Alright.
photoscape, and
You don't have to say
forensic.
them again, Jin. My man. Thank you. All right, Cloud. What's the second
Thank
specific point about that he lied about? You're saying every single thing he
Okay.
said was wrong.
Yes. So the second thing he said was wrong when I said, you don't know anything about the software, and he said, yes, I do. And his knowledge of the software is that he can name the software.
The one that
That's
the
false.
software that you said doesn't exist. You mean that software?
I
that you
didn't
just
say the
debunked you
software
on?
did not exist. I did not say the software did not exist. I said that the
pretty sure you
idea that you can do thorough professional forensics on a JPEG, that is false. So the
what
the
do you
reason,
mean? What about
the reason why I
actual forensic hold up people
I'll
that
show
work
you.
with law enforcement
Yes,
and investigations
professional,
and stuff like
yes. Yes.
that? Yeah, what do
So
they
hold on.
do the investigations on? Only PNG and TIFF images? They don't do it on JPEGs?
No. Look at the okay, I post the video. Look at 208. Go to time index 208 on that video. Scooch forward, hold on, 247. This is what is being used by Paul on the plane, by the way, who has fairly well abandoned Flat Earth. He hasn't posted anything in 2 or 3 years.
Right here.
Okay, so I don't need an analysis of every little comment, man. I really don't.
By the way,
Oh, you should though, because you said everything he said is a lie, every single thing, which is like
everything that I could
very
remember
emphatic,
because he said so many
emphatic and non-productive language
It
because
is.
you're not being specific or
It
substantive.
is because I was
you know?
trying to be
That's
specific.
why I
He
asked
said it-
you.
he
Hold
said
up. That's why I asked you
There you
what is he specifically lying about or like wrong about?
I'll illustrate.
And you
I'll
named
illustrate.
one thing which he instantly rebutted with 3 different softwares that you can do the forensic analysis
Okay.
on. So you got nothing so far.
Not nothing,
technique-
because I said that you
technique-
claimed that I said that there's no software. I did not say there's no software. So that is
No, I didn't say that. That's a straw man. You said that you can't do the forensic analysis on JPEGs. That doesn't exist.
You can't
And
do
then he said,
professional
yes, you can with
forensics
these
on
software.
compressed. Yes, you cannot do professional.
Professional
forensics.
just means you're getting paid for it. If someone paid me
No.
to use forensically, then it'd be a professional software.
No, the issue is the JPEG. The issue is the JPEG, not
the technique. The techniques that are used by, for instance, what is called in Photoshop adjustments, and then levels and things like that, which are used to reveal the artifacts around things pasted in, because especially around edges in contrast, that is coming to light then. And it's that's not a technique that is not freely available for many software producers. So to put it in the light of it's not professional, I don't think that holds much ground.
Thank you very much for your information. That man was 100% accurate. Thank you very much indeed, sir.
0% accurate. But let's go to the video where I posted the Moon Hoax Season 1, first video that Jin referred me to, trying to prove that the pictures were fake. He referred me to Paul on the plane. Here is his alleged photographic analysis. Yeah. All right, you go to time index 2 minutes 48 seconds, and look at that. Basically, what you'll be looking at is simply someone who has pulled up the gamma bright setting to maximum or near maximum, and then he's basically exposed that someone used Photoshop or another software to brighten up the sun, or sorry, the Earth in the image, or make it a composite. If it's a composite, they would have stated so. And someone already said in the chat that NASA did so state. So claiming that it's fake when NASA said that it's a composite, that's not very. That doesn't.
Okay.
That doesn't give you.
Okay,
anything.
you've said your bit there. Let me rebut that. Hang on, let me rebut that.
Isn't,
I did say, hang on. You've said your bit now. Let me rebut that.
I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Go ahead.
Don't go into the point. That was a long, like a, it was a thorough point.
That's what
So let
Jin's
him
doing.
rebut that, then you get to the next
Sandwich,
one.
I'm just doing what Jin is doing, man. He goes to
he's quicker than you though.
He's saying
he numbered off a few points more concisely. You're taking your time, which we appreciate you being thorough and comprehensive, but still, we don't want to lose the point.
That's right. We don't want to lose the point. Yeah. So basically, I did say to you that you need to look at.
Jen, before you go on, please keep it concise. And also, Red Cloud, your next point that you were going to make, don't lose it. Maybe write down if you
I'll
can
try.
remember. Go ahead.
Yeah, my apologies, Red Cloud. My apologies, Red Cloud. Basically, what I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is this: that you've got 26 videos to get through. Okay, you've got to look the whole thing. You're scrutinizing the first one, 2-3 minutes. There's 26 videos, ladies and gentlemen, in the Fake is Space series by Paul on the Plane from the Apollo Detectives, and you will learn that he does download raw images as well. They take a bit longer, okay, but he downloads them and he proves that they are fake, and the software that they're using, professional, JPEG Scoop, Photoscape, and Forensically, and then you've got your own Photoshop as well. That's 4 that you can use to determine whether or not a picture is authentic or not. I'm finished. Go ahead, Red Cloud.
Okay. So that's not photo analysis. That's not photo. That's not photo. It's definitely not photo forensics, but it's not photo analysis. And I scanned through each of the videos and found where he was pulling up images from his computer. He was using Windows. I'm sorry to hear that, but he was using Windows to pull up the files, and they were all JPEGs. And then further in, when he was doing the, which one was it? It was the Epic. He was doing PNGs, and neither are raw pictures.
Ladies and gentlemen, they are compressions of the raw image. Hang on, they are compressions of the raw image. And if the raw image is fake, it stands to reason that fakery is going to appear in the compressed image. That's what we're saying to you, okay? And there's 3 forensic, they're all professional, and he's analyzing the photographs using the software.
But Jin, I think his point is, if you're investigating or like forensically analyzing the compressed image, maybe what you're finding is an artifact due to the compression and not necessarily proof that the original raw lossless file was, fake.
I understand that, and I understand that, sir, but I rebut that by saying that when you compress a fake image, we know you're going to lose some quality, okay, but it doesn't destroy the image to the point where you cannot tell if it's not, because you're looking for noise, okay? And if there are any anomalies, it's all going to come up. And that's the beauty of the software. It is able to discern this. That's the beauty of the software.
Could I say something? There's no hands in Discord, unfortunately.
Yeah, go ahead, Piper.
I definitely 100% support everything that Red has said in my experience dealing with graphics over the years. But in the case of this particular image, it is acknowledged as a composite. So it was 2 images that were composited, and that is in the original description when NASA published it. So we're seeing artifacts from JPEG, and we're seeing artifacts from the composite, the fact that 2 images were overlaid. So he did confirm that indeed it was a composite. So I think all he managed to do was confirm that NASA were telling the truth about the nature of the image.
I'd like to
Now,
add
ladies
one
and
more
now,
thing.
ladies and
Hold
gentlemen,
up.
hang
Also,
on,
let
hang on.
debunks.
Let me rebut that.
One second. Let me
Ladies and
respond really
gentlemen.
quickly. Really quickly, Jim.
Okay,
Feel
go
that.
ahead.
That
Yeah.
also contradicts his earlier stance, or at least that you can have both of them in the same instance, wherein you're saying that maybe the artifact is due to the compression and not necessarily found in the original. If the original has been claimed to already be, the composite, then that artifact, would be showing in the original and not necessarily, not the compressed image. So that debunks it's like a self-defeating argument.
Sorry, I missed what you were talking about there.
I was saying you can't have your Kiki and need it too. Either the original image is a composite and has artifacts like revealing such, or the artifacts are from compression and the original is fine and it's not a composite.
No,
So
it's both. It's definitely a JPEG. That's undeniable, right? That's already been demonstrated. It's a JPEG. So JPEG is going to have artifacts, compression artifacts. It's also a composite, and that's acknowledged, right? Because it said it was taken from two different images. It was one that was taking the surface of the Earth, and there was one that was taking the Earth. Sorry, there was one that was taking the surface of the Moon, and there was one that was photographing the Earth, and they were composited together. So you're going to see artifacts from both the JPEG artifacts and the fact that two images were overlaid.
Right.
Yeah,
now, ladies and gentlemen,
the general argument of saying, oh, these are compressed images. So the implication is you don't know whether you can't claim that the artifacts were present with the original one. The artifacts might just be from the compressed image. But I understand this specific instance, you could have both. I'm just saying I'm debunking the argument generally. You could always have artifacts from the original images, and you can't just assume just because it's a compressed one that the artifacts are from a compressed image.
Yeah, I would also like to point out that I have posted.
Yeah, hang on. I was going to rebut what was said earlier. Hang on a second.
Well,
I
I'm
waited.
sorry.
Yeah, I did wait. I did wait my turn, didn't I?
It's a wait. Go ahead, Jen.
I did wait my turn, so it's my turn. Sorry, mate. So, ladies and gentlemen, basically, when you're compress, I'm going to be very 10, 20 seconds. When you compress an original image, you might get some degradation of the image due to the compression, but the software is looking for a consistent noise from left to right, top to back, diagonal, everywhere. It looks everywhere, and it highlights everything, and it highlights the fact that the image is fake. It's not genuine. Now the question is, why is NASA loading up fake imagery in the library saying it's from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter? Shouldn't it say that these are compressed images and composites from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter? Okay? Because at the end of the day, the customers are looking for the real image, okay? And they're fake, those ones. The real image is also fake because he does download it. Paul on the plane does download the real raw image, and that raw image was fake, okay? Because you can't have a compressed JPEG showing fakery and the original one be non-fake. That's impossible. Thank you.
And it did say that it was a composite on the NASA side. It clearly states that it's a composite. It clearly states it. It's not ambiguous.
Why are we getting composite images, ladies?
That's a different question. That's a totally different discussion.
I asked it. It's not. It's all part of that. Because if they went to space, please show me the original image, please. Don't give me a composite. I don't want a composite. I want the original, thanks. What's with the composite? I don't need that. I can't use it. Thanks.
So here's one thing. I did post a screenshot of the. It is in the 9th video in the series. As Jim's been talking, I've been going through them. Here is a screenshot of all of the images. If you look at the kilobyte, right, KB at the end, the first one is 30.5 kilobytes. That's very, very, very small. Okay. There's one that says original RGB. Notice that's 2.2 megabytes. So that's slightly bigger, but it's still pretty badly small. All right. And then the zip file is 78 megabytes, which is okay. But most of them are under 1 megabyte. In fact, they're under 1/10 of a megabyte. So that is not a lot of data. In other words, they were highly compressed. Okay, so they were probably put at a compression of 6 or under.
Yeah,
okay.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It could be compressed to nothing. No, it doesn't.
That's
Let me finish
exactly
now.
my point.
No, ladies and gentlemen, it matters not if it's compressed, because you do lose some quality to the picture, ladies and gentlemen. But it doesn't take away from the software's ability to discern whether or not the picture is genuinely real or not, regardless of the compression, ladies and gentlemen. That's the key point I'm trying to highlight to you. They use the word compression and suddenly the image is lost. It's of no use. No, the software doesn't care if it's compressed or not. It will tell you whether that image was real or not, regardless if it's compressed or raw. That's the thing about the software. Thank you. Stop lying again.
You are lying.
No, I am not lying at all. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm the man that's giving you the software, so you can go and check it. You can go and check the software forensically. JPEG Scoop, Photoscape, JPEG Scoop, forensically. Go check them out.
Stop interrupting me.
I'm hitting you with it. That's what I'm hitting you.
You're not hitting. What you do?
I am. I'm hitting you with the words.
Face.
I'm hitting you. I'm hitting you with the facts.
You
go
are
check it out.
Completely ignorant of the subject, Jim. Totally.
No, I'm not ignorant at all. Ladies and gentlemen, do I sound...
You know nothing about the subject you're talking about. You're talking complete, total, and utter nonsense. You don't know anything about the software. You don't know anything about JPEGs. You don't know anything about RAW files. You don't know anything about negatives. Nothing you have said in the last 10 or 15 minutes we've been talking has been true. Everything has been either a complete lie or you're saying it in order to deceive people. You don't know anything about the software or how it works.
You obviously do.
When we're talking about something that I don't really know much about, I don't pipe up. When we're talking about this I know about. And what Jin has been saying is complete hogwash from top to bottom.
Do you really believe that they went to space?
The point is that when you have a JPEG that is a very low size,
no, but that's not my question, is it?
No,
my question was, do you really believe they went to space?
Yes. I believe that the idea that you can't go to space, it doesn't make any sense. But I refer again to the screenshot. Right. If you look at the size of 25 kilobytes, that is very small images. That is very, very heavy compression. Okay,
that's all I asked. I don't care about any pictures. I just asked you, do you honestly believe that these people went to space?
Do you think I would be in here talking about this if I thought that it was all fake? Do you honestly believe the Earth is flat? How could you really believe the Earth? See, it's not a valid question.
See, you jump to questions. You're going, do you honestly believe the Earth is flat? Who's ever said anything about
the same stupid question about whether I believe we went to space.
Hold on,
of course
listen.
Space. That makes no sense.
Listen.
Go ahead.
Listen, from a question that I asked you, do you believe that these people went to space? Then you made a series of accusations like, oh, you're in here talking about flat Earth.
Just talk.
You believe the Earth is flat. How do you deduce that? Tell me how you deduced that I believe the Earth is flat. How did you do that?
Deduction. Well, let me ask you a question then.
So, like, from asking you a question, do you believe they went to space? You deduced. See, this is your reasoning. So, like, if you can deduce that from me asking a question, that do you believe that they went to space? You're seriously flawed in all your
terrific deductions. What shape is the Earth?
Huh?
What shape is the Earth?
I'll put my hand on my heart and honestly say I do not know.
You don't know.
I do not care. Why does it have to be a shape? We're on a non-rotating plane. Doesn't have any movement. It doesn't have any movement. There's no proof of any movement. So why does it have to be a shape? You've got the shapes. because you've put yourself in a position where you have to have a shape. You've said we're on a ball, and it's spinning around in this like magical way, and you've put yourself in a position that you need a shape. So if you haven't got a ball shape, oh, what shape is it? What shape? You run around like chickens with no heads. You know, I've never said it's a shape. I just said we're on a plane. It's non-rotational, and your maths don't add up, and your concept doesn't add up. It's very flawed. There's lots of holes in it, and the only thing that I could bring to your attention is the fact of those matters. I don't declare anything. I'm not saying, oh, we live on this shape and this is how it works, because really and truly, I'm limited in what I can, I can only observe what I see.
All right. So,
so I'm very limited. I'm very limited,
okay,
and
so
I'm being honest with you.
Okay, you're limited. All right. So if I was to compare your knowledge to the knowledge of people who purport to know what the shape of the Earth is, then how am I going to assess each one? Am I going to listen to someone who says he doesn't know what the Earth's shape is, or
well, I just think that you're see, this is where you go in. You say like you've measured. How did you measure? Have you measured anything?
Have I measured anything?
No, but you said these people have measured the shape of the Earth. How have they measured the shape of the Earth?
When did I say that?
Well, you just said these people are coming with facts.
Okay, I didn't say anything. Who measured? I don't
well,
think I said
like,
anything about someone measured.
How do you know you're on a ball? How do you know you're on a ball?
Well,
you would have had to make How do you?
Where do you get the information that it isn't a ball?
Right, because there's no physical movement. There's no dropping. There's no curvature. Look? You sound like you're an. Let me ask you a question, right? Let me put something to you. You seem like an intelligent guy, yeah.
Oh,
so, right. You imagine you draw a circle, yeah. You draw a circle, just the outline of a circle on a piece of paper. Then you put topography on it, yeah.
Right.
So you have mountains. Sorry, a bit early in the morning for everybody used like big long words. Right. So you have the mountains and you have the valleys, right? So you put so on your circle, you've got to put the mountains and the valleys around the edge of the circle, yeah. How do you know for sure from the center of the Earth to like your happy medium of like you'd have to go around the circle, you'd have to look at the circle and look at the ups and downs, and then put a line through the middle where it runs like very evenly, so like you're then you have to deduce what you're below sea level and what you're above sea level, and you have to put the sea in as well, because like aren't we a major percentage in water? And then how do you know the center of the Earth? How can you make that calculation? You've never drilled to the center of the Earth. They've done a measurement, I think it was in Siberia, and it was less than 8 miles. How can you deduce what's in the middle of the Earth if you're on a ball and you've got all that mile, like, I don't know how many miles you say it is, but it's a considerable lot. And drilling 8 miles, how do you know what's in the middle? And you can't tell me that there's any machine or any functioning machine which could, I don't know, whatever you're thinking, but it could beam down to the middle of the Earth, and from that you could deduce what's going on.
You did go from what is the shape to what's in the middle, which was quite a big diversion.
And then there is this thing called seismology.
No, but it's just talking about the whole It's
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
Look,
I'll answer the question. I'll
Yeah,
answer the question.
say I'm
yeah,
not
no,
the
yeah,
most intelligent.
hang on a
Say
second,
I'm not the
guys.
most
Seismology,
Jin,
it
this
cannot go
conversation's between
4,000 miles.
Jin, Schlittige,
Seismology doesn't have the ability
Jin,
to, yeah, but
Jin.
we're
The
talking
conversation's between
4,000
me and
miles.
Schlittige.
4,000 miles we're talking about with seismology.
Jin,
And the only way, hang on, the only way you would know it was working is to drill down 4,000 miles, sit there with a receiver, and then you'd know it can work. Other than that, that is a belief. Thank you.
that was unnecessary, Jin. I was in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah, but it is like all your
Rude, man.
stuff is theory,
Rude.
and you're presenting it as facts, and that's
What
not
is
correct.
your
That's not
what?
genuine.
Okay, so where are you getting the idea that the Earth is not spherical?
Pardon?
Where did you get the idea the Earth? Where did you get that idea? The idea the Earth is not spherical.
Because of observations.
So where do you think I get the idea that the Earth is spherical?
I don't know.
From observations.
I tell you what you do. You read stuff and you genuinely believe it. I believe that you believe what you believe.
Let me quote you
Otherwise,
someone. Let me quote
like
you
you
somebody.
say, you're a grown man. You're a
Let me
grown
give you
man
a quote.
in here arguing about comic strip reality.
It's not comic strip. It's
It
that's not
is
comic strip.
comic
That's just
strip. It's
denigrating it.
comic strip. All the photos from NASA are
That's
just
not.
nonsense.
So you just cynically believe it's all
No,
nonsense.
right.
And
Look at
your. Why
look
is
at
that
the
an
pictures.
opinion that's valuable though? Why is an opinion
Okay,
that's
right.
more
Look,
valuable
look
than?
at the pictures from NASA. Look at the
I
videos from
have looked at
NASA.
the pictures. I just looked at some pictures from NASA. But let me give you a quote.
They're just
And this is in another topic
nonsense.
that's similar. That's an adjacent topic, and that's the creation versus evolution. Okay, both sides disagree in creation evolution. Okay, both sides disagree. I've listened to both. I know.
Evolution. Evolution of
I'm quite
what?
well informed on both sides. If you
So
listen
what?
to, have you
So
ever
what
heard
do
of
you know
Ken?
about evolution then?
If you know, gosh, can I get my point across? And then I'll say I'm done, please.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I appreciate that. If you listen to a guy named Ken Ham, do you know who Ken Ham is? Anyone heard of Ken Ham?
Who?
In that debate, he's right. He's a very famous, apparently not that famous, creation researcher. Okay, and his statement is that in the debate between evolution and creation, we're all looking at the same evidence. So in that debate, that's the debate that scientists on both sides can have, because we're all looking at the same evidence. Now, don't agree. We don't agree with the conclusions. There's opposing views, and they'll argue the toss all day long. But it's from the same data set. Okay, they're looking at the same data set. The problem with this discussion with flat Earth versus globe is we're not looking at the same data set because you won't look at the data.
Actually, that's not fair, sir. That's not fair. It's not fair because hang on, because when you talk about the evolution thing, that can't be substantiated at all. It's all theory. Regarding flat Earth, we've been given the dimensions for the globe. So if you're given the dimensions for the globe, it means I should be able to take my tools and measure the dimensions. We've done that, and the dimensions are not there. Okay, that's what we've done. We're asking you now, you yourself, how did you validate that the Earth is a globe, and what methodology did you use? Now answer the question. Thank you.
I'll answer the question with a question. Who did what you said?
So that's very disingenuous answering the question.
That's right. That's right. Now you're being, ladies and gentlemen, the man is
I'll ask the
obfuscating.
question in the way I see fit.
You're
will
the
ask
guy.
my questions the way you see
You're
fit.
the guy.
You're obfuscating.
Will you answer the questions in the way you see fit? Of course you will.
Red
so I will
fog.
as well.
Red fog. Oh yes, sorry. Red. Maybe you've been to Mars. Right, look, red cloud.
Yeah.
You have the advantage to give me all the data because at your fingertips you have all that. So if I
Well, yes, sir, but you do.
and I just look, I made
So do you.
I made it very clear earlier. I'm very limited, so I don't have. There's certain things that I don't have, but you have everything because it's all been set out for you. So why would you be answering question with a question when you have all the facts at your fingertips?
I'll tell you why.
It's all. Yeah, go on.
Because as I have all the facts at my fingertips, so do you. So you're
I
asking me a
don't
question
know.
that you
I
yourself couldn't find
don't
the answer.
because I don't. Right, look.
Here's the thing. But hold on, wait. Here's the thing.
Here's the
I
thing.
can't do the same for you. I can't do that with you.
But
You can
I'm
go
not
and find
asking
information out,
you
but I can't
about.
find any information out.
I'm not asking you about flat Earth, am I? I'm not asking you
I don't know what you're
anything
asking.
about. I don't even. I've not even mentioned flat Earth. You're the one who mentioned flat Earth.
Well,
So
that's right. That's sorry to interject. Hang on, sorry to interject here. The question still remains: what methodology did you use to confirm that the Earth is an oblate spheroid of 24,901 miles in a circumference, radius of which is 3,159 radius? How did you confirm and validate that? Please tell us so we can learn. Tell us how you did that. Thank you. Answer the question.
All right, simple answer. I looked at the body of evidence. Because the body of evidence. Then I looked at the body of evidence of flat Earth. And it turns out there isn't a body of evidence for flat Earth. So I compared the two. I said there is only one body of evidence, but that's the one I went with. If you want to say the distance to the sun, okay? Give you the distance to the sun or the composition of Mars. Okay, we say the Mars is composed of whatever, and the sun is, it's an atom. It builds hydrogen to helium, and millions of degrees and all that.
let me ask you a question.
All that
How
to a
long
sun.
would it?
So that's one. But then I ask flat Earth, and you say I have no idea. So I have to
Okay.
go with the only piece of information I have, and that's the sun is 90 million miles away and builds hydrogen to helium.
Right. Let me ask you a question. If we
have a
jumped in a
choice.
rocket, say like I pulled up at your rocked up at your house, hello, Red Cloud. Look what I got outside. I got a rocket. Let's get in the rocket. I've put enough fuel in there. Let's go to Mars. How long would it take?
Should I be afraid to get in your rocket?
Well, I'll just say, look, NASA gave it to me as a present.
Yeah.
I've come over to the globe Earth, and they give me a rocket. So we jumped in my rocket. We jumped in my rocket. How long would it take to go to Mars?
They say on average 7 months.
months.
They say on average 7 months. But wait a minute, please. Wait a minute. The question still remains. Hang on. The question still remains. You said you looked at a body of evidence, yeah? But that's not the way to confirm. You still need to measure. The body of evidence has to be validated. That would require you to go into nature and validate the body of evidence. You have to go and measure it, okay?
Can you?
Yes, we've done that. Please, we've done. We're into. Hang on. You're interrupting me.
You answer the
We are
question, then
interested.
continue talking.
We are interested. No, wait a minute. I'm still not finished. We're interested in
Then
how
ask only
you
one
validated.
question.
How did you validate the body of
already asked me
information?
that.
How did you? No, I'm still talking. How did you validate the body of evidence that you looked at? How did you validate it? Did you go out into nature, which you need to do? And my last point is this: Carl Sagan's quote, okay, is this: a belief without validation or confirmation is a mistake. That would be Carl Sagan in the middle of 1980s, okay, just before he died, okay. A belief without confirmation is a mistake. So how did you confirm, or are you just believing? Thank you. Fuck.
Okay. So the answer to that is there is nowhere in the scientific method that states that I have to do all scientific experiments in order to accept the scientific experiments. If you have a lack of other information, then I have no choice but to go with the one that is available. So if someone says to me the moon is 20 miles away, and then I ask for confirmation, I look at the corroborating evidence, and there is none. And then someone else says to me the moon is 300,000 miles away, and they give me a bunch of corroborating information. I have no choice but to go with the latter, not the former.
Unfortunately, that's totally inaccurate. That's an inaccurate standard, but if that's your standard, that's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're told that the sun is 20 miles away, you would want to go and check that for yourself to know. If you're told it's 93
That's what I
million
just
miles away,
said.
you would want to go 93 million miles and check it. That's how you know, ladies and gentlemen, because these things you can know. You can actually know, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, that's the
Yes, you
thing.
can actually.
It's
You
not
can.
something
No.
you don't have to believe anything. You can actually know the distance from point A to point B and how much curvature there should be because they've given us
Oh,
the
now in curvature.
specifications. Now, I'm nearly there. 93
All
million
right.
miles away, ladies and gentlemen. Right? That's what they say the sun is. We have no means of actually measuring that distance and confirming and validating that distance. So obviously, if you cannot validate it, it would be wrong to believe it and then push that out as the truth as an individual, because you would be lying to the people or misinforming the people and carrying a belief without validation or confirmation, which is a mistake according to Carl Sagan. Yeah. So you need to validate. So what you're telling us is you don't know the Earth is a globe because you haven't validated anything. You're looking at bodies of information which you haven't validated. You're just choosing, like, I like this chocolate bar rather than this chocolate bar. That's all you're doing. You're not confirming anything.
Well,
okay? Thanks.
I can go from a body of evidence, and the other thing I can do is I can assess the source. So, for example, you just told me that someone did a photo analysis of the moon, the pictures from the mirror. And so what I did is I checked, and I found that photo analysis was complete hogwash. So I just
No.
what you
did
was
dismiss
it was a lie. Very easy.
No, you didn't find it was a lie. You just dismissed it and ignored the facts. And then you haven't actually gone out and validated yourself. You're riding on your so-called expertise. Hang on. You're riding on your so-called expertise on this topic matter. But I'm an expert as well. And I've smashed you every single time. I have exposed and debunked what you have said with my expertise because I am a professional expert specialist. Okay, and you don't get messed up overnight. All right. So
You're
you've
a
lost
professional
every single
expert
time.
specialist?
That's correct. That's
In
correct,
what?
ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that's
What field?
correct, ladies and gentlemen. This man here, Red Cloud, is being destroyed. He hasn't answered the question.
Oh my God.
He hasn't told us. I'm nearly there.
Yeah.
He has not explained to us how he actually validated it for himself, actually going out to measure. Because that's how you know. So he's walking around on the earth today, not knowing that the earth is a globe, but believing. But we flat earthers actually know it's flat because we've gone out there and actually done some quantitative measurements and observations.
What measurement,
of the
Jim?
globe.
There's no
Thank you.
measurement. I've never seen a flat earth measurement ever, not once.
It's flat. Yeah.
Post it, please.
Distance over drop. Distance over drop.
Post it, please. I've never seen one in like 8 years.
Distance over drop. Distance over drop.
I got a question.
Go to taboo conspiracy, and you get nothing but laser beam tests of long distance observations. Go to taboo conspiracy. There you are. Taboo conspiracy. Thank you.
Rock and roll. Go check it out, guys. Hey, Red Cloud though.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other time or civilization in history do you think you'd be able to go back to, and you would go and refer to those authoritative sources, and you think that you would get the absolute truth?
That's a really good question. Can you rephrase it slightly? Please.
Pick a time, pick a civilization that you would like to refer back to. Imagine what that place would have been telling the upper folk would be telling the common folk. And do you think that you as a common folk would be able to go to that authoritative source and get the absolute truth from them?
That's a really, that's a good question. It's a very good question. So, of course, we can't do that. What we can do, we can look at we can read about, what they knew about and the things they knew about. And one example of that is they were unaware of germs up until 19 something or the late 1800s. So there's many things that they didn't know about.
Okay,
So
but they knew about
yes.
health, right? They knew how to keep
I
people
mean,
healthy.
yeah, they do. Yeah, no, not really, because they didn't know about vitamin C, but they did
Do you
know.
think
They
we're?
did know some things. Yeah, they did know
Do you
some
think
things.
we're? Do you think we're more successful than they were in the past?
I mean, that's
You
demonstrably true.
look at around at the average folk. Don't look at the actors on television for a health quota, right?
Right. But I mean, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, and it is a good question.
Well, the next
but
question, the question is also: would you trust those authorities? Do you think that they would tell you the truth, or do you, when you look back in history, do we find that most of those civilizations, we find that the upper echelon, the bureaucracy, the bourgeoisie, were basically, what would you say, manipulating the lower classes into certain behaviors that benefited them?
Yeah, I would say that a lot of times, especially certain countries, certain eras, they would definitely do that. But
and so
what they wouldn't do though is they wouldn't have. They kept people in the dark a lot by not teaching them how to read. That's one way they did. They're not doing that anymore. They're letting us read, and they're also letting us learn, and they're also allowing us to learn it in our own way. So you can either go to a public school in the United States, you can also go to a private school, you can go to a boarding school, and you can also teach your kids at home. And you can also do a thing called unschooling. So they allow you to learn in any way you can. I don't think that's a pattern of someone who's trying to pull wool over your eyes. To me, it doesn't seem like it anyway.
But okay, so do you feel like you're living in the first civilization in history that's ever told the truth about the way in which people should live a meaningful life and like interpretations of reality itself? Do you think this is the first one that's ever done that? It would have to be, right?
No.
Well, I mean, I guess like the other question that might be asked of you is, in what ways are they manipulating us now? At what level does it sort of go to, in your opinion? Like banking sector, the politicians, which part is manipulating us?
Let me quickly add to the answer to your previous question. If you look in kings in the Bible, right, you'll have a list of kings, and some of them did good in the eyes of the Lord, some of them did bad in the eyes of the Lord. So there are some kings in history that did, in the eyes of the Lord, what was good. So that would mean they did not keep things from them, hide things from them, deceive them, because the Bible says that is true. So yes, there are times where people in history told the truth.
Yeah. So you're big on the biblical scripture as a historical document. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
The Jews don't put they don't put their scriptures in the storybook section of the library. They put them in the history section of the library.
Yeah. Why would you say that there is I made this comment on another Discord the other day, but why there's so much arguments around the Bible? It's very divisive as a text. Why do you think that would be? Like, there's so many different interpretations. They all seem to argue about it endlessly.
Yeah, I mean, they do that about the law. Wouldn't you think the law is pretty clear? That's why we have lawyers. And even the law is just written recently. So of course, a book written in another language, a few thousand years ago, is going to have to be interpreted somehow. And then there are people.
It's an interesting point.
Interpreted.
Sure.
But the thing is that the Apostle Paul. Why am I suddenly all biblical? I'm sorry, Risky. I'm not sure why I'm suddenly biblical, but the Apostle Paul said, one man views every day to be the same, and one man views that there are some days that are special. And then the next sentence he says is very interesting. He says, let every man be fully convinced in his own mind, which means, according to Paul, we're allowed to make up our mind on certain things. So the problem is when you fight about those disagreements, and when you have wars and things about those disagreements. But having disagreements in and of itself isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Okay, so, if I may just interject just there. 1 second, I'm just going to interject for about 20 seconds. What I'm trying to say to you is that Red Cloud likes to appeal to authorities, ladies and gentlemen. Red Cloud. He likes to appeal to the authority and abide by the authority. I say to you and every human being, you should always seek to be the authority in any given topic or any given situation. If you dedicate yourself, so you can look at the authority and go and validate what the authority is telling you. Then you become the authority yourself. You see, and that's what I seek to do, ladies and gentlemen. You see, I don't just want to rely on the authorities without checking and validating what they do. You see, because when you do that, then you're in the know. Seek to become the authority in your life and the things that you do and the things that you are being told. I'll stop there. Thank you. Words to live by the way.
Yes, thank you, Jim. But didn't you just criticize me because I said I was a subject matter expert? You just did.
No, I didn't criticize you at all. No, I didn't criticize you. It's because no, I didn't. It's because the information you're giving me, I know is fraudulent. I know that, you see, because I'm a professional expert specialist myself. So obviously, I'm not going to be listening. You're interrupting me, and I'm trying to tell you why I said what I said here. I know that what you're pushing out was fraudulent, and I had to highlight that because I am a professional expert specialist, you see. That's the point. I am an authority in my own right. You're not the authority, you see. You're the authority of pushing misinformation. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Okay, that's just... Oh, good grief. I don't even know what to do with that. I know I know a lot about photography. Okay, I've been a photographer since 1989, and I shot 70mm long roll on a camera that was the size of a bread machine. Okay, that's where I started. So I have a high degree of experience in photography. And I know about JPEGs to the point where I spent days taking images and then compressing them using various programs in JPEG at various levels. It's not really that complicated. There's only 12 levels of compression you can use with JPEG. And I got it down so we could have the highest level of compression for the images so that it would take up the least amount of storage space on our computers. All right. So I think it was like 5 or 4 level of compression you could do before you notice artifacting. Okay. All I was talking about before, when I showed you that at 426, those JPEGs I was referring to earlier, very, 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 very small, which means the artifacting is going to be very, very high because they're heavily, heavily compressed. That is something I know about. So that's why I mentioned it, because I happen to know something about that topic. All right, that makes me
okay. Let me interject there. Okay, because you're going on again. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It matters not how small the file is and the compression is. The software that I mentioned earlier is able to discern. And the other thing is this, ladies and gentlemen, I gave up 12.5 years of my free time to educate the disadvantaged children in central London at the 3Cs Youth Club, 141 Cleveland Street, London West 1, okay, with photography, sports, and diet and nutrition. Those were my skill set as a volunteer youth worker. So we did photography, printing, developing films, taking pictures. So I'm an expert. I did it for 12.5 years, ladies and gentlemen. Those were my skill sets. See, because you don't know Gene CBR1. You don't know who I am, you see. I gave you the address and the street name and number. You go there, they will tell you who I am. Okay? Thank you. Sit down, boy. Sit down.
36 years as a photographer. Matters not. The mighty Jin is here to educate us all. Jin, you're awesome. Don't change. Ritsky, getting back to what you were saying, I forgot what you were saying.
It was about
Jin,
the
you're
Bible,
claiming to be
Bible,
like
evolution and the Bible. Evolution and the Bible, yeah?
He's saying he's a photo expert.
But he's claiming you're saying something. He's saying something totally different than you. You're saying you're a subject matter expert. He's saying he's like the way you said it, Jen, is like you're a master of everything. Like it sounds kind of silly. It sounds like something a 6th grader would say. I'm not trying to be rude, but it just sounds goofy.
I've been saying that for the last 10 years. Okay, since I became
what are you claiming? What'd you
I'm
say?
a professional expert specialist. The reason why I said that is Expert specialist, exactly. That means I've covered all the bases. And the reason I said that is because when I
In
go
what
to these
subject?
when I started doing
Not zoning.
debating and going to I'm trying to explain why. When I started debating people on the servers, everyone seemed to be an expert. I'm a pilot. I'm a photographer. This. I'm a that. Okay, and it's hard to believe them when you know they're talking fraudulently. Okay, so to shut them all up, I said, yeah, but I am the professional expert specialist, and you don't get that title overnight. And I'm now 63 years
Yeah,
of
but
age.
of what
So that's
subject?
it. All subjects. All subjects.
Okay,
Thank you.
Jen.
Thank you. Right.
Jin,
Like I said earlier
Jin,
on, I seek to be the authority on all subjects for myself,
Jin.
so that I know
What was
personally.
Jin?
Thank you.
Jin.
Yeah.
What was
Yeah.
the primary page layout program in 2000? You should
What are you
instantly
talking
know
about?
what I'm talking about.
What? No.
What was the
What are you
what was
talking
the
about? What are you
primary
talking
page
about?
layout program in the year 2000?
I
And why is it no
have
longer
no.
the
I
primary
have
page
no
layout
idea.
program?
I have no
Right.
idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, you have no idea what I'm talking about.
I have no idea what you're
Thank
talking
you.
about. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
I'll ask you this. What am I? Anata wa nani o suru desu ka? What did I just say to you? You have no idea what I just said. There you are.
Because I'm not an
Okay.
expert in Japanese.
Exactly. But I am an expert.
And nor are you an
I
expert
don't know.
in
I don't know
photography.
every
You
aspect.
said I have no idea what you're talking about in Japanese.
Thank you. All right.
That's why I
There you
don't
go.
talk about Japanese, because I don't know anything about it. But I do
Yeah.
talk about
難しい
photography
で
and
す。
everything about it.
Yeah. ありがとうございます. But
So
yeah, so basically, know your
expert on
place,
everything.
Red Cloud. Cloud, you must know your place when Jin CBR1 comes in. Don't start pushing out fraudulent information. As the professional expert specialist that I am, will highlight it, and that's what I've been doing. Thank you.
You're
Backed up
talking
with
hogwash,
source.
man.
No, I'm
Total
not. You're
hogwash.
talking hogwash. You're talking horse manure. Okay, that's what you're talking. Absolutely at the side of your neck. You might want to give
You
you know what? You might want to give your mouth a chance and give us your bum to listen to.
Jin,
We might get more sense because nothing
Jin,
but verbal diarrhea is coming out of your mouth.
Jin,
Verbal
you're a
diarrhea.
liar.
Yeah. No, I'm not a liar. You're a liar. You're the liar. You're nothing but verbal diarrhea.
I'm
Please
turning you
get some
down.
tissue. Please get some tissue and go and get some tampons. Shove it in there to absorb all that diarrhea that's coming out. You need it.
Fairly
Get the
sure.
heavy duty ones. Yes.
Well,
Thank you.
shit flows downhill.
Sorry for the profanity.
Shit
Sorry
does
for the
flow
profanity.
downhill, and
No,
this
you're not.
conversation
You're
is
not
as well.
sorry.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, let's
Wounded
take
egos
this.
aside,
Yeah.
can we move through possibly?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do apologize for that. Sorry, I do apologize. Let's move on. Thank you.
I'll accept that apology personally.
You still didn't get in my rocket.
Buddy, I don't know if I trust you that much.
Fucking hell! You think it was easy to find a parking space for a rocket outside your house?
What was that thing from Animaniacs? Wacko, can you conjugate
Well, I was,
bread? I've
well,
never even kissed a girl.
what I was going to ask is, on average, how much fuel does a rocket hold?
On average, how much
Yeah,
fuel does a rocket hold?
yeah. How
Which
much?
rocket? Which
I,
era? Which space
well,
agency?
I don't. Who's the most current one? Who's putting out the most footage lately? SpaceX. No.
SpaceX.
Do you believe that a rocket could fly up in the air and then land on it, greeted by giant chopsticks?
You know, people saw that live in person.
Do you know what we
Yeah.
should do? Do you know what we should do?
They
We should
saw it.
actually look. What we should do? Look.
The SpaceX. It's right by the
Hold
side
on.
of the road.
Hold
You
on.
know, it's not on some island like NASA. They don't hide
Hold
stuff.
on.
They're right
Hold
to the side of
on.
the road. You could just pull off to the side of the road and
Red,
watch it.
red cloud, settle down. Right. Look. Let's look at the original. I remember the first picture of SpaceX going up and then coming down, landing on its head. Like, it's like throwing a pencil up in the air and it miraculously lands on its tip, and I go, da-da! It's
Have you
almost
been
like...
watching Russian Vids videos?
No, what I was going to say to you, I remember watching one of the first videos, and one of the first videos was like, it was kind of pretty distance. This was from SpaceX footage. It went up, then it sort of was coming down, and there was a tree line. So the tree line shrouded the actual end of the rocket. So you couldn't see the rocket actually, how it landed, because the trees were in the way. And subsequently, we've come along the way, and now you've got, you're more detailed. And I would imagine it's a progression of how cinematography has developed from when they first said it was possible to how it is now. And maybe they had that ability to show that footage in the first place, and what they've done, they've sort of like, oh, we'll put out some sketchy gear, and then as we get, so it's like there's a progression to hoodwink you into believing, oh, look now, because there is like, I'll be honest with you, I look at it and I think like, this is amazing, but I don't believe it for 1 minute.
Well,
all my
when you're
senses,
talking about
all my senses in my body tell me what you're watching is an animation, even though it's very lifelike.
What if I posted you a video of a hobbyist who made a rocket and landed it backwards like that?
Video. Why would you break a video and then send it to me?
No, I'm saying what? Break it. I'm saying a hobbyist. Like there's hobbyists doing this type of stuff.
You said you were going to bust me a video. Well, why would I? How am I going to watch a broken video?
I didn't say bust you a video. I said, what if I showed you a video of a hobbyist landing a rocket backwards?
Were you on
that?
Were you there?
That'd be lovely. I was going to think. Here's the thing: is that when you saw the rocket landing behind the trees, that was
that doesn't make anything real, does it? I can send you like hundreds of videos.
I actually am going to my brother's this year, and he lives close to Boca Chica, so I might actually get a chance to see them land the rockets. So if I come back and report to you I did see it in person, you're gonna believe me?
Make a video of it. Make a video of it.
You just said there was hundreds of videos, and you give a shit about videos.
You make a video. You make a video. You make a video. Look, I'm here. I'm making a video. This is me.
You make a video.
No, you.
No, you make.
Look,
okay, now what about the hobbyist? What about that hobbyist? That hobbyist that can control a rocket and land it backwards. What is the rocket actually? What's the fuel? Because a rocket has fuel, it goes up. Now, how is the hobbyist able to control that back down to ground? Is that really a thing, or is it just a toy? What's the propulsion in that? Okay, because that's as an engineer, that's why I'm querying it. It doesn't seem to be doable, actually, to have a
engineer as well?
As a hobbyist. Hang on, as a hobbyist, the rocket goes up. So how are you controlling the rocket? Electrical, magnetic? What are you doing?
They leave fuel in it, and they have thrust again. Or you can use control surfaces like the fins on some of the rockets. They'll use basically a fin that it kind of looks like a waffle maker with the holes cut out, and they use that. Those are the control surfaces to stabilize it.
Jen, there are three ways of controlling a rocket. You've got control surfaces like grid fins on descent. You also have control surfaces in the case of Starship, which is the actual ship itself. The second way, you have cold gas thrusters, and then the third way is gimbling of the rocket.
Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to have this rocket with fuel. It takes off, shoots up to a certain altitude, and then it's going to come back down. Right? I don't know how you're going to have. So you're going to have a reverse thrusters, okay, to slow its descent down and do its the control surfaces, the fins and that, to bring it to land perfectly. Legs deploy. and gentlemen, when you witness that by Elon Musk, that is all CGI. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's what you're watching. Nothing but CGI, because it goes against the laws of physics and mathematics.
Okay,
No chance at all that can happen. A rocket can land in reverse. It's an insult to my intelligence and intellect. Thank you. Bye.
Jin, even flat earthers will say that you can do that. They're not going to agree that the rocket's going into space. But flat earthers will say that you can land a rocket because there are people who have seen it. And when Schlitzstein was talking about the rocket landing behind a row of trees and things, that was in Florida. That was at NASA, because there's a row of trees where they had the landing pads. But in Boca Chica, you don't have a row of trees. There are no trees. No trees that for miles.
Yeah,
It's
unfortunately,
you can pull off the side of the road and watch the rocket land.
Yeah, I've seen it myself. I've been to Los Angeles. I've seen the site myself. The thing about this is, unfortunately, Jaron and Karen B, two separate flat earthers there, they've scrutinized, these videos, and they show you that it's definitely CGI. They take it step by step, yeah? Jaron knows that. I knew it well before they started pushing out the videos, but they actually put out the videos and scrutinized every stage of the way. Right? It's silly. All right? It's, ladies and gentlemen, rockets cannot be landing backwards on a pinpoint target out in the ocean. Okay? On a platform that's, moving around. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's absolute rubbish. Okay?
50,
it's all
have you
CGI
posted
trickery.
a video?
What?
Video should I post?
I don't have the video, but you can go to Jaron and go and find it. I did, didn't I? Go do your own work, man. Get out of here! It's every time. Have you got the video? If I found it myself, you can find it. Go and look, and you will find.
Yes, I will
Right,
find a
good
video.
luck. Bye bye. Thank
someone
you.
recorded.
Arrivederci. Sayonara.
That someone recorded it. It wasn't a part of NASA or SpaceX or anyone else. Just someone who pulled off the side of the road and recorded the rocket landing on it.
Red Mist.
Even flat earthers will agree with that. Come on, man.
Actually, not all flat earthers would agree with that at all. That's another wild, baseless claim right there. Not all flat earthers are agreeing. It's only going to be a small minority. Okay, it's not even going to be 10%. Not even going to reach 10%, and that's me guessing there, ladies and gentlemen. Mind you, but it wouldn't even. I'd be surprised if it was 10%, ladies and gentlemen. I would be surprised.
Does anyone in here agree with that?
Well, let's have a show of hands. Who believes that a rocket can go up in the air and then land down on its end? No.
Land back on the ground with legs deployed.
No. 100% no.
Can you see my hand? It's raised.
Yeah. It's like one of those Tyrannosaurus hands, Tyrannosaurus Rex hands.
A percentage. What sort of a name is percentage?
It's a percentage.
The best one, obviously the best one.
Placenta.
Right, listen, red fog.
Red fog. You called me red fog earlier. I like that.
Right,
you called me red fog.
Life is about percentages. Life is always about percentages. That's why.
Notice that Jin has to say everything twice.
Yes, because you don't listen.
Sound like my mum.
Right, you think right. It's
yes.
Another thing which I've witnessed, and I've got a video of it actually. I videoed it myself, and it's of 69 satellites in a row. This remarkable 69 satellites in a row. I can send you the video right now. There's definitely not 69 lights in this video. And the video, the trajectory of these 69 satellites. Can you tell me, before I declare my observation, can you tell me how those satellites, 69 satellites in a row, how do they work? because I'm miffed. So could you tell me, because I'm sure you have a good understanding of space aerodynamics, you could actually explain to me to make that make sense in my head, so then I can go on to declare my or reveal my observation.
What's going on? Up in
69 satellites in a row. How do they work? How are they propelling through the, I don't know what kind of sphere, stratosphere, ionosphere. I fear because they were so low they might have crashed into my house. But yeah, how does it all work? Or if you don't know, then you can just say you don't know, and I won't press you for any more information.
Why don't you be a little bit more specific? How does it all work? What do you gotta be a little
69 satellites in a row, flying past. I'm sitting there smoking a joint, enjoying the evening sky. Then all of a sudden, abruptly, I see some mad thing. And I thought, oh my God, what's this? I was actually on a call to my mate, and I go, I'm going to have to call you back because I just seen something really strange, and I'm going to take a video of it. So I videoed it, and it was just the way it happened, and so like you tell me how it works, what I saw, what I was witnessing, because it was
what we think. We think you saw 69, a train of however many satellites that SpaceX launched that were going up. They're probably moving into position. I don't think they stayed in a line. They probably figured out.
I got the video.
Okay. But I mean, yeah. So you know what we think. We think they're just satellites. They orbit.
How are they staying in the air, and how are they being propelled?
They're not in the air. They're out of the air. They're in the above the atmosphere. Essentially, there's still tiny amounts of air, and they have little thrusters on them that help them adjust because of the small amount of drag that's still on them. But there is essentially almost no air up there.
So they're free falling.
There's no propulsion.
Are they free falling in space?
Yes, exactly.
So how come they don't drop on the floor if they're free falling in space? How does it work? I don't get it. They're free falling.
Yep. So
but they're
falling is
not
term we use, but
falling.
not really.
They're moving along.
But the
like
other thing is the only reason you can see them is because they're high up in orbit and the sun. They're actually being lit by the sun. Sometimes you can't see them because they're not lit by the sun. They're not actually lighting. There's no rockets on them.
The
So you
sun
can only
wasn't
see them
out.
because they're lit by the sun.
It was at night.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Jin CBR1 here. Another important fact that the Globers seem to have missed, okay, or those who believe in the moon landings and space. In order for the capsule and the spacecraft, please let me get it done, yeah? To put this spacecraft into space. You're interrupting me again. Sorry. Basically, the actual spacecraft itself, or the capsule where the astronauts are, the measurement of the aluminium they need is 3.964 inches. That's almost 10 centimeters thick of aluminium. That's the minimum amount, okay, to contend with the radiation there, the minimum. And then with the cosmic ray particles, you would need 2 meters thick of shielding, some kind of shielding to contend with the cosmic ray particles. This is according to NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Okay, that's what they said, and NASA was ill prepared. I'm talking about having things in space with the environment of space. Satellites, yeah. Yeah. But satellites wouldn't be able to withstand. If a spacecraft was ill prepared, it would translate or extrapolate it to the satellites, and the satellites themselves don't have this required shielding. Okay, so there can never be any satellites in space, is my point, because of the environment being very hostile to anything man-made. I'll stop there because I'm going on. There you go.
All right. So you saw a lot in a row because that's how they're launched by SpaceX. What they do is they put up the rockets in two stages, but the rocket part that you're seeing landing is the first stage. So the first stage, and then the second stage sits on top of it, and they both go up. The first stage runs out of fuel, and almost runs out of fuel, and the two separate, and then the first stage comes back down. The second stage takes the payload, which is the satellite, and the payload is the only the payload thing. The second stage is the only one that's not the only part of the rocket that's not reused. And then you have the top front of it is in two halves, and those two halves are called the fairing halves, and those separate once they're up above like 100, 150 miles. Because there's no air up there, there's nothing to protect the satellites from, and so the two fairing halves separate, and then you've got the satellites just sitting there, and they go in orbit, and essentially the second stage lights its rocket, pushes them all up into orbit, and they start flying around the Earth. And then the satellites are released, usually from actually simple springs. They'll just use springs. And they have what they'll do is they'll have like a row of like 20 satellites, and they'll have just like one metal rod. The metal rod is released, and that allows the springs push the satellites away, and they're all pushed away from the second stage in a row, and then they separate naturally. They just separate as they are pushed away. So when you see that line of satellites, that's what you're seeing.
So there was some conflicting information put out on this particular day, and because at the same time in New York they were saying that they were seeing them. At the same time I was seeing them south of Madrid. So how does that work out? How does that work? And there was various things I would like to know. I would like to know what is the dimension of each or one of these satellites in a row. You only have to tell me one because apparently they're all the same.
Yeah.
I just wondered.
No, not always. Sometimes they use rideshare. They call it rideshare, which means that various manufacturers of satellites can ride aboard the same rocket.
How big?
So,
are they attached to a rocket?
Depending, what a Star A50 is Starlink up to version 3 yet? I think
it was Starlink.
No, I don't think they're on version 3 yet.
It was Starlink. This was 2 years ago. This was Starlink, and it was 69 satellites in a row, because in the newspaper it actually said there's 69 satellites in a row, and I thought, well, I'm pretty sure they're missing about 35 of the motherfuckers, so someone's not counting very well, because there was never ever 69 satellites in a row. But the headline was 69 satellites. You had witnessed 69 satellites in a row. Because I even looked in the newspaper, and then the newspaper made it all apparent. Spain witnesses Starlink, 69 satellites in a row. There was not 69 satellites in a row. And I can clearly show you the video, and there's no way there's 69 satellites in this video, which I took myself on my
depends
iPhone.
on
Not the best
when they're
footage.
When they're first launched, they've got solar panels. When they're first launched, the solar panels aren't retracted. Right?
So how big are these individual satellites? Because they're going to all be the same. So you only have to tell me one. If they deviate by a little bit, that's not really. I just want to know the size of one.
I'm not sure. I think they're probably 7, 8, 9 feet, something like that.
So they're not very big.
Dimensions.
They're not very big.
They're not
How
that
many?
big.
How many miles up in the air are they? This is important.
Oh gosh, what's the altitude of Starlink? It's pretty high, I think.
I think they've got like a large antenna array on them, don't they?
Do they? It's late. I'm drunk.
It's not late. It's early.
as a reference, as Jeremy Clarkson. It's late and I'm drunk. Forgot how big they are.
So I'm looking right now. Gen 3, I was looking at this. So they launched Gen 3. The first one went up in March of last year. So they haven't got around to it yet. But this has got to be comparable. That's what I found information on. But they haven't switched over yet. But this is probably, if it's within the past, this is comparable. So it says 2 tons, 60 meters wide when fully deployed with their antenna arrays and whatever. If they have other kind of arrays that they use, some of them might have solar arrays, etc.
They weigh 2 tons.
That's what this is claiming. Yeah, 2 tons, 60 meters wide.
2 tons.
Yeah, I know. I didn't think they were that big.
2 tons. Just imagine that. That's a fucking car.
Yeah,
and a little car.
Did you know the payload of the Falcon Heavy, which is the amount of weight of items that it can carry into space, is fucking ridiculous. It's like it's something insane. It's like 100,000, 200,000. I forget what it is. I don't know if you know what it is, Red Cloud, but it's ridiculous.
Have you ever noticed?
What about the 33 engines? What about the 33 engines? How ridiculous is that?
You also have
33 engines. Wow.
Have you ever noticed
the payload of the Falcon 9? Then you have the Falcon Heavy, which is basically 3 Falcon 9s strapped together, and then you have the Starship. So each one has different payload. And
yeah, so Falcon Heavy is 140,000 pounds.
Have you ever watched the launch of these rockets, then likened it to imagine an airship shaped rocket flying up through, No, but I started to think about that. If that was like an air balloon shaped as a rocket, because the way it moves and the way it
what in a straight line across your sky? That's not like an air balloon at all.
Just maybe it's when they take off, the takeoff. I'm just talking about the takeoff. It looks like an air balloon. It's up very slow. It's I don't know.
Dude, you need to go watch an air balloon launch.
Maybe it's just the cinematography.
Yeah, helium. I've heard of people saying that helium is used by NASA to launch rockets.
It's definitely to launch. I've seen a lot of satellites on balloons.
So silly.
But I've seen a lot of satellites on balloons, and you can't say that that's not true, and that's not a thing. And there's been a lot of crashes of satellites on a balloon.
Yeah,
so
satellite balloons.
You think to yourself, there's 95% of communications are land lines and land based, and if satellites were a thing.
Cables.
Satellite was a thing, I'm sure. You remember when you had your TV and your CD and your hi-fi and you had a fucking big pile of wires at the back, and then things started to be they just connect without, they were wireless, and then you thought, oh, this is fantastic, and everything was hidden. Don't you think they'd be doing that as they moved on with this satellite technology, that there's no cables? We could just do everything wireless and put it all onto the satellites.
It's marvelous new technology.
Yeah.
But don't you think it's amazing that a satellite doesn't beam directly down? It beams to a pylon or a receiver.
Cell tower.
And then
actually, hang on a second. Hang on. That's it. Hang on a second, please. If that's true, because according to this documentary that I watched, 95% our communications today happen via fiber optic cables that are under the sea, which cover 700,000 miles of the sea ocean bed, right? The seabed, okay? That's 95%. And each day every day that goes by, 10 trillion financial communications happen via these cables, okay? And then the 5% that's left are due to, you got the cell towers, as my man was just mentioning, cell towers, okay, wind turbines, which are now being used to generate electricity and used as communications, ocean buoys, okay? So the satellite thing is just not happening. We don't use satellites to communicate unless you're in the military and you're using a local one, do you know what I mean, which is like on a helium balloon thing. Nothing going into space, deploying solar panels, okay, and floating around the globe Earth, which Red Cloud himself validated to exist. He's just
But
believing it. So
Jin, they
hang on,
took
you
Starlink
should
to
believe the
Antarctica.
satellites. Yeah.
You're just ranting.
They use
Again,
Starlink
helium
for the
balloons.
final
It's
experiment.
just helium balloons at the end of the
Yeah.
day.
Yeah, this is another thing you
that's
guys
all
are
that is.
denying about the final experiment. They took a Starlink to Antarctica. All the flat earthers flew on the
Yeah,
plane.
I heard that.
No cell towers, no nothing for 400 miles, and yet they have a satellite signal there that lets them get
that's
internet.
possible. That's possible. That is definitely possible. Starlink is new. So it is possible to have, like I said, when you're in the military, you can have satellite up that's giving you communication. That's not a new technology. Okay, but it's helium balloons, okay? I'm not denying that. No flat earther is saying that they don't have that. That's possible.
Have you ever heard of the concept of a radio horizon?
It's a different thing. Say that again?
Jin, have you ever heard of the concept of a radio horizon?
Yes. Yeah.
You know what can you explain to me what a radio horizon is in your mind?
Let me see now. A radio horizon. How would I actually explain that? No, I can't actually. No. You go ahead.
So in like radio, if you're doing any kind of radio, like if you do ham radio is something like hobbies do. If you do ham radio and you have a cell phone tower, you have to then you'll do you can beam out that radio signal, or you can collect radio signals as long as the horizon isn't in the way. Right, so you can't beam or transmit signals if the horizon's in the way. So the radio horizon is basically a calculation that is from the top of the radio tower to the edge of a globe Earth.
No, that's absolutely incorrect. Not a globe Earth, because Australia. Because I do know the technology you're talking about. I just wanted to see what you had to say. In Australia, they have a radar system can see 2,000 miles away from the coast. Okay, and that's flat Earth proof, because there is no curvature. There'd be 500 miles of curvature blocking the line of sight of the radar system. Okay, it needs horizontality. Radar, sonar, and radio signals only work on a flat Earth. They do not work around the globe. So what you're saying is incorrect. You see, I play it very cautiously. I do. When I'm not too sure, I step back. And now that I know exactly where you were coming from, now I've just trumped you again. No, you're wrong, sir.
Radar horizon.
What you're mentioning is incorrect.
How could you be unsure about what radar horizon is? Come on.
I wanted to know exactly, because I'm interested in the sonar and radar. You see, so radio is I know what radio is, but what kind of I've never heard radio horizon put together like that.
Okay. Yeah, it's well known. It's well known. Anytime you get into any kind of putting an antenna up high or a transmitter up high, you have to know what the radio horizon is. That's like the first. That's like a first step calculation or measurement.
Well, it's the line of sight, isn't it? Yeah. It's the line of sight from the radio wave.
Exactly. It doesn't put globe.
The Earth is curved.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. That doesn't put globe, because you're talking about horizontal horizon, horizontality. That's why.
Yeah, if it's the globe.
If the Earth was flat, there would be no radar horizon.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. Well, yeah, you are right. Actually, because the radar would travel and keep going, wouldn't it, until it reaches its target?
Yes, exactly, and it doesn't. So that means the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, well, but you told that to the radar systems that they have in Australia. You go and tell them that. Go ahead. Good luck.
Oh dear me.
Well, I mean, this is like there's systems all throughout. There's a really famous system in the UK. I forget what it's called, but it's maybe it's the old emergency relay system, or there's something that was like they were looking at this community a few years ago, or something I think in the UK, and they thought they had like a big gotcha, because they hadn't. They're like, oh, there's these radios. They're so far away. They're past the radio horizon, but they had repeaters along the way.
Repeaters.
Yeah,
There's
yeah. I
two
forget what
big
it was
radio
exactly.
telescopes in the UK. The two big radio telescopes in the UK are Goonhilly and Jodrell Bank. And Jodrell Bank is not a bank.
Where? Goonhilly.
Goonhilly. Look it up.
Where's that?
Bring it up. Pull it up. Let me look it up. Hang on. Goonhilly. Goon.
Goon.
Goonhilly Earth Station Limited. There you go.
Goonhilly.
Goonhilly Downs, Heston, England.
What, Birmingham?
Is that? Yeah, there you go. That's one. And the other one's Jodrell Bank. Let me look at Jodrell
Where's that?
Bank.
Midlands.
Jodrell Bank Centre for Engagement.
Aston's
Midlands,
Midlands.
There you go. There you go.
Aston's
There's Jodrell
Birmingham.
Bank.
Goonhilly. Never heard of it.
Yeah, Goonhilly. Goonhilly.org. Not heard of Goonhilly. Goonhilly's mentioned the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, man. Come on.
Goonhilly Earth Station. Oh, it's in the peninsula.
Satellite station.
It's in Cornwall.
Is it an array?
On the lizard.
No, it's just one great big dish.
Oh,
Oh, it's a slightly larger, so maybe it is.
Yeah, that would be Cornwall, wouldn't it? Not well, but Cornwall. Yeah, Cornwall.
Yeah, Cornwall.
Yeah.
Why do we always say Cornwall?
Cornwall. Uncultured swine.
It's just, look, everything about that's just bad. Goonhilly.
What?
Lizard.
It's a great name, isn't it?
Cornwall. It's just, you can't make this rubbish up.
I mean, that dude, blame that on the English. Aren't you English? Or whatever.
No,
Blame it on them.
I'm fucking Irish. So there you go. I'm Irish, but you could. I'll give you that.
That's so funny. Oh my god, that's such a horrible name.
Goonhilly, down in the Lizard Peninsula.
And I am familiar with those two because they're in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah, what?
At least Goonhilly is.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't know that.
The Hitchhiker's Guide
The
to
only
the
thing
Galaxy.
good about Cornwall is Newquay, isn't it?
Yeah, there you go. I've been to Newquay in Cornwall.
Don't you remember the
No,
film
Newquay
Blue?
in Wales.
Do you remember the film Blue
Been to
Juice?
Newquay in Wales, not Newquay in Cornwall. There's two Newquays.
Yeah.
There's one in Wales and one in Cornwall.
Don't you remember that film Blue Juice?
Yeah.
With
I remember that.
I'm gonna surf the grave, the boneyard, man.
You gotta admit, it's not as bad as the Lucifer telescope.
Oh my!
It's a classic.
Dude, it has a 999-year lease.
What happened to
666.
the Hubbly Bubbly pipe? I mean, the Hubbly Bubbly telescope. Is that still going?
Never heard of that one.
I just looked it up. Yeah, Goonhilly is in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That's some reference for you, isn't it? That's validate.
Right,
That's
right.
You know, that's it. I believe everything now. Red Dwarf.
Red Dwarf? You're going to call me Red Dwarf?
Yeah, Red Dwarf. You sound little. You sound small.
I sound like Crichton. Crichton, man. Got to teach you how to lie, man. See the way to bake your programming.
The best one was when he was pictured smoking crack in the taxi, wasn't it? Fucking hell.
I'm deeply grateful, sir. Don't you think I want to be deeply offensive? That's one of the things that I admire about humans the most.
Have you guys seen Bigfoot Goes to Hell?
I suppose that's just on American TV.
I guess.
What, the English don't have Bigfoot?
No, we don't
Going
have
to
Bigfoot.
Hell?
What's that?
Maybe just Bigfoot.
Is it just Spring Hill Jack over there?
The nearest we've got to the equivalent of
They have
is Nessie.
no, there's
Nessie?
something
Oh.
called crooked tooth.
Crooked Tooth.
Yeah,
Possibly.
it's just scary.
Here's
He's got a mean
Dwarf.
look to him.
In the
It's-
chat, here it is.
We're trying to
teacher's
catch
debate
up
now
now.
to
We're
lie.
introducing more fluoride in our water, so we're trying to catch up.
It's a banana.
Yeah, eat some more beans with potatoes or whatever. Whatever you guys eat, that trash that British people eat.
I don't know. Like, let's put it to the test. Who's the fatter nation, Americans or English?
Hopefully Americans. Hopefully we're fatter.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you are.
But there's more of a we outweigh you
You're more
I'd
processed.
hope.
per
I'd hope
capita.
we're fatter.
I definitely think you're more processed.
Yeah, being fat is a great thing.
Yep.
It's
At least
Mr. Blobby.
It's hard work
least-
being this fat.
Built-in body armor.
Yep.
It's like an exercise. It's like exercise. I would imagine if you're carrying that much weight around with you.
Yeah, but it also gives you energy. That's why the strongest, the biggest, or the top strongmen are all fat.
Yeah.
Best
Helps a
energy.
lot.
Makes you strong.
If it ain't out of the packet, I ain't eating it. Yeah, I think like you're like definitely on the road to destruction with terms of processed food and that. At least we have an indication of what bad things we're eating. They do the E numbers, and I see, especially in Canada. I haven't been to America and sort of like looked at the ingredients on packaged food, but it's very, very telling that it looks almost innocent on the packaging. When it says like, oh, like certain with the E numbers, you just know they're bad. It's just you just look them up and you go, oh, this one's made of like animal bodies or something from animals or insects. Whereas in America, it's worded in a way that it's kind of don't look so bad. Like citric
What are you
acid.
talking about my country?
Dude, what you talking about? Like citric, most people think like if it says like a chemical name, people don't like that.
Is that an Australian accent? But I did notice how you went up at the end, and that's definitely Australian.
Are there any
You
Aussies
don't
in here?
like my country? No, I don't know. Nice effort though.
Walking in country.
I think, yeah, the American way how they sort of like list their ingredients in packaged food is really bad. You're
What do you mean?
unaware.
It just says what's in it, which is it's all bad. Like
Yeah,
it just
Not
says,
really.
like, yeah,
It doesn't actually say it.
poison.
Like it doesn't say what's genetically modified and stuff like that. Our labeling practices are worse than European practices by far.
Yeah, the European, we have a series of E numbers, yeah. So like everything's an E number. If it's an E number, it's shit. It's GMO'd, it's modified, it's bad. There's no good one.
Here
If you
it's
look
enriched. If you buy bread and it says enriched, do not eat it.
Why would you
And
eat bread?
the reason it's enriched. Well, the reason it's enriched is because process that the food went through in order to be put on the shelf was so harmful that the FDA can no longer qualify it as food. So they have to put nutrition back into it in order to make it edible. And that's
What?
enriched bread.
That's nonsense.
That's
It's
that
inedible. Doesn't qualify as food. That's nonsense.
The FDA will not
there,
certify bread as food unless it's enriched. If it's
Okay,
just
so
white bread.
if it doesn't count as food unless it's enriched, then it wouldn't just count as food. It wouldn't be enriched food.
there's bread in Spain, and it costs
if you
50
look-
pence, 50 cents, and it's the same concept. It's absolutely zero nutritional value. Zero.
You may as well eat the wrapper.
You could be
That's
eating paper.
nonsense.
No,
Unless it's burnt
it's
to
a
a
thing.
crisp, it's not zero nutritional value because in the end, it's still, the wheat or whatever grain it's made from. And
Oh,
it's
I promise
baked,
you,
and
there's
some of the proteins in or whatever got denatured, but there's still going to be some nutritional content.
no, there's zero. And it's a definite. It's a bread war in Spain because they want everyone to have this bread, and it's like priced at 50 cents. You imagine 50 cents. It's less than it's a half a euro.
You sure about that?
Yeah,
50 cents for trash?
Zero nutritional value.
I'd pay 50 cents for a bag of trash.
Yeah, you might as well. You get more nutrition from eating the grass off the floor.
Dude, when I was
There is
super,
grass
super
usually grows
poor,
out of ground, not on the floor.
Or you put
when,
it. You smoke that grass.
when wifey and I got married, we were super poor, and there was a grocery store, big grocery store called Omni. I think it was Omni, and they had loaves of bread for 25 cents. And it was the most awful bread, but it was food, and we had to eat it because we didn't have any. So I lived
Wait,
on
don't you guys
peanut butter and jelly
pence?
sandwiches.
Now I
Don't you
know
guys
why you believe in that.
25p?
25 cents.
You've petrified your brain.
America.
Don't they
Yeah,
have
exactly.
bakeries in Spain?
Don't lie to me. Cents.
I'm in Atlanta.
But there is one product I know that is allowed in England and is banned in America.
What
Don't know
is
if
it?
anyone can guess.
Meth.
Roundup.
Meth.
Sour Skittles.
No way.
There's
Yep,
nothing
they're
wrong
illegal.
with.
They're illegal in America, but they're allowed in the UK for some reason.
Which Skittles?
I've had them.
Sour.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have them.
Oh,
I
sour
remember.
Skittles.
I remember my kids taking them and said, "This is from my 9-year-old kid from after eating Skittles. Can you please send me to bed because I can't stop being naughty."
Imagine getting arrested for having a bag of Skittles. And, that's probably what should happen. Like, if you have Skittles,
they're worse than
get
meth.
on the ground and, put your hands behind your back.
It's just a bag of illicit narcotics in pill forms. Okay, go on. Go
I
ahead.
was on a bus.
We're looking for
Long-
these
long
Skittles
story.
dealers.
The cop planted Skittles on me, bro. I didn't have them.
You want to keep
Well,
your
like,
jaw
what's up
loose,
with
have
the-
a sour Skittle every like 15 minutes. Loosen
So,
his jaw right
so
up.
could you hook us up with a contact for these sour Skittles?
Yeah, I got a
So we
guy.
Get some.
You got it. You can just
Import,
send
export a
Yeah, I
little.
think
family members send them.
most real
Little
G's have a
container.
Skittle Connect.
So
I can
I
ship
was on
it
a
to
bus
you.
on the border from Canada, a US-Canada border, and we're going through to one country to the other, and all the Canadians or no, it was Americans. I think we were going south, and the American cop gets on the bus at the front of the bus. He didn't care about guns or drugs. He just wanted to know if we had any illicit fruit.
Skittles.
No bananas here,
I don't know if I
sir.
believe that. That sounds like a racist joke.
You can't smuggle in the Skittles.
Well, the fruit is for the bugs. It's for the insects. They don't allow fruit across the border.
And we can
because you could have
smuggle the Skittles in through different fruits. We'll carve the fruits out.
Well,
yeah. Good idea.
Actually, I don't.
The Skittles must flow.
But I think California banned Skittles for a while. But it is banned in
said that?
Austria and Norway. Sour Skittles.
Who said the Skittles must flow? Who said that?
Snack of the Future said that.
I understood that reference.
Terrible.
That was a good reference.
I did it.
No, it was good. No one
I've
else
done my
got it.
good deed.
If you have Skittles, you should be shot by police.
Skittles extend life.
That
Skittles
is my
make
statement.
folding space possible.
I'd like police better if they shot Skittles out of their gun.
Just want to shove a handful in my mouth and throw on a strobe light and just stare into it.
Send them
Ugh.
to space to feed the astronauts.
Yes.
In the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, one of the weapons is a projective weapon, which basically, if you shoot someone with that weapon, you then understand their point of view. It's very, very silly.
What, like you go inside of their body?
No, there's just a scene where someone shoots someone else, and then instead of killing him, they suddenly understand what's going on from the other person's perspective, and they're sympathetic.
Yeah.
Then it's just this weird.
You know, I heard about a guy who was he had an ability. He was like a martial artist, and he had this ability to predict, like psychically, can predict what someone was going to do before they did it, and he was able to enter in the mind of the person that he defeated, and he like wanted to experience being killed. So he would basically kill people in combat, and like psychically understand their perspective, and he like got off on it.
I saw the show.
Yeah.
That's freaky, man. That's freaky.
You guys ever mix like 2 Skittles at the same time?
Oh,
Of
You're
course.
like, what is this flavor?
You ever just mix like 10 of them?
I did a skip ball. I did a skip ball. Lucky to tell the tale.
I had my best buddy. He decided it was fun that we should try various mixings of drinks and things, but not alcohol. And so he mixed. It was coffee and Coca-Cola, and mixed them together. And
Sounds terrible.
it was revolting.
What's that? Coffee and Coca-Cola. That's a common Romanian thing. And yeah, I had a Romanian chick get me to try this, and I'm like, no way, you drink this in your country? This is disgusting.
Have you ever
I'll tell you
had?
what is it. Listen to
I've
this
tried
one
that.
then. Listen to this one. Guinness
I tried
and Coca-Cola, and I guarantee you'll go, that's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Well, there's lemonade and beer, right? That's shandy.
Guinness and
I used to
Coca-Cola,
drink shandy.
swear.
Guinness and Coca-Cola?
Yeah, try it. I swear to God, I'll guarantee you'll go, do you know what? That's quite nice.
It
What you
makes
could do
Guinness
is
palatable.
you could blend up powdered donuts with the Coca-Cola and make like a smoothie with that.
There you go.
Wow.
In Atlanta, there's a Coke Museum, which is just a fancy way of saying it's an ad that you have to pay to see. And the Coke Museum, it has all the flavors all around the world, every country, so Greece included in places. And there's an Italian Coca-Cola brand, and it's called Beverly. And it is the most revolting thing you ever put in your mouth that is in the Coca-Cola brand. It's absolutely disgusting.
What about that sausage you were telling me about?
I told you not to say anything about that.
Oh yeah, sorry.
You could mix some semen in it.
I just have one, sorry.
Bachelor chow, now with taste.
Oh, bollocks. Why did I do that?
This has gone all to pot, hasn't it? This conversation has gone all to pot.
Have you guys tried mixing blood with Coca-Cola?
No.
I think that's yet to be done, and maybe we should be the first.
I cut way down on my blood intake.
Same.
It was like a fad diet.
Yeah, it didn't
How
really
do
work.
vampires? How do vampires shave in the mirror?
Mm, I
Don't
mean, I
they
guess
shave
they
each
wouldn't.
other because
I
they
guess
can't?
they wouldn't. Yeah. Why would you use a mirror if you can't even see yourself in it? That just seems silly.
It's a reference to Big Bang Theory TV show.
Okay.
They ask stupid questions about it. I like stupid questions about it for some reason. Crazy.
It's a British thing.
Yes. Well, I don't know if you've read the news, boys and girls, but Britain isn't doing too well right now. It appears my homeland has gone all wonky. And
What do you
not
mean
in
by
a
that?
funny way. Well, they've... maybe I shouldn't have brought it up. Just read the news. Britain gangs. Just type Britain gangs. And what you'll find is pretty disturbing. There was a bunch of incidences involving... you know what? No, let's not talk about that. Pretty bad. So...
Maybe if you guys had better nutrition, it wouldn't be going so bad. Just a thought.
If they voted properly, we wouldn't be in this situation. It really is awful. It's pretty bad there. So, and they had no... I don't know what you think about politics here, but they have no Trump coming to rescue them. You know what I mean? There's what's the guy in France? The French Canadian chappie. What's his name? Canada. Pierre something. He's going to be elected after Trudeau gets kicked out. We've got Trump, but in the UK they haven't got anyone. Prime Minister.
Oh, that Pierre guy. Did you see the interview with him eating the apple? The
Yes.
interviewer. That is fucking tight.
Some people are saying, Mr. Polyev, some people are saying what people? What are they saying? Well, so you can't name anyone who's saying that.
He's not one of them ones who can eat an apple for a letterbox.
He just like,
apart.
he takes a chunk. He'll just be like, "What do you mean by that?" And then he just like chomps on this apple. It's like he's taking a bite out of the other guy in a way. In Canadianese, that's what's really going on. It's like
that's it.
And Pierre, he's like, right before that, he was like, "I'm gonna take this guy apart like I'm eating an apple. That's what I'm gonna do. That's how I'm gonna handle it." That's what he's thinking in his Canadian brains. I love the Canadians. They're so funny.
Yeah.
They're so nice.
Oh, what did he call? He was in Parliament and he called Trudeau. He insulted him in some way that was really funny. And then the other one he called that Jagmeet guy. What's that Sikh guy? You know, with the turban. He called him a Maserati Marxist. What was that? A Maserati Marxist.
I must admit, someone tried to, I don't know, crackheads, I think, tried to rob me.
Yeah, you should have been eating an apple while you were doing it. They would have never dared.
I couldn't believe it. It was like out of a film. I swear to God, it was like out of a film. You cannot make it up. It was so funny.
Yeah, I found it.
I was actually on the phone to my mate, and two characters come up to me at the traffic light. And listen to this. This is how Canadian people, I swear to God, it was like maybe 40 people. It was like a big junction, like a intersect. And I went across the road, and these two guys come up to me, and they stuck their face right in my face. It was like insane. I went, yeah. And then, as I said that, their heads dropped to the side. It was like you couldn't make it up. Thinking, oh, well, whatever happened.
I posted Poliev, or however you say it, called Jagmeet Singh. You go, that's it's
Unbelievable.
Do you guys use like ninja stars and wherever you're from, British people?
Best. That's what I use. Bear spray. Don't leave home without it.
Maybe look into ninja stars, shurikens.
Bear spray.
No one watching that clip. It's they're all laughing and cheering, insulting each other. That's great.
How come you're not hanging over out at Jaren's channel?
Because it sucks. How about that?
It's a new Globe channel, isn't it?
I bet.
Well, not to worry, eh? You've still got Mark Sargent.
I don't like Jarenism, and he's a fraud.
He's
and
on
a
the
bad
Globe.
person.
I thought all the Globers are hanging out over there.
Jarenism is, I think he's probably gay.
Fake and gay.
Yeah.
Red fog.
But you got Oakley. But you got Oakley. You're right.
He's got 80. For sure. Isn't he?
I'm the new leader of Flat Earth, so buckle up.
You said you're a Glober.
No?
Do you really believe?
No, I don't.
So, this is so funny. It's like, do you really think they'll land on the moon? This is what you say, man. It's all right.
What's the first law of globalism?
Be gay.
Trust the science.
See how many sausages you can fit in your mouth.
Let you go
Yep.
down, never go bum.
They have to be different, though.
Mixing
Fish,
meat.
veal, and sausages. No,
Um,
plants, sausages, and goldfish.
Hey, what do you guys think about NASA funding lab-grown meat? What do you think about that?
Gay.
All right, I agree.
What about?
Just do 3D printed meat. Just do that.
Yeah, they're printing goldfish.
That's what I wanted. Red fog.
I was going to say, Schlitzky, if you get these sausage plants and goldfish reference, I'll be shocked and stunned, man.
The what reference?
Sausages, plants, and goldfish.
Wow. We have to do that. We have to do that online.
It's for the young ones.
The trouble is you can lead a flat earther to water, but you can never make them think.
Jazz up.
Jazz up.
Tell that joke 7 million times now, Jazz up.
What toxication levels are you at today, mate?
Oh, fuck. Just getting started there, Cobber.
Cobber. Where you say Cobber? I in your budgie, what's it? Budgie smuggler.
Fucking budgie smuggler.
Your budgie smuggler.
Hey, what are the rates of schizophrenia in British people?
I don't know.
Ask Jim. He's right up there.
Has it been going up or going down or?
Joseph, what do you reckon? What's your take
Jazza,
on
tell
the?
them what a budgie smuggler is. Jazza.
Of course I know what a fucking budgie smuggler is there, Cobber. Jesus fuck, I go down to the river every day with one.
Yeah, in your cozzy.
Packing a fucking budgie. Although my missus says, have you got fucking 2 or 3 budgies in there? Fella?
You imagine Joseph mankinis.
And I say to her, thank you for making me feel like a real man, but you know that it's only not even a budgie in there.
That's good.
And she says, don't put yourself down, you tiny man.
Oh, what's up?
And then I
Comedian
say, well,
Bill Bailey.
thanks, Sheila.
Hello, Bruce.
Red
Bill Bailey. He did a good Aussies. Aussies are always upbeat. How you doing? Awesome.
Red Mist. I think he wants you to be his Sheila. Don't fancy your chance. Don't fancy your chances there, mate.
Fly the bed.
You can imagine that, innit?
You dancing? You ask? Hey, Jazzy, I've been to Window Whopper.
If you're looking for good coffee, never come to Spain.
Are you in Spain right now?
Ghost Rider.
Witsit, are you in Spain?
See. Yeah.
Hey, what kind of are you able to get? What kind of food do you eat over there?
What kind of food?
Yeah,
gay food.
I heard Spain has like good food.
Depends.
Yeah, the best.
Whereabouts in Spain?
In the Basque region is the best.
He's from Linguini.
Why is the Basque region the best?
Because they know how to cook food. Whereas, like, you know, I don't know, where I am now, it's like they're renowned for, they're the inventors of paella. That really and truly paella. It's just a fucking rice dish, isn't it? It's not very, there's not much thought gone into it. It's just like rice in a pan.
So you're not eating raw meat over there?
Where's all the saffron?
Kind of lame.
I'm pretty sure all over the globe that knows how to cook food. Just some parts don't know how to cook it as good as others. You know what I'm saying?
Let's see. Why don't you eat raw meat?
Speaking of weak muscles, here we go.
Why don't you be a man and eat some raw meat? How about that?
Be a man and eat some raw meat.
Yeah.
Do you eat raw meat? What do you eat?
Yeah.
What do you eat? Raw chicken? Raw chicken?
Yeah, I'll eat raw chicken, yeah. I'll eat every meat raw.
Pork.
Well, I don't eat pork, but if I was going to eat pork, I'd eat it raw, yeah.
Is it interfisted with your brain cells?
But what?
Oh, it makes you strong.
It might make you strong, but there's no, oh, God.
What, you don't want unprocessed meat? You want to always cook it and never have real meat?
Did you hear the word I just made up?
Where'd you buy the meat from, though? Directly from the farm or something?
The butcher, the grocery store.
raw meat.
Which grocery store? Don't tell me. Like
It's a grocery store.
Safeway.
I go to Albertsons. Well,
I go to Piggly Wiggly.
It's like, I don't know. Me personally, I wouldn't even fucking trust a butcher because they just like pissing on your back until they knew it's raining anyway. You know what they're like.
well,
They're
when
just
you
right.
cook it, hey, at least when you cook it, you know for a fact that it's poison. You know that's bad for you. But when it's raw, you know it's good for you. So there's that.
Yeah, but like, there's a way that you can cook. I'll be honest with you. I don't cook the meat like. If I have a steak, it's gonna be like flash, quickly seared. So it's kind of raw inside for sure.
Right. Well, why cook it at all then?
Because like I just need that crisp crust on the outside rather than that. Oh, I don't know. I don't think I could. Maybe the beef I could, but chicken for sure I couldn't. No
What
way.
you could do, cut up some tomatoes, some onions, some avocado, maybe a little bit of
Ferment
honey,
it.
and put it with the raw meat.
Yeah, like
that.
ferment it.
No,
Kind
no,
of
just
ferment. Yeah, but
no.
if you're gonna put what did you say? Chop up some onion.
Tomato, onion, avocado. Put it with the raw meat.
What about oil? No oil.
No oil.
Hang on. So hang on. So should say, well, if you're not eating meat and you obviously have a paradigm, so you're not eating the good stuff that'll cook you a good nutritious meal at the end of your day. What are you actually eating? Because all the vegetables and shit are getting.
I've got like this I've got this can and it says bangers and beans on it, and I'm fucking open that, slop it into a bowl, put it in the microwave for 5 minutes, and Bob's your uncle. Sometimes I forget. I've been eating it stuff for so long. Sometimes I forget and put the can in there. Depends how many fingers of scotch I've had. Jazza.
Sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Eat some raw meat, dude.
As long as you're getting your protein and your nutrients and such.
Dude, with the raw meat, like I can eat raw fish for sure.
Eat man's food.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do.
I could
raw
eat
fish, raw beef.
You know, like you have the steak tartare. That's raw.
Yeah.
But it's not. Well, it's not so much. It's still a bit like with the oil, so it's a little bit. You know.
It doesn't seem as weird when it's in a restaurant, I guess.
Yeah, but
for some reason.
Yeah, that's like uncooked steak, but it's really and truly it's been, with the oil. It's almost, I can't remember what that term is called, but it is like it's all basically you can do fish like it is soused fish or something, where you put the oil in it.
It's a beautiful delicacy. It's a beautiful delicacy. I eat raw fish regularly here in Japan, so I'm well accustomed to it anyway. I started eating raw fish in London from 1997 when I met my Japanese girlfriend in Japan, who became my fiance on my birthday, and then we got married here in Japan, so we've been married 25 years. But back to 1997, that was when I first ate raw fish. I came to Japan in 1999, and then I started to eat raw horse meat. And when they slice it up, it's lean meat. It looks like corned beef. It looks like corned beef, but obviously it's not. Very lean. It comes in about a 3 inches in diameter circle, thin slices. Okay, and it comes with parsley as the garnish, lemon, a quarter of lemon, and pureed garlic. So you take one slice, you put the little spoon of garlic, and you spread that on the meat itself, right? The horse meat, and then you take some of this parsley, or is it leek? Put it in the middle. You roll it up, pop it in your mouth. Wicked taste. Raw horse meat. Absolutely marvelous.
Well, on the contrary to that, they do a boccadillo, like a baguette with fucking horse meat in it here, and it's a delicacy. Everyone eats it.
Schlitzy, what's your
Yeah.
favorite type of meat?
My favorite type of meat.
That's difficult.
Most probably say lamb or beef.
Not chicken?
Yeah. No,
Chicken's
that's too common, isn't it? Chicken. My favorite. I like all the meats. I can't say I actually have a favorite because I've eaten deer meat, which was really nice. I ate goat in my childhood days in the 70s, right? In England and in Nigeria, Africa. So we eat goat. Okay. Then I've eaten, of course, beef, chicken, like you said, turkey, guinea fowl, quail. Right, so I like and raw fish as well. But in meat, I like the differences in the range and the texture. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Chicken is so common. You know what I mean? We
I'll tell
are
you
eating
one.
billions of tons of chicken. Go ahead.
I'll tell you one meat that I can't absolutely stand is hare.
What?
I've eaten that like a hare. It's like a rabbit,
Oh,
but bigger.
rabbit. Yeah.
Oh, mate, they hang it. So like the meat, I don't know. It fills with. It's like fills with the blood. Oh, it's fucking disgusting.
Hey, I'm pretty sure that chicken is like the most commonly eaten meat. And
Yes,
like,
it is the number one meat eaten in the world. Correct.
yeah,
Absolutely
like
correct. Super Size Me. Sorry, Super Size Me 2. That documentary documented that. Sorry to interrupt you. Carry on.
I saw that movie. Yeah. He died recently, that guy. But with chicken, it's like you're saying that you would eat raw fish and raw beef, but people, for the most part, enjoy chicken the most. And it's like people have this thing where they think raw chicken, for some reason, is like off the table, but all the other raw meats you think are like totally okay. But
Do you know what it is?
the truth is that raw chicken is the best. That's the truth.
There you go. Sorry to interrupt you, mate. In that Super Size movie, yeah, Super Size Me 2 movie, it stated that the Americans were consuming 300 chickens a minute. Look at that. 300 chicken a minute at that rate.
Wild.
There's a whole lot of chicken.
That's a lot.
I bet KFC put a dent in that as well. Apparently, that's why they had to change their name. Do you know that? They had to change their name from KFC because their chicken wasn't, they couldn't verify it was a standard of chicken. So they had to change it to KFC.
Oh, Kentucky Fried rather than Tennessee Fried, yeah. Yeah, I
Well,
see
no,
what you mean, yeah.
they couldn't include chicken because their chicken was at a level it wasn't considered to be real chicken.
Okay.
So they
I see
had
what
to
you
change
mean,
the
yeah.
name to KFC.
Yeah, but whenever I've eaten Kentucky Fried Chicken, which I like, it's always been chicken. I've never ever eaten a chicken and it's been, GMO or whatever. This is real, and I'm talking about back in the 70s. Yeah, I used to eat I used to eat the party bucket, like 20 in one sitting, and give the bones to the dogs. You know what I mean? So I used to like that. There's
Yeah,
an
but back in the
interesting.
day it was real. But like now it's like I don't know.
Yeah. There's
You
an
can eat
interesting
that.
story out there, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. An interesting story of misfortune and a 10-year battle against a council in Britain. Okay, it's about a man. His name is James Hole. I think his name is James Holes. His girlfriend accidentally threw away a hard drive that had the value of it now is like $1.5 billion, let's say, of Bitcoin. Okay, at the time it was lost. It was like only worth 600 million. Okay, and it was thrown away, and it's gone to a landfill, a dump site, and the guy has his legal team to try and recover it, saying that he wants access. It's my property. He even made a deal that he would give some of the money to help start up new jobs and that. Okay, but the council are not having it. They say it's landed on our property, so it's ours. We're worried about the environmental safety. Safety yourselves. You might be digging it out and releasing toxic chemicals, whatever. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? A hard drive worth about They say 1.5 billion. In England, Newport, Wales. What do you think?
Fucking welched on the bed.
Yeah. What do you think? Is the council right to stop a man from retrieving his property if he knows where it is?
Well, if it's private property.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
more
a good
concerned
point.
with calling the Welsh English, mate. That's horrifying.
Maybe he should go
Fact-
and report it as theft, innit? And say, look, they've clearly got it and they're not giving it back to me, so they're stealing it.
Well, legally, the legal angle of this from Newport's position is that once somebody has thrown something away, you relinquish any ownership, of course, and once it's on their property, it's the council's property now because they're going to recycle everything that's there and incinerate and whatever. Yeah, so it's now on their property, so he doesn't have any legal claim to it. Okay, his legal team has said that, and today's BBC News has said that he has no chance at all of ever recovering that hard drive. After 10 years, Woo, 10-year battle, by the way. Yeah, determined man. Yeah, girlfriend throwing away the hard drive. They were cleaning up the house. Of course, she didn't know. Obviously, she's innocent. Yeah. Can you imagine that? How would you feel? How would you feel, ladies and gents?
I'd be upset. I would have bought a lot of
Yeah.
chicken with that money.
Yeah. Yeah, you could buy a lot of chicken. Yeah, you could operate several factories. Couldn't you really? Start your own business with that. Yeah.
Can you hear me, mate?
I can hear you now, yeah. Now I can hear you.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was just good to see you, by the way. Happy New Year, long time, mate.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you too. I was just going to say that. You took the words out of my mouth. Yeah. Yeah, the reason I haven't been here was because Discord locked me out of my account because it asked me to verify. And you might remember, what's his name? He comes on this, Reese. His name is Reese. He comes on this server, and he put it like this here. Sometimes Discord does a sweep across their members to verify your account, right? Okay, and that's what happened to me. You know what I mean? In October. Okay, so I was locked out, and all details are in my passport, passwords, everything. Yeah, so I don't lose. So I know where it is. I go straight there and verify my account. I was locked out for 2 months. Wouldn't let me verify it. Wouldn't let me re-register it. Couldn't open a new account. Couldn't do anything. You know that. I had to use my own son's verified this same account that I'm using now, the original one. I had to use my son's mobile phone, and he logged out of Discord, logged my account in, and then we verified it that way round. It just wouldn't let me do it. That's why haven't been around for like 2 months. Okay, and shortly after that, YouTube stopped me access on, restricted my access. Okay, and a week after that, my now of like little cyber attacks. I was talking about the Holocaust. You see, had been for like a week posting material and that, and I don't know. That's something happened anyway, and that's what happened. Sorry, I've gone on there.
We thought you rolled over to the globe, Jim.
That is impossible, man. No. I'm telling everybody that there is no 24-hour sun. That's what I've told them. I said, no, Witsit and Jaren are not the authority on whether our or sun or not. And when I've asked it before he went, I said to Witsit, is the earth flat on this very server? I asked him, is the earth flat? And he said, yes, it was. I said, are you going to be going antipodal, upside down, when you go to Antarctica? He says, no, I'm not, because the Earth is flat. Okay, good. So we know the Earth is flat, and if the Earth is flat, it would be impossible to have a 24-hour sun. Totally impossible, because of the nature of. If we're going by the Gleasons, that's why.
I don't think it would be impossible because it's an apparent sun, so it's not a physical one.
Look, unfortunately, we don't have the material to substantiate that there is one. In 2016, I became a flat earther. 2015. In 2016, Jaron is talking about the 24-hour sun doesn't exist in Antarctica, and he actually contacted the McMurdo base and very other bases there, and all they had was 18 hours of daylight, and you don't get to. Where's the material? 5 fake videos, okay? Then I'm asking for material from the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000. I haven't been able to find anything. National Geographic document the North Pole 24-hour sun. They don't do the South Pole. Another clue there that there isn't one, yeah? Then last year, July, sent his channel a video where the travel agencies at the North Pole offer the tours, the 24-hour sun at the North Pole. And then when the agents, the representatives ask about Antarctica, do you do tours in Antarctica? They said, no, we don't think there's a 24-hour down there, they said. 24-hour sun, not down there. They don't do tours down there. So, with all that going on, this is why I'm holding my position. Okay? I think of all the and shenanigans that have gone on, I don't know what they saw, but I think somehow it was some kind of optical trickery that was performed there, and that's what I'm holding on to at the moment. Okay? I'm not ready to accept them. They're not the authority. Okay? Who is Will Duffy? When he came on the scene, as a dubious character with the federal agents and the police and that on his tail, trying to find out his financial situation. That's the story that I heard. Flat Earth Bando's channel and various other videos. Okay,
Yeah,
so we don't even know who he is.
That in mind makes it very dubious for sure.
Yeah, he was a dubious character. So this is why I myself, Jim CBR1, on my own, stand up alone, never give up, back to the wall, I'll still take it down. I'm definitely saying that there is no 24-hour sun, and I care less not what other people think. I never have done that. Okay, that's me though. That's Jim CBR1. That's my position, and I reserve that right. Thanks.
Or your position is that there's no 24-hour sun in the South Pole?
I agree. I think it's fake.
That's absolutely correct. Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
and it doesn't it doesn't determine the shape of the Earth, by the way, as well. So there you go. Yeah, and I'm still holding on to the Gleasons. The Gleasons map is seared in my brain. If I could have it tattooed on my chest, I'd have it tattooed on my chest. And if indeed the map is completely and drastically, definitely wrong, then of course I'd have to have a skin graft and put the new map on. Simple as that.
Yeah. How'd you like those Skittles?
Yes. How'd you like them onions and garlic with the Skittles to boot?
Go on, someone was questioning you, so you don't believe there's a 24-hour sun. So he answered your question.
Yeah. And remember, whenever you mention my name, please know that Jin doesn't do beliefs. Jin carries no beliefs. I believe in nothing. I believed in the globe Earth for 48 years, realizing I was in error in 2015, December 26. That day, I stopped believing. That day. So I don't say I believe this and I believe that. No.
So
I say I cannot accept. Cannot accept.
Did you
that's
put
what I'm using. I don't say I don't believe.
Did you put the Gleason map?
It's the monkeys, isn't it? I'm a believer.
Yeah, it's the monkeys.
Yeah, have you went to Antarctica yourself?
Didn't leave her.
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. I haven't gone to Antarctica myself yet. I have traveled quite a lot of this Earth, but I haven't been to Antarctica yet.
Because you
So we tested, and the model has. You're
You're breaking up
what?
bad.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll land in a second. You're saying that you care what videos show you. You're showing evidence video, but I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird.
You're still breaking
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, you're breaking up really bad. I'll just say this: I reserve the right to accept what I deem just worthy to accept, and most of the time I have to verify it for myself. That's what I said about 45 minutes ago. That I try to be the authority on any knowledge that I'm given. So I might go to the authorities for the information, but I must try to verify it. And once I've done that, I become an authority myself. Every human being, every individual has the right to be an authority of their lives and the things that are happening in their lives. They don't have to rely on another authority. You can be that authority yourself within your own life. Okay? That's what I try to do. And those are words to live by. So in other words, the only way I'm going to be able to accept the 24-hour sun is actually to go there myself and set up my equipment and record it. And I've looked, okay, and I haven't found anything that proves the 24-hour sun exists. Okay, and there's so many anomalies in that in itself. And according to the actual model we have, not that we have a model, but the Gleason's map, it would be impossible to have a 24-hour sun because the center, topic of Cancer, you can see the sun there. That's clear. 24-hour sun is possible. But as soon as the sun starts to move out towards the Tropic of Capricorn, the possibility of anyone seeing a 24-hour sun is reduced completely. You will never see it. Not 24-hour sun, not in the Tropic of Capricorn. No way. The circumference is too wide. So technically, logically, you can only see it in the center because it's a tighter circle. When you increase that circle, the likelihood of being able to see a 24-hour sun totally diminishes. The circumference kills that possibility. Okay? There we are. Thank you. That's why I hold my position. It's so easy. I don't miss a heartbeat. I'm not crying. I'm not worried. Easy, man. But the Globers are very upset with my position. They're very upset. They're living. Yeah, man. But that's their
Flat
problem,
earthers
not
are
mine.
upset too. They don't like that.
Yes, some, because they don't have the confidence and the zeal and the fortitude and the wavering, non-stoppable energy like I have, you see. That's the problem. They're weaker than I am.
Yep.
They're emotionally weak. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think I agree with you.
Yeah,
I
go
think it's
ahead.
fake.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, they don't have the confidence to just stand up and use integrity to discern. Use the
You think it's
integrity to discern it.
You think
Oh
it's
yeah,
fake?
of course it is. Yeah, I think that that's what I said.
Like
Yeah,
what?
I
Like
think
what's
they
fake?
used some kind of trickery, optical trickery happened. That's what I think. Yeah, and I'm trying to work it out.
Okay.
So I'm in the process of trying to work this out because remember, blue screen and green screen technology has advanced so much. It's getting difficult to discern. It's really getting that tight. We're in the era now. We're on the cusp. Okay, it's becoming, and NASA owns more studios than the rest of the film studios combined. So who
Well, I
knows
definitely,
Go ahead.
I definitely think that's about SpaceX. That is photography at its best.
Yeah. It's
If
the
you
late.
think the first launch, you think of the first launch, it was very grainy. There was a tree line. It landed behind a tree line. You couldn't see nothing. Now all of a sudden, you got super close-ups, and it looks fantastic. I admit that I believe we're watching a film, not reality.
Yeah. What I want you to do though is go to Jeronism's channel and go to Karen B's channel because they actually scrutinize these videos real close up, yeah. And you see the glitches are there. Okay, they're still there. These glitches and that. Yeah. Oh yeah. So no, it's all
They bought
CGI, mate.
drones a little while ago, the SpaceX launch. You know, where it's glitching out.
Yeah, that's right. Nature kick in because you can't control all that those magnetic energy and molecules. It's something. Nature is always in flux. It's always going to show up. You can't beat it. Nature will not be fooled. Okay?
But you got the same
when you,
thing.
yeah, go ahead.
Like when you get your phone close to the TV, sometimes it glitches out, isn't it? Because, like, say, like just before the call comes, there's a glitch in the phone because it's interacting with what's now happening.
Yeah, that's right. And when you endeavor to understand what the experts are telling you about space, okay, you can then begin to break it, formulate questions. Sometimes you're hearing questions from others that then helps you to formulate other questions that they didn't ask, okay? So you put those questions down and you start to tick off whether or not NASA overcome these problems, and you check, right? And you find that they didn't overcome anything. One astronaut nearly died in a vacuum chamber, and that vacuum chamber only simulated 3 miles off the Earth's surface, if that. He wasn't even in space yet, collapsed in 1.7 seconds. LeBlanc, his name is, okay? And he fell backwards like a tree felled. Straight, didn't try to stop himself because he was already out like a light, okay? And then they opened the vacuum chamber very quickly to get him out. In opening the vacuum chamber, they could have killed him doing that, okay? So imagine you're going to space now, okay? And then another thing, the space suit, they said the spacesuits were inflated to be like 3.7 psi. Let's round it off to 4 psi. That would be very bad for the human being, because a human being in a spacesuit would still need to have 14.7 psi all around him or her. Without that, the body's going to expand, so they could never have gone. The spacesuits couldn't withstand the pressure in space. You understand? It would expand and tear, and it's gone in the vacuum of space. So there's lots of things when you work out the science and the maths and that, you can see that NASA is just lying clearly. And the other thing is, ladies and gentlemen, what you got to think about. What gives you the idea that when you get to like the Kármán line, 62 miles up, you will begin to float? Because that's what you believe. You don't know that. Why do you believe that? See what I mean? There you go. Everything goes up must come down. Can't be going somewhere and suddenly you're weightlessness. Do you know what I mean? Yeah? Just like that? No, man. Planes don't even go 60 miles up. Just lying. Yeah, man. That's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. Gin CBR1 back into your living rooms, kitchens, toilets, wherever you are, you got your device. And I'm making sure you keep a good eye on what's going on, keep a clean breast of what's going on, and scrutinize it. Yeah, go ahead.
How they fake it, and then Witsit's here like being all like down because people are like saying stuff. It's like he's faking. Is he? What do you like? Him and Jared? Like how is this nest up?
That's their problem. That's their problem.
No, I'm asking
that's
you.
their problem. Yeah.
So you don't have to explain that, but you can say.
I don't need to explain anything, do I? Really? To be quite honest, I don't have
You
to.
can fucking try. You can fucking try. All right.
I don't need to.
Because it's dishonorable. It's dishonorable to fucking
No, it's not. No,
accuse
it's not.
people.
That's your opinion.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is. And if you stand for anything, if over the years you stand for anything, we know, ladies and gentlemen, that it's honor and integrity. Everybody. Yes.
Correct.
So integrity would include not. You're basically implying that these other people are liar faces. If there is a fakery, okay, so there's dishonor that you were casting upon them that you cannot prove. So, sir, you have a requirement to defend your honor after all these years of me hearing you say it, that you deal with this in an honorable way. And so, yes, you have to fucking explain it. Please do.
Yeah. Apologize.
Yeah, we really care about honor over here all of a sudden.
Because it's fucking Jin, and if you don't know Jin, then you don't know Jack.
He's right.
And if you don't know Jack, then you don't know Jin.
This man is correct. This man is 100% correct. He knows me. What he's saying is, I respect and understand exactly what he's saying, so I will address that, what he's risen. He's absolutely within his right to pull me up and put my feet to the fire, and that's what he's doing, because he knows me, and I respect him for that. Just like he respects me, that's why he's saying that, of course. So the reason why I'm putting myself in a position is that I'm now in the endeavor of trying to find out how they did this trickery. Do you understand? That's where I'm at the moment. Okay? I don't know how they did it, but I'm trying to work it out, of course. I don't have to accept what they tell me, though. I do reserve that right, do I not? I have the right to be an authority of what I know. So I have to bring my knowledge and my experiences to the table. This is what's the problem.
You have to prove it was a trickery.
Then my question
then
is,
find out how.
Then my question is, do you think that the guys have been fooled as well, or do you think they could be involved?
Yeah, that's a difficult thing to actually answer, isn't it? So, but it's on the table. Which one is it? It's the only way we're going to find that out is if we can find out how they actually tricked, because that's what I think it was. Okay, looking at the flat Earth itself and the Gleason's map, it's impossible to see a 24-hour sun. And not Jaren, but Witsit, the Earth is flat. He knows that. He said it many, many times. Okay, all right. So if he knows the Earth is flat, I know the Earth is flat, and I look at the map and the layout. There's no way you could see a 24-hour sun. It's impossible. Okay, and I'm going on the strength of the fake videos that happened in 2016 and the lack of material from the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000 of the 24-hour sun. Jaren himself contacted the McMurdo because they were only showing us 18 hours of daylight, and he asked them, why don't you show us the whole 24 hours? And they said they didn't have the bandwidth, so Jaren suggested, why don't you do 2 12-hour stints? And they never replied. So even Jaren was questioning it back in 2016, you see. Okay? So this is what I'm going on. Lack of material, fake videos, the actual map itself, the layout doesn't allow for a 24-hour sun. National Geographic haven't documented it. They documented the north, not the south. And that's what I'm going on. Okay? And we know they've been tricking us all the time. They lied about the Earth. And the other odd thing is, why is it in 2024 we get the 24-hour sun from a dubious character called Will Duffy, who knows nothing of the debates? He doesn't know anything. When he was talking with Witsit, he made a lot of mistakes. He still makes them now. And then you've got McToon, the loon. Nah, come on, man. I have the right to hold the position I have. And if it's casting doubt on these characters, that's their fault. Okay? Not mine. Okay? Do you understand that now? Are you satisfied with my answer, sir?
Be honest with you, like trying to search out the footage hasn't been easy. Of 20, I know, like the guy Geo found a lot more, but I had to really search for it. You know, there's a lot of it seems really, I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, if it turns out to be in the end that there is one, maybe I've gone down there to confirm it, then apologies will be passed on and everybody moves on. But at the moment, knowledge, you know why I'm taking the position.
I don't think it's impossible due to the concept that
why don't you think so?
It's apparent, it's not a physical. So it could be.
I can't accept that. I can't accept that either, because you don't know that it's apparent or it's not physical. You can't. That's a theory. You see what I mean? You've got to go with the fact that you see the sun. You don't know what it is, right? And if you look at the times where people can see it, there's a pattern there. Okay, there's a pattern there. And if we're living on a Gleason type map, there's no way when you're in the Tropic of Capricorn can you see a 24-hour sun. It's impossible. Okay, no chance.
Well, I tried to
only in the Tropic of Cancer.
I tried not to look at so much at the details and thought to myself, look, I come outside. I'm outside now. Look up in the sky. see the sun. It's there, or apparently it's there. Don't know how it works. Maybe have an idea, but you know,
yeah.
What's
in all the years,
we go out every day and we witness this. We still don't know the full functionality of it. So, what's going to
how
the?
can we?
What's
How
going
can we?
down
We don't-
somewhere for a couple of days? How are you going to work that out? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. For me, I understand it maybe a little bit more than you. Then that's all. What I'm trying to say is that when I look at the sun, I've seen it from like different parts of the world. When I actually look at it with my naked eye, it looks the same every time. So I don't think there's a second sun, if you know what I mean. Yeah, it's the same sun that I see in England, I see in Africa, Japan, Hawaii, the Philippines, wherever I've travelled. It's the same bloody sun. Okay, so that's that. And when we look at the layout of the Gleason, it doesn't lend itself to having a 24-hour sun happening on it. Okay, and if the Earth is flat, which it is, there's no ifs and buts about that. It's impossible. So they've gone and done. They put themselves in that position where I'm casting doubt on them. I don't want to do that, but the position I'm holding is doing that. Unfortunately for them, not for me. And if I am indeed wrong, I will apologise accordingly if it's necessary. Do you know what I mean? Necessary.
It's not like
Remember
they're the
that.
most
I
trustworthy.
always operate under my standards and nobody else's. Mine and mine alone.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you're calling the
Anyone's
most.
beckoning call. I'm not, and anyone's beckoning call. No one controls the way my emotions, the way I think. Okay, I will always respond my way, my how. That's how it is.
I've seen some videos where there is like a second sun, but it's always close to the first sun.
Yeah,
Where
who
it's
knows
just
what was going on there?
Jin, it's not like these are like the most trustworthy people in the world that you're randomly calling them out. Like, it's like saying you don't believe them isn't really a big deal, in my opinion.
No, it's not. Exactly. Thank you. I appreciate that. Of course not. Of course it's not a big deal. I said when I
Yeah,
when I made the
I
statement.
agree with you.
Yeah.
Well,
Everybody reserves the right. You reserve the right
Yeah.
to hold whatever position you want. That's it.
yeah.
Thank you.
And unless you believe that the
Can you hear me, by
24-hour
the way?
sun in the south actually disproves flat Earth, then to me this whole Antarctic thing is just a nothing burger. Like, what does it matter either way whether they went there and did see it, whether they're tricking us? Like, what does it actually matter? It's a nothing. It's like it's a complete distraction. The only thing it's either going to do is help make all the flat earthers chuck these guys under the bus, or you know what I mean, they're going to be found out to be frauds or whatever. Like, it still doesn't change, you know,
It's
all of the other things, the lack of curvature, the stupidness, you know, of the globe.
Yeah.
It doesn't change
Show me the
that.
bend in water.
it's for publicity. It
I don't
changes
know.
the status of the people that went.
Mic
That's what
check.
it's all
Can you hear
about.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
The,
Jim.
the weak
So I
the
agree
weak
with
ones
you.
will fall
Yeah.
down. Ones will fall is what's going to happen. Weak flat earthers will fall for sure.
Yep.
Check.
Or
Can you hear
maybe
me?
they were never in it in the first place.
Go ahead,
Mic
Roots.
check. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear. Sorry about that. Yes, we can hear you.
Right, Jim. What I'm trying to ask is, although I agree with you that Witsit and Jaren are no authority to be followed, and I agree with that 100%, and we can't verify it for ourselves unless we go, which is highly unlikely. But do you not see that there is a higher likelihood that there is a 24-hour sun now? And do you believe, or do you think that there are credible flat Earth not models, but ideas with a 24-hour sun?
Yes, that's a very good question, and happy New Year to you and your family. Hopefully, you have continued good health, wealth coming in, and the family okay. Good question. I'm just going to carry on with what I'm carrying on with, okay, and that is, it's an impossibility. Models are models, speculations are speculations, but I'm going with the meat and the potatoes, the actual facts, and that's how you don't lose yourself. I'm grounded, so I'm going to have to go there myself, okay. I'm saying there is no possibility. There's no possibility like man never ever went to the moon. There are no satellites in space. There's Voyager 1, Voyager 2 beyond the satellite. There is no Kepler.
I'll be honest.
No, what's the ISS? No, there is no James Webb telescopes. These things are not there. There is no 24-hour sun.
If you're going to go down to Antarctica,
me,
22.
if I ever can,
22,000, Jim.
Oh, now it's an option. Okay.
22,000.
Yeah, I wish I could go. I wish I
This
could
guy,
go.
I'll just to have you know, and I don't want to. I got no bad feelings or whatever, but this man fucking argued me for like fucking 6 hours straight about like not being able to go to Antarctica and that he would never go. But now it's an option.
No,
this many years later, time changes all things. I love it.
But can you go?
Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Who?
This is me, Snacks. But it's like bookends.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
feel
I'd
like
love to go.
it's a complete.
I'd love to go there. Yeah, I've always said I wanted to go there. No doubt.
You should, but like I'll definitely have to call you fake though if you do go, regardless.
Oh, well,
of
I don't
what
mind.
happens.
Again, it wouldn't bother me at all because I will
And
go.
it's not because I don't like you. It's not, that's not a thing.
No,
it's just
the
like
position it's the position that you're holding, and you have the right to reserve yourself in that position.
I should just. I only want to do it so that I can see your reaction when I call it fake, and you know for fucking sure that you went and you paid the ticket. And you'll be like, "Look, I've got the fucking receipts right here." Stan.
No,
You're
I
fucking
would
insane.
not. No, I
Like,
wouldn't be like
don't you
that.
think?
I wouldn't be like that, Snacks. I wouldn't be like that because, like I said earlier, everybody has the right to hold the position they deem they want to hold. Okay, that's it. So that's all. So all I'll say to you is that if you ever get the chance to go, that's when you're going to learn. So I will respect you for holding the position you hold. That's how I'm going to operate. That's what honor and integrity is all about. You have to allow people to hold the positions they have. Okay, and I'm not going to break your back to get you there. You'll get there in your own pace. So if I've gone there and I see it for myself and document it, okay, and bring it to you, then great. But if I don't see it, then that's going to be a surprise as well, isn't it? There you are. So I don't care
Well,
if you
then,
go, you
but
didn't go. Or this,
but it would be
that's
that
not
other
going to
people
bother
would.
me at all.
But and
It's
that's
not going to
fine,
bother me
right?
because
And
once
we can get this between us, right? Like we'll have an understanding, right? Be like this, okay? But like then other people be like, no, Jin's in on it with this guy or whatever, you know, like he's agreeing with you know, if you also confirm it 24 hours, then you're also on their side and you'll be torn down too. And so I don't think it's like a healthy way. No, I'm just saying, and I'm just saying it's just not a healthy thing to like burn down people that you, if you believe that they were honest enough to have a following, you know what I mean, or and then you interact with them here to like. I don't know. I don't know
Well,
what
that doesn't mean anything.
bugs
Like
me.
because they have a
Yeah,
following.
it
they're
fucking
honest.
exactly, it doesn't mean
it fucking
anything, Snacks. Exactly, it doesn't.
Well, then you don't mean
Because
anything,
like
and
I
I'm
said,
just gonna tune out because like none of this matters. Is that what it is?
well, yeah. Well, then tune out. Then tune out. Fine, tune out. That's
Well,
what I'm saying.
if you
Good.
don't have to have
Just
integrity in
relax.
what you say, and you can just say whatever you damn well please to suit your fucking needs at the moment, yeah,
Again, that's my position. That's my
then
position, and
what
I'm
am I
going to roll
listening
like
to
that.
here?
Well, goodbye.
Shit, that's
Good
all I'm
night.
saying.
Sayonara. Have a good
Hey,
rest. Take a load off.
And if this is like supposed to be if you're like an exemplar for others or something like that, or if this is supposed to be the fucking
You're
paragon
not
of
the judge of
discussion
that.
on this
You're not
topic,
the judge of that. You're not the judge of that, though,
I am
Snacks.
not.
Everybody,
No, I'm not.
every
I'm not.
individual,
But you
every
present yourself in a
individual
way.
has the right to follow the people they want to follow. You're not the harbinger,
All right, I've
or
blown it
you're
up
not
here.
the authority. You're just another snack in the future. That's it. Okay.
Isn't that right?
Thank you very much.
Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, but I
Exactly,
can call you
Snacks.
on it, and
But
I call you on it in the
you're not
past
the
too.
arbiter, the control of
I
anything.
called you on your
You
past.
give advice.
I called you on what you
You
do.
haven't called me on my past.
I
What have
did.
you called me on my past? What do you mean?
Antarctica.
What do you mean?
6 hours straight, you
Yes,
fucking
that's
argued me
correct.
about it because
That's
you're just an
correct.
out of
Yeah,
control
I did.
person. Maybe you know that could be a
No, I'm
possibility
not
too.
an
And
out
maybe
of
there's a
control
lot of people like
person.
you.
I don't
I
think you
Maybe there's
would
a lot
held
of
like
people
it.
like
you
you.
in
You're just
check.
like,
I
and if you're
held you
gonna,
in check for
and if
8 hours
you
solid.
wish,
Facts.
you just
I
overtalk.
held you in check for
You
8
just
8 hours
overtalk.
solid once and
Bluster,
4 hours solid
bluster,
twice. Two
bluster.
occasions, Snacks. I
Total
held
bluster.
you and pummeled you to death. You know
Hey,
that. That's why you
Snacks. I
never
don't.
forget it.
I don't see how you could
Yeah.
say that Jin's out of control because if he went to Antarctica, he definitely wouldn't hit a vape.
All I can
So
say is
That's
this is
correct.
they're already
definitely what
winning.
the
Smoke.
globals want.
This is a man who'd be throwing karate kicks to the camera. Yeah.
This shit is the shit
Correct.
that the
I would
globals
be.
want. Like you guys
You
are
think
like
he thinks he can hold it together after, like, he can't hold it together now, but he thinks he could go to Antarctica, show video of it, and then me say
what do
he's
you,
fake. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Excuse me.
Don't interrupt me.
What do
Don't
you mean I
interrupt me.
can't hold it now? What do you mean I can't hold it now? What are you
Well,
talking about?
example provided right here, okay? But like, you can't hold it together, but you think that you could go to
course I hold it
Antarctica,
together.
show me the video, and then I could be like, you're fake, you didn't really go there, you're on green screen, you liar, and your family's a liar,
Yeah,
and you're just
it
you're just
wouldn't
trying to get
bother me
money
at
from
all
people.
because you're a nothing
And
burger
then,
anyway. It wouldn't
and
bother
you
me
think
because you're not anything in my life anyway.
exactly, and then you think you could hold it together.
I gave
You
you,
really do think.
I still
You
still
think because you
respect
can't
you.
hold it together with
Still
this shit right
respect
here.
you. Okay.
It's just a
No,
hypothetical.
I'm
You can't
talking
even
to you
hold it
clearly
together for the.
now.
I put the
Well,
hypothetical,
hey,
I'm
and
talking
you
to you
can't
clearly
hold that.
now. I
So
respect
that's.
you
if
and I
Jin
respect
went,
your
right?
position, but you're a nothing in my life, mate. You're a
I would
nothing
love
in
to
my
see
life.
you go, so I
Please.
could burn you to the ground. Go ahead.
No, but the
You
problem
wouldn't be
is
able
if
to. You wouldn't be able to burn me to the ground, Snacks. You just wouldn't. You can't do it now. You never did it back on the Hangout stage where I roasted you for 8 hours non-stop, killed you with all your
Yeah.
cronies. All right, and then I did it again for 4
This is
hours.
only for my
Snacks, you
enjoyment.
will
It has
always
nothing
be
to do
under my.
with
You
exactly
I
will
just
always
wanted
real
be
to.
below
justice.
me, Snacks.
This
You
is
will
I
always
just wanted.
be
it's
below
just a
me.
craft.
Yeah.
It's like
You
hot
will always
glue,
be.
and I have pissed Jin off.
if Jin went, I don't think he would see the 24-hour sun though. So just saying.
On. I went for a piss and everything went off.
Did he leave? Oh,
You got special audio permissions or something?
Snacks, did you own gin?
Do I?
Oh, thank you.
I can't understand you. Can we move on to a productive discussion pathway?
Just to answer that guy, yeah, you wrecked him. Snacks wrecked Jin.
Who's that? Who wrecked who?
I don't know. I think Snacks took an L on that one.
Nah, Snacks at the W times 100.
What? Snacks.
Snacks, you got chewed up like a snack.
Scooby Snack left. No.
We done?
You got chewed out like a Skittle.
When them blue ones.
One of the
I'm not
yellow
gonna take
ones with cadmium.
You're giving me chances to take cheap shots. I'm not gonna do it. If somebody's holding his arms back, I'm not gonna engage. Let's continue forward somewhere. Some
Skittles.
fucking how.
Hey, by
I'm
the
just
way,
saying, like,
guys.
it's well, okay, you're next in line, all right? I'll take you down next, all right? You ready?
Skittles, the
fuck you
yellow
thinking?
The yellow coloring has cadmium in it, yellow 6. Just FYI.
What are you, Bob
Nice.
Ross
What
over
now,
here?
son?
Yeah. Ban Skittles.
What the brown M&M's got in burnt sienna? Listen, you're
The
another
brown
one of
ones are
these
feces.
You're another one of these people. I'm taking you down next, okay? This is what's gonna happen now.
You're on my list, Snacks.
No,
I'm writing your name
this
down.
This is happening. You can't
You're going down, buddy.
just try and like it. Listen,
Hey, you can't move the blob. Right?
Take you down to Chinatown.
The
You're a
blob is
green screener.
immovable.
Are you a green screener, Blob? You're a green. It's
I'm a
fake visual.
$900 million 40-acre studio. Yeah, what now?
Why do you want to imagine stuff like that?
No, Netflix has one. Netflix this year just made a like multi-acre, like $900 million studio, like building that's like they're like filming movies in it.
Where's that?
And it's I don't remember, but I think I could post it. I think I still got it. And this is what I mean. They're telling us that they are doing this, so obviously, like the government has more advanced technology.
So is it easier for you to think that that's happening for all these other people though too? You know how like there's all the other people It's not just this one case scenario like where somebody's seen this.
Allegedly, yeah. There's other people that say it.
Let's say allegedly. Allegedly, there's these people that go race down there, jogging and the stuff, and there's people that fucking go cross country skiing because they got too much time on their hands. So right, there's like all these people that just for hobby's sake, right, to observe this thing.
Well, it's not like it's year round.
No.
It's not like every single person that goes there sees it.
No, it's just the one couple
It's
days,
like
I guess.
50 days or something like that, supposedly, allegedly.
Is it 50 days?
I don't. It's around that, I think. But I think it could be such a. It's like if you go there and there's no 24-hour sun, like you're not even there at the right time for it. It would be such a word of mouth thing that if you come back from the trip from Antarctica, you never saw the 24-hour sun. People ask you, "Is there a 24-hour sun?" Because you maybe have heard about it from all the people there that there is.
Right.
And then just be like, yeah, there is.
Yeah, so this is like a mythological kind of dream scenario. But like imagine like they could go to the edge of the earth, right? And then they're like, we have video of it, and then you could say like that's not real. There's no edge of the earth. Or they found it.
That's probably what I would say. Yeah, I probably would say that.
Is this just get down to seeing is believing or something like that? And then like there must be some kind of because what I'm saying is like it to me, considering like optical model that accommodates many people over probably a period of decades observing this thing, or even maybe way further back people have observed this. Like, is there a naturalistic, sciencey, earth science type based fucking way that this could occur on a flat plane? Or is it just like all hope is lost and we'd rather say it's green screens? And it's like a poverty of information, possibly at worst. But what do you say? Like, I'll give you a chance to defend your position.
Well, if it comes down to 24-hour sun, or the Earth isn't a globe, like either the Earth's a globe, we have a 24-hour sun, or it's not, and all of the other evidence is real, that means the 24-hour sun is automatically fake. If it comes down to we have all the no curvature measurements, and you're telling me you have proof of a globe because of this 24-hour sun, instantly it becomes fake. Automatically. Done. You're already cooked, if that's the case. But I don't think that is the case, that it needs to be fake for the Earth to not be a globe. But I do think it's fake.
So you can't. Your flat model does not accommodate two poles with a 24-hour sun. Is that what you're saying?
I have not seen that. I'm not saying that it can't happen. I haven't even seen flat earthers attempt to like explain it really, but
it's a lot to wrap one's mind around. But it's been there from the beginning. I feel like if this is a true fact, right? I'll provide you that proviso. That's too many p words in a row.
How comes it hasn't been so heavily documented, like the sun in the north?
Because it's fake.
Right.
It's because it's fake. That's why.
You have to have that balance. The one in the north, undoubtedly genuine. The one in the south, very shrouded, very loosely documented. I don't know. Maybe it's on purpose, or I don't know. It doesn't. You wouldn't just look at it.
Yeah, that like widens it out a little bit topic wise. While I still maintain my abilities to like consider any and all possibilities. I don't think it like necessarily means that because you have two 24-hour observations like this, or these two periods, that it necessarily means. I don't know. We would need like more points of observation to really deduce anything. Because from a certain perspective, yeah, there could be like an optical condition set that makes this occur. I believe that's a possibility, or that there could be one so complex that I maybe can't even understand it. So I can't throw that out either, right?
Well, I think we need more evidence to even believe that it's a real thing. Like we need more videos. We can't just have these like two videos of these like this recent trip. to believe it.
All right,
To even just
I'm
believe.
into making.
Now-
Well, let's make this a franchise and let's make like polar jackets and shit like that. Let's cash in on this because this is like
Let's
a
do it.
year. Let's do it next year. Let's do it next year. We find out. Oh, it's only every 7 years it skips one. Or why is that? Like, there could be some weird things maybe we'd uncover if we just delved further into it. But no, we're not going to get any further if we say like, oh, it's a big LED volume and made by Netflix. That's not going to
Maybe we
help us.
don't.
So
Maybe
that's all.
we don't need
I
to
agree.
go further.
The 24-hour sun in the north, it seems different from the footage that came back from their expedition recently. What we're seeing in the south is a tight circle round your zenith, but in the north, you see it up and down on the horizon as it goes round for 24 hours. So it's seems like a very different type of 24-hour sun.
Yeah, it seems fake.
I mean, maybe they saw exactly what they should see on a flat Earth, and we just don't have a corresponding like map geometry that it easily comports
right.
with.
But
Is
when
that
you
possible?
say it seems fake, all the Globers are going, oh no, they think everything's fake.
No, all of a sudden the Globers, people like Chief Squatting Dog, are in the right. All of a sudden, the people defending it, the people who have been lying to us for years, trolling us.
Oh yeah.
They're the people with the truth, and we're the trolls, I guess. LOL.
I get maybe you're helping us because I think it I don't really care. It's like do whatever you want to do, but like you rejecting it makes it. It's like now that they'll realize that there's a bias. Like we're of different objectivity levels, right?
Snacks. I'll give
Possibly,
you
and
my
that's
best
fine.
evidence. I'll give you my best evidence that it's fake.
I don't have to. It's okay.
Okay.
If,
Chief
but
Squatting Dog. I'm not even. Dude, this isn't even a troll. Chief Squatting Dog. He's the worst troll Glober that comes in here.
Sure,
he believes it. He believes it. He completely believes it and says anybody who says it's fake is delusional, is insane. That's my evidence.
Just because he believes it.
Literally.
See that?
Yes, that is
that's
it.
not. I know, I know that sounds cool, but I don't know if that really just you can't just disagree with somebody if you don't like them if they're aligned with facts.
Well, that's what he does. He disagrees with everything. He'll defend anything that's bad. Like he's just a troll, literally. And I've known him on another server. He's like one of the. He's a weird person. But
all right, yeah, okay, fine, yeah. But this is like a delving into a question and investigation of facts and stuff like that. That's what it was for me. It's what it begins for other people. Just to throw out other people's research and what I guess I should consider, even though they're not my people, but a lot of flat earthers would be that's our own people. You take the best one out of anybody, whoever the most famous flat earther might be, or whatever, if you will, the most trustworthy. Who's the most trustworthy person in this? And you take them and you put them in this situation. Okay, you don't have the reach. We need somebody with more followers. So who's the most famous, trustworthy person?
You need followers to be trustworthy. Yeah.
There is. Well, it's because they have reach and extension, and that credibility extends to a large group. And this is how we don't have leaders because we'll just eat them. But right, that's what occurs here. But secondarily to that, who? I still persist with the question: who is the most widely known flat earther with the most credibility that you would accept their word that they went to the place?
Queue up.
That's not. He doesn't have the reach. He doesn't have the reach.
He has reach.
It's got to be somebody who's known. He's not known.
No, he's not famous. He needs to.
Why
at least
does it
be
have
famous.
to be someone that's known? I don't get it.
Somebody that has a following, somebody that's been here for a while.
What does that matter?
There's
what
nobody.
What about the owner of the channel?
Okay, what if Geo went? Let's say Geo might actually be the most trustworthy, most well-known person in this community at this point in time.
That's who,
right? But right, because you're not going to say it's not like or Santos Bonacci. You're not none of those people. Whatever. They're not. They don't hold a candle to his integrity. So if we send Geo down there, Geo's going to be like, "Hey, this is the deal, guys. This is what happened."
He's going to say it's fake. He's going to say, "Yeah, it's fake. I didn't see it."
He's going to be like, "They flew me down to a big dome and they put us in there. They fed us weird foods and we couldn't sleep." Whatever he's going to say is, but you're going to believe what he says or not? Whether it shouldn't be based on whether it comports with a model or not, because the model was sort of like force fed into this to start with, really.
Yeah, I
And
agree with that.
and it is a war because of like the fact that it is itself like the AE projection is a projection of a Mercator into a radial, if you will, from which point you can center any point, right? And it will distort based on those bases, right? So like I could center an azimuthal projection, or not azimuthal, but I could center a projection of the Mercator map, but I say that the center is like in Africa, and it'll like morph the map out like all whack, and it'll make things that swirl and like distort and don't comport with reality, right? So it's a known, it's just a known that the Mercator to this radial form, which very closely approximates uh, the azimuthal equidistant. Well, it is an azimuthal equidistant projection, but it's the Gleason's map. It's basically the same as the Gleason's map. You get the same type of warpage, and it's an unavoidable consequence of geometry. And yet, it's still like it's something that we had to like. I guess the best thing to go by, because it really should be plotted as it is, not plotted to a rectangle or arranged to a rect. Because like even in that Mercator map, like that's not a one-shot deal. Like nobody took a Polaroid of that bullshit, right? So that's assembled from squares that are oriented to a field, to a map, to sun and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like they're stitching this whole thing together. So
yeah,
it being stitched to the ordinate of a rectangle versus like just like a top-down approach, like. It's just we haven't been able to really like remake mapping since because we had just only boats and shit, and the eyes of a hawk as I see through its eyes. Like those are the only ways that we would have to like survey land, and it certainly wouldn't be high enough to like look at a coastline. You know what I mean? We're just getting that out of the out of the map making, out of the cartographers. So they're limited to only doing things within a system that's nautical, right? So it has to comport with all those systems, or else it's useless map making. It's just pictures. So you're bound to all those certainties of navigation, and so it might seem like the world is a sphere if like the optics and stuff like that you had to use, the rules of how optical transmission is going on in this Atmos and all that stuff. If you had to just like and the magnetic field, right? Like compass bearings and the sun, stars, right? That's how we're getting these positions to like line them up in maps to make grand maps like a world map, right? And it took, how fucking long did it take to do that? Like hundreds of years?
maybe a week.
Like putting all for each voyage to get its own little picture of shit. And it wasn't until like Google Maps that we really had like a pictorial definition of what that might be, that we could actually see it. And that's all based on WGS84 and like aerophotography that's like cued to those data points. So that has nothing to do with like how we actually visualize the datum itself, like, And then I think other guys like have brought up like about the inaccuracies of GPS and the scalability problems that it presents in terms of like accuracy within a range of a certain point, and then it starts to like lose accuracy at certain the further you get away from like a city or something like that needs to be very, very accurate. And it drifts a little bit. If that's true, maybe the GPS system we use is built out of a convenience set too. Like we engineer it to also work as well as it can, given the limitations of the technology. That it's not God technology, it's oh boy. We don't have a model or a map or the ability to do the cartography, so it's very unlikely that any kind of like original substance could be generated from. Somebody else want to talk? Everybody else has been muted. I win.
Yeah, I heard someone say it's like being inside of a Walmart trying to take a photo of the whole of the inside of the store. You just can't get high enough. You just can't get the perspective. You're never going to be able to actually see enough at once to be able to confirm the shape. Ever. And I think there is something to what the guy said earlier about the whole sun being a focal point. I think there is no way either to prove whether the sun is a physical object, and to assume that the sky is a physical, thing, I think is also assuming a model. So I don't want to be an AE Earther. I don't want to be into a model like that.
So what's that leave us with? If we can't ever know, should we be content not knowing? Just accept not knowing and move on with our lives? Or are we going to get stuck and stagnant in this position now?
Can I reply to both of these things?
Yeah.
Is it there's never a completion of a map. Every city will change over time. There's never a concrete this is it forever. No, coastlines will change, rivers will change. It's extending that map off and then saying okay, well, what's this map mapped to? Oh, well, it's a ball, so we spin it around. It's a globe, and it could be whatever you want because it doesn't matter. We're never gonna get to those points, and it's never complete either, right? So it's a senseless thing to think about in finite detail that we need to have mastery over these things that are somewhat inconsequential. When really the more consequential part of this is the patterns and the cycles in their going around above us.
You guys heard I know you probably heard this verse before, but it says, if the heavens above can be measured and the foundations of the earth below be searched out, I will reject all the descendants of Israel. That's what the Creator said. If that was possible, if you could measure the heavens above and declare the earth below, then he would literally cast away, he would
we'll see.
Reject all of Israel, dude. That means it's not possible, dude. We'll never know what we live on, dude.
I mean, the heavens is where he showeth his handiwork, right? That's where the mystery of the realm is, according to the scripture.
If we could figure that out, dude, he would reject Israel and all their descendants, which is a violation of his promise, so we know that's not possible. That's why, as a believer, I'm kind of content where I'm at, and I know I'm not going to probably make much progress for the rest of our lives regarding this topic, but the amount that we have accomplished, dude, is sufficient for me, bro, at this point in my life. And I think I'm going to start moving away from flat earth, honestly, dude, and I'm going to do what Jaren's doing, and because flat earth is a little crazy, dude. I've been in here for a few years now, dude. No, I'm serious, dude. I'm serious. I got banned off of Ether Cosmos this week, dude. I'm pissed off, dude. It's constant arguing and people pissed off and division and stress, dude. It's not healthy, bro. We on here every day, stressed out, arguing, bro. And I'm starting to realize, bro, it's not good for my health, bro. It is affecting my mental state. Being on here every day arguing, dude. That's being a toxic relationship, going home arguing with your spouse or your kids every day, bro. That's not healthy. And we promote it and foster it.
We don't be arguing on here all the time, man. Or I certainly don't try to be arguing. I'm one who realizes
you don't have to argue with everybody. You don't have to get on here and argue. You could get on and listen, uplift people. It doesn't have to be all or nothing.
Right, I like that in the smaller groups. In smaller groups, you make a lot more progress in these conversations.
Can happen.
True, when there's so many people in the room, everybody debates and has a different posture.
No, hear me out. I'm drinking my coffee. I just choked on it. I'm not crying or nothing.
that there's other things out there, bro. Even Witsit was talking about, like, branching out, exploring other topics. Like, there's so much about this reality, bro, than the shape of our Earth. Whether there's more land. It's interesting though. It's not. I'm not gonna completely reject it either, but I'm just gonna branch out, dude. I want to study other topics. There's more interesting topics. That's all. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can do that without announcing that you're not a flat earther. Like, what are you saying? That
No, I didn't say I'm not a flat earther. I'm just saying I don't want to be identified as a flat earther. I want to throw my jersey in too, bro. I don't want to be part of this community, man. Don't call me a flat earther anymore. Like, I'm not happy of this community, dude. It's a weird community.
Ooh.
Well,
What about
see, that's see, this with it's a highly
abandoned ship.
Honestly, this is why, like, I want to call out the fake caller outers, because I feel like it's the beginning of this demoralizing shit. It's just like we can accept facts and move through data and stuff like that. That's okay. That's something we can do. When it makes you like feel it, that's like the wrong. I don't know. We shouldn't be like processing like defeatism and shit like that. That's not what this is about. It doesn't have to be. And this can really be whatever like you. It can be whatever you choose it to be. Really, you can choose to just deny everything, or you can choose to like work on stuff, or you can choose to like take maybe some things you've learned from this and just move on and go to something else. I mean, but this is a well of information that like you can't deny the impact that it could have on your future decision making and your future evaluation of things. Yes,
it was a necessary
I
step
agree with Snacks.
in our growth. Go ahead, Roots.
And I agree with Snacks that this is something that could be seen as great. If you've been focusing on the inevitable infighting that was already happening before, now it's taking center stage. Like, I don't know, I think you're focusing on the wrong things, bro. I think the exciting thing is that we are learning more about the sky. We are learning more about our realm, and we are getting closer to the idea of understanding something. And if we go back into the past, like Egyptian cosmology, a lot of this is described very similarly, and we can find a lot of this information or ideas in the past that correspond with these new ideas that are popping up now. So there's plenty to go at.
Yeah, like I've been looking into Wesley Huff, his recent interviews, and him comparing like the Quran and some of the Hindu stuff, and like I just feel like this is a metaphysical question now, because it's like we've reached a point now where empiricism has no value. Like we can't reach out there. It's beyond our perception, our senses. Even the sky, like we don't know what's up there. So what are we gonna do? We're just gonna continue to speculate for the next 300 years. Like we know this. I mean, we can't even agree this is a 24-hour sun at this point.
Yeah. I just feel like there's some things built into the system that are like sort of incontrovertible, and that being like heliocentrism is this concept of like things having orbits, or that something has a gravity and then other things orbit it. And this is like a power dynamic that's true in like human like civilization and stuff. So it's been built upon that concept, and it's also a truism. And it's unlikely that like we'll break that concept and like shatter the notion of a physical sun or something like that. It's just like there's too much power that's invested in moving a certain way, and it's really the geometry of power that we have a problem with. It's not the geometry of like what we see. It's the geometry that structures are built upon. That we can't have nice things like a true azimuthal equidistant projection, because we're bound by certain kind of legal frameworks in the map readings that were given over to I can't even remember all the fucking names anymore. But this is what this does. It eventually crowds your brain with so much fucking info, right? If you think about like the people, see, this is why like I mean I'm not like I don't watch Witsit's like shows. I know who he is from here, and this is like really my only like I know the street of this kind of Discord or just open communication, and not everybody can do it. Like Jaren doesn't come in here and try to just like field questions. Maybe he's too big, he get mobbed or whatever. But arguably, it's like not. It's nice that he does that. I think that Witsit's a bro for that. Like he'll mix it up. He'll like chill in here for unknown amounts of hours to do so and process all this data for us a little bit too, like help, and then to get other people like sort of engaged on breaking stuff down on like new levels here, undone before, right? Like so, the people have broken new ground. They've been inspired by like what he's done, and it's kind of like I feel sad for that he shot this incredible amount of energy into what is essentially an unloving audience that will half of them will just call him a fake sham facey liar pants or something like that, and then the other half are like different degrees of being aligned with his thinking and stuff. But it's just like it takes so much effort really to like delve into all these topics, chew them up, spit them out, be able to like match wits with that was an unintentional pun, with these other professors and experts in their field and stuff like that. Like he's gotten a tremendous amount of coverage on it, and it's just like it's really disheartening to him, I think, that all this stuff's going on, because I feel that empathically, that's what it is. And like I can just read that. Like I don't know if you guys like are totally like not seeing that, or like I don't understand like the humanity level with some of these people that they should be able to read these fucking cues from him, that like, but they're not. They're just like fucking press on like they're like some kind of like defense attorney for just whatever cloud of bullshit that they need to protect their own fucking holes in their theories and stuff. And to me, that's just like that's like poor sportsmanship. You know what I mean? Like we should have good sportsmanship, right? This is about like some kind of honor and integrity, if anything, right? I don't know. Guess I said
again, what does it really matter? Like any of the whole Antarctica thing, it doesn't matter. It's the biggest deflection, and
I don't know who's at a hot mic right now.
No, it's me. One sec.
Oh, I'm not being heard.
Go ahead, Jim.
No, I'm just saying this whole thing is just the biggest distraction anyway. It's like we just need to focus on what we used to focus on. It's not gonna make the sky a vacuum, is it? Like you know what I mean? Like we're just playing into the glober's hands by just talking about this huge distraction. Like whatever happened, it doesn't really matter, because it doesn't create curvature. It doesn't stop. It doesn't make the sky a vacuum. It doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, so why are we still talking about it? That's the biggest problem. And I think this whole thing could have been just to make us throw Witsit and that lot under the bus. It could have been for that reason, right?
Right.
Do you know what it is? It's like you're falling into their hands as well. If it isn't a globe, what shape it is? What shape? Does it have to be a shape? It's not about being a shape.
It's not that for me. It's about like it's, and even though I'm not a Witsit fan, right? I don't watch his streams or anything. It's just like I want to believe like a fucking hero can rise from our ranks. You know what I mean? Our lowly, 80 IQ perceived, you know what I mean? Like, and become somebody who can master. Like, I want to see that shit. I'm here for it, right?
I don't know. I think that's what got us into this whole problem with the globe thing in the first place. Is like,
but
don't you want to see sort of someone that you look up to? You know what I mean? I think that's where you can get left astray.
We were like I don't know. To me, like Jaren was sort of like a fixture from the beginning, almost. Like in the institutionality of this topic on YouTube, right? The instantiation of it. the thing is like for somebody like me or somebody like other people I know, like for them to actually like have like a trajectory where they actually like break through and reach people and stuff like that. It's really interesting for me to see that that's a possibility, you know, and that, you know, like does that like not fascinate you somewhat?
Yeah, but you could say with Jared, it's like fool me once, fool me twice, and now
But he was, like I'm saying, he was already something before this. I'm talking about somebody that like found this kind of information and then started vibing with it and then like, you know, did some activity based on it. You know what I mean? And like, it's like if you were inspired to like to be active on a certain topic and then you did, and then the very people that you thought were your friends just like eat you up over the like what seems to be like a lot of jealousy for the most part. Like
That's
you
what
got
I'm
to go and
saying,
I
dude.
didn't
It's
go.
crazy,
Like
dude.
like I see these like demons be popping out, and you know, it's quite obvious to a fellow like myself who's seen it before. You know, and it's because of it's not because of the topic. It's not because
Human
of the
nature.
facts. It's human nature, right? And so like that's the more overarching lesson for me, and it's been, you know, really sealed in there for me, like to
Yes,
observe
sir.
this and stuff. And I just want to say, like, I think I'm on the right side of the fucking light here, and
I
I hope more
concur.
people can be also.
Yeah, I concur. I I see the ugliness. You know, it manifests, and the uglies come out the woodwork with their envy and their jealousy and their covetousness, and they look for things to pick at and critique and to try to tear down. You know, because subconsciously they have this hate that, you know, that their psychological uh, manifestation is rooted in something in the heart, related to the heart. And when you see that, you can kind of detect where it's coming from, and their kind of lines of questioning. Like if you just listen to their line of questioning, like Russ saw yesterday, the way that she audited Witsit, was interrogating Witsit. Like I understand if you're skeptical and you want some proof, but the way that she was going about it wasn't like somebody that was being that's of good faith, like really wanted to know about our reality. It's as somebody who has like this bias against Witsit and is trying to tear him down, dude. And I'm not like an idolizer or an idol worshiper or idol worship, you know, propping people up and like being a yes man. Yeah, dude. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's an awesome shirt, dude. Yeah, what's it, dude? Yeah, man. That's an awesome hat, man. Yeah, buy that hat. Even if it's an ugly hat, you know, not like, dude. I tell people the truth. I don't care if you're George Washington. You know what I'm saying? Whoever. And what's it? People, there are yes men in the community too. There's a little bit of that. But there's also on the opposite extreme, you got like these haters that come out the woodwork, bro. So it's like you got to deal with a little bit of both. But if you're wise, you can see that, bro, and I'm glad that you can see it too. That you can see like the envy in the community, and it's unfortunate. But yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah. You can see that easily. And it's because like really what we have is a collection of people with some percentage of solipsism, right? Like it's unchecked, right? Like I don't know. Either you sometimes people come in here, they'll just declare that they're a solipsist or something like that, which is weird. It's a very strange thing to declare. But a lot of people don't declare that, you know. I try to check myself, and I realize like that's maybe my final form is to just like have my own, you know, viewpoint. It's so hardened and unchangeable that it's barely like reasonable that I should be on a format like this to talk.
Can I
That'd be
speak
nice,
on
right?
something
You
for a
think so?
moment, guys?
Well, that's up to you. We'll see.
Oh yeah, open floor, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, Lion, I just wanted to speak on something that you had mentioned, just how you said you were branching onto different topics. I was thinking about it, bro, because I've been going through a lot of, I guess, mental, just what you were talking about with, you know, the toxic conversations and arguments all the time, and flat Earth just seems like it's pretty stressful. But I don't know, maybe you'll disagree with me, but I feel like it's actually about to get much more stress-free. Like, so they've done the final experiment, right? Which they ironically called the final experiment. Like, it's worked perfectly in our favor. And now we can all start doing experiments, seen as experiments are now like the big craze, you know, they're the new thing. We can actually start doing experiments. We'll do curve experiments. And we'll call them the final curve experiments. And then like those experiments will expose the nature of the surface of the whatever we live upon, that it isn't curving. And then things are going to explode, bro. There's going to be much
Anthony,
less arguments. Sorry.
No, like I have no doubt that we're on a topographical plane. That's not the problem here. And there's been plenty of experiments already done. I don't need more laser experiments, bro. I don't need more long distances observations.
What about that?
How much more of that do we need, dude? Like,
what about that?
That's
Brian
already been
Mullins
settled.
one,
That's
bro?
settled science, dude. Like, what more laser experiments do you want, dude?
Yeah, true.
If
What about
Cole
that?
was doing
What
it in
about that
2017,
Mullins
like
one?
you guys act like we haven't already been doing these experiments. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, this
No,
has
but
already been
Lion,
established as a
you're
fact.
acting like
We've
you're
reached a
acting like
no.
you're
Hold
leaving
on.
the community for controversial reasons, right? And you're saying, oh, you don't need any more experiments, but then you're just leaving flat Earth because of some people, but they don't represent the idea.
It's gonna be like,
Hear me out, dude. Hear me
Yeah.
out. I think this is it's a toxic group, bro, and I need to detach from it. I can't stick around here constantly arguing with brainiacs.
You're right.
Over nothing, over the same stupid shit every freaking day.
I tend to weirdly
But
agree.
the thing is, hold on.
All
All I'm trying to say is that we reached a point now where empiricism has lost its value. Like, now we literally have a point where now we're going into the mystical. We're going into the ether physics. Now we're going into like what's beyond the ice wall. What's the sun doing up there? Like, now we're getting into the philosophical. So what am I doing?
We don't
here
need to
for?
do that.
That's what I was doing before I came here.
Yeah, we don't need to get into the philosophical anymore. Now we can start literally like testing the surface. Like, for example,
Hey,
that
babe.
Brian Mullins experiment, right? Has anyone
They're
ever
right
done
here.
it?
it's like some back noise.
I
Something
think
like that.
Yeah, somebody's on my
Destruction.
It's real lies. You're hot micing.
Yeah, some woman's talking.
Can't you just mute her?
I just
woman
moved him.
talking.
I had to find him first. But all right, so yeah, where were we?
Has anyone
Flat
ever
Earth?
done Brian Mullins' experiment?
Yeah. Can we get onto that after this?
Hey?
Who was going to
I
talk?
think,
Snacks,
like,
you next?
I'm not saying like
That's
Lion,
what we're on.
I think Lion was getting on something else. Basically, like moving this conversation to like metaphysical realms.
Yeah, he was saying that's where
not only that,
it's getting to, and it's
what it is.
frustrating.
Here, hold on, bro. This is the problem, bro.
if
I'm gonna tell you real quick. Is yesterday people already mentioned, like, bro, we spent hours listening to people just attack Witsit on here, dude, for like 8 hours. It's weeks now we've been on it, and like we just keep going and just like, oh, this whole Antarctica thing, and then people just keep attacking Witsit, and we're here for it. And it's like, this is what we're doing. Like,
Hold
really,
on though,
is what we're
Lion.
doing?
Hold on though, bro.
Yeah, that sucks.
Witsit literally, and I love Witsit, man. I think he's great, but he kind of allowed that to happen. And a few people was trying to stop it from happening. And he was like, no, we don't need to mute her. We don't need to kick her. And then he would then, it was like he was enjoying defending himself. And I know why he's enjoying it, because he genuinely feels like he's telling the truth. And he feels like he's invincible, you know, to any line of questioning. So he's going to feel like that. But I feel like the mods could have said to Witsit, you know, Witsit, that's enough now. You know, like, let's move on from this sort of back and forth with the haters, because it's just not good for anyone. That's what should have happened.
Let's go on to the next actual, like, what we should be doing as a community, right? Let's strike back. Let's do real experiments that actually test the surface. And yes, I get it. Laser experiments are great, but that Brian Mullins one that he come up with years ago,
You're still
wouldn't
on
that
this
be
one.
amazing? Huh?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Really, I just want to hear so much about this Brian Mullins thing. You think you got one experiment that's going to do it? That's awesome. Wow. don't you go ahead and
Does
provide
anyone
it?
know about us?
That's great. Dude, you're fucking amazing. Wow. That's great.
What?
No, I didn't know that there was one experiment we could do that we're just gonna like seal the deal. But so what are you saying? We strike back with this one thing? You got the
Well, I
fucking
wasn't
plan?
thinking.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
No,
wasn't
put it in the
thinking one
chat,
thing.
Jack.
So I
No, you're
hang
gonna
on.
save the fucking
Hey, hold
movement.
on
Go
a
ahead.
second.
I want you
down
Hold
for
to.
on
a
a
second,
second.
bro.
Hold on
All
a
good.
second. Hold on.
So
Hold on. Hold on. Everybody, I heard him. People ask, "What do we want to talk about?" And he asked a question.
am
And
I
he got
holding on?
totally blown off. And now you're just going to totally rip on him. See, this is the problem with this community. People want to talk
Yeah.
about something, and everybody's like, "Oh, your idea is stupid. I'm just going to attack you." And it happens
That was
over and
amazing.
over and over again.
Yeah, you're
Let
right.
the
I
guy
love being
fucking
saved.
talk.
No, I'm glad.
Hold on,
I'm
hold
glad
on,
this
Matt.
guy.
Hold on, Matt. Hold on.
No, see, Matt wants to defend this guy, but this guy is really side railing from like the real main topic, the main stem topic, which is
No,
now. Not you. Oh, you're like,
I'm
no,
not.
I'm going to reject your topic and say like
I
this is what
promise
we
I'm not
have to
doing
do.
that. I
So,
promise I'm not doing that.
you
I don't think
promise?
he's
Well,
doing
because
that.
like we can diagram this on a fucking flow chart, and I'll
All right,
prove to
just
you I'm
slow down
fucking
for a
correct.
second. I was just going to say that in 2021, no, in 2020, a friend of mine that wrote a book, a flat Earth book. It was a flat Earth fictional book. We came up with an idea to do like a test the curve day,
You're fucking
where we do like
fictional.
the biggest
Come on, Snacks.
like collective experiment, like where everybody does their own experiments of the surface instead of looking up to the sky and trying to do fucking experimental observations with the sky. And we get everybody to do it. And then COVID happened and everybody, was stuck in their house and we didn't launch we didn't do it. 3
Oh
or
my
4
god, this
years
is
have
the
gone
fucking
by
longest
and we've
story.
still got.
Can
All
you
right, bro.
PDF? Can
Just
email me the
calm down
PDF
for a
on this?
second and just let someone else talk and just shut the fuck up for a moment.
Come on.
So all
Just
I'm
let him.
saying is that the Facebook page has got it's been getting people liking it and following it for years, and we've got a couple of thousand people. Like,
all right, dude, but just post the link, dude.
yeah. Anyway, I don't give a fuck. I'm not promoting the idea. I don't care if you guys get into it. I'm just saying that instead of being negative about where things are, I'm saying that we're in a good position now.
Yeah,
This is perfect. People are talking about
you're
flat
in a
Earth
stage.
even more.
You're in a okay. There's a list, okay, about reaction stages, and you're in one of these fucking stages, and I'm in a
Thank
different
you. Sorry
stage.
about
Okay.
that.
No, I
All right, have a
disagree,
good one.
Snacks. I actually no, don't go, bro.
Do you get
One at
that?
a time. Hold
You in
on.
here
Don't go,
agree
dude.
with
It's
what
all
you're
right. Relax.
saying. I think this is a
I-
great time for flat Earth. So I don't know, Snacks. I don't know why you're so anti that. This is a
got
good time
next.
for flat Earth. What's wrong with what he said?
He's not
Snacks, hold on. Let me
absorbed.
get next.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please. No. Okay. So there's some people are tone deaf and they don't like. I know me and Snacks are having like a specific conversation right now, and like maybe he's not following. It's all right. The reason I brought up like, dude, like how many more laser experiments do you want? Because he's acting like this one experiment that his buddy has is somehow gonna convince everybody to flat Earth. We've already been doing experiments, bro, for like 10 years, and ain't no laser experiment. And like think about all the experiments that we've contrived and how difficult it is to contrive an experiment to actually eliminate any errors, to convince the Globers or convince anybody of flat Earth, right? It's very difficult. Even setting up a total stations every 100 meters or whatever. You got to be very specific, right? So because of that, a lot of these experiments the Globers, they'll throw out because there'll be discrepancies in the data. Like even in the lasers, the FE core did, even though it didn't match the globe model. It didn't exactly match the flat Earth model either because of refraction. So there was some error margin, right? There was some deviation from horizontal, and you're always gonna have that, bro. And that's the problem, dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, you get that on both sides. Like this is literally the same as any flat earthers who are denying the 24-hour sun. You get that on both sides, bro. And this is what I'm saying. Like, how is that affecting you when it hasn't affected you before? Like, so who cares what the Globers think? They're denying our experiments, in quotation marks. So what's the difference, bro? Like nothing's changed. Except for some people have started to get really loud and people are attacking Witsit. But I think Witsit's enjoying defending himself because he believes he's telling the truth. That's all that's happening here, nothing else, really.
They're gonna raise him up on the cross of science and try to put every nail that they can in him and defame his character, and that's really cool and everything like that. But really, The only function that this serves, and if anybody wants to mute their hot mic, that's cool. The only function that this really serves is to draw a little bit of sympathy out of like the globers who like would think that all flat earthers are the same, because that can't be the truth. And if like half of us are pissed off that the other half, whatever, if it's a half, I don't know, maybe it's like 15%, but it's a loud 15% of people that are being like, it's all fake. You know, if we have to like have that faction splitting for a glober to, if you're on the outside of looking in, like imagine that you'd have to have some sympathy with the people that are actually trying to do the work and some people that are just getting by looking at somebody else's fucking answers on their tests. Do you understand what I'm saying? And man,
yes, sir.
It's a little depressing, and that's okay because this is just humanity. This is not the topic, and we should process this. I need to process this because I'm at like level 7 of like grief stage thing, and that other guy that was talking is at like level 2.5, and he's like trying to like come up with laser tests that are going to prove we're going to do it. You know what I mean? Like, no, we just need to like fucking figure this out because it didn't even matter. Because if we had the data that controverted a globe or flat, it doesn't even matter. The people are going to be called out as being fake. Yeah, there's no need to do any proof if it's going to seem like half of the people don't even believe the results.
I'm not trying to figure it out though, bro. I'm just trying to. We're at a stage where we want to wake people up, right? That's why we come into these servers and we have these discussions. You know, we want people to come to the knowledge of the truth of reality as well, right?
Is that what you want? Okay, that's what you want.
Well, is that what you want?
I try to cure my tinnitus, but I've been doing this for about 12 years, it seems. So,
Doing
like,
what?
this, like, very thing, conversing on this topic from YouTube to here.
Yeah.
I'm a dinosaur in this.
So why do you,
I'm the most famous person you never heard of.
so why do you do
No,
that
that's not.
again?
That's not.
So why do you do
Why
it?
do I do it? I
Yeah.
find it to be like it puts my brain into like a certain type of problem solving. You know, when the conversations are engaging and they're actually dealing with like real problems, they're actually like word problems. You know, I find that to be good for my brain. I like computer
But
programming. I like a lot of things like that.
the Earth isn't curving, right? So you know it's
It's
a
really
level plane. Yeah.
it's super interesting. Well,
Are you still trying to work it out?
No. There's so many layers to like the experience of this, and some of the layer is like when you host a conversation to this, you get to like witness it because like you can't do anything else. You don't want to get in between two different people, right? It kind of ruins it. But what you see play out is something more like you could hardly put it into words sometimes. Like when you see somebody battle so hard for what they believe in, like it can make you like it can make you see something about that person that you wouldn't normally see, and that's a great thing. And I really enjoy the drama of this as a gladiatorial sort of cognitive battleground. I have taken a lot of interest in that, and I try to like make sure that the conversations like go along where they're kind of balanced in some way.
That's part of it too. Being affiliated with a group, a culture, right? Everybody wants to be part of a culture. Flat Earth is an identity now. It is a culture, a subculture. And there's people that want to support the team. They want to be part of that identity. Some people find Flat Earth like philosophy or a religion almost. You know, it's like being in a church. The only thing is you don't have all the singing. You don't have all the worship.
And things that turn me
or
off
a boys'
where it gets
club.
to be like real political and stuff like that, because it's like because it's about the earth, you could really make into anything that is earth concerning. Talk about diet, politics, you know what I mean, technology, like anything as an extension in reality can be built off of people that are like understand that we have a disagreement maybe based on the shape of the earth. Because I found like a lot of times conversations between two people with diametrically opposed viewpoints, when they're actually having a conversation that's outside of the earth topic, it's actually really interesting to hear them engage, because they like kind of perceived like, like you're red shirt, I'm blue shirt, you know what I mean? But like, oh yeah, we're both actually beige shirt, you know what I mean? And I think that witnessing things like this is far more rewarding than any kind of like petty knowledge that I might have gained and stuffed in my little sack of brains over these years.
So I'm curious.
Hey, I
how
don't mean
many
this to be
people
rude,
in this
and
room are Sorry,
ahead, bro.
I just have a quick question. How many people in this room are Torah observant?
It's a bit of an open
Or
question
Torah
for a big room.
pursuing?